Good morning, everyone. We reconvene in State versus Apodaca, D101CR 2023-25, with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present outside the hearing in presence of the jury. Are there any preliminary issues for the state before we start with testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll be this morning, while we're outside the presence of the jury, seeking to move in some of the Facebook records. Your Honor may remember that in January of this year, I filed a notice under 11-9021 and 11-8036 regarding the Facebook records being admitted as self-authenticating records of regularly conducted activity under the rules. I have the certificate of authenticity of domestic records of regularly conducted activity from Meta Platforms, which preserves the Facebook records. It was signed in January of 2023 by Katie Newman, the custodian of records. I'd like to move those records in now under this basis, and then I will lay additional foundation as to identity of the individuals and usernames through Sergeant V. Hill.
Any objection?
Judge, so we've been working hard to go over what we believe needs to be redacted. There's one issue left in regards to planning and conspiring.
We're on the Facebook records.
Oh, on the Facebook records? No issues with that.
Okay, so there'll be, they are admitted. You'll have to, again, lay some additional foundation with the officer.
Yes.
Any other issues?
Nothing from the state. I believe defense has one on the defendant's statement.
In regards to the defendant's statement, Your Honor, we have concerns about when Detective Vigil was asking Isaac a question. He was asking leading questions as part of the interrogation technique that we're going to get into in cross-examination and possibly through Dr. Wellner as well. But he was basically talking about how Isaac could have been conspiring and planning to commit this this act, and we believe that that is legally conclusive statement, and it's somewhat testimonial and would be concerning. I think it's prejudicial to the jury, so we would ask that part be excluded as well. We agree on everything else, Your Honor.
Ms. Murphy?
Your Honor, the line is, this is from page 54 of the transcript, is Sergeant V. Hill saying, okay, I don't know, man. These messages look a lot like there's some conspiring going on, some planning going on. What? And then Mr. Apodaca responds, from that point where I was telling you from, this is as Sergeant V. Hill is scrolling through the messages on the phone in front of the defendant. The defendant gestures to a portion of the messages that he says from there on down are not his. Sergeant V. Hill responds, well, even before then, it sounds like you guys are planning something, your fate getting thrown out, and what? So defense is objecting, as I understand it, to the comment, these messages look a lot like there's some conspiring going on, some planning going on, but that is part of a question that elicits a reply from the defendant. It is not a legally conclusive statement. It is a statement being offered for the effect on the party that elicits a party opponent admission. We believe that it's relevant for purposes of this interview. It's a piece of there isn't a legal conclusion in that. Using the word conspiring doesn't automatically make it a legal conclusion.
Judge, so there's, if I may.
Go ahead.
Conspiracy is one of the there's a conspiracy charge here that we're dealing with. If somebody were to go up on the stand and ask, so you committed manslaughter, didn't you? I mean, that would be legally conclusive language. So I think that should be excluded, Your Honor. I'm fine with what Isaac was saying and all of that, but I think in the minds of the jury, if they hear conspiring, they're going to be, he established now that there was a conspiracy here, and he's guilty of that, Your Honor. So I believe that is legally conclusive language. And also the planning, although, I mean, there's no actual charge of planning, but planning is can be looked at as helping prove aiding and abetting or accomplice liability, Your Honor. So I just think that general statement by the detective should be excluded, Your Honor.
The objection's overruled. The language, and you will have the opportunity to cross the officer as well as argue. The jury has to make a legal determination whether or not the evidence before them meets the necessary elements of the charge of conspiracy. There is a legal definition of conspiracy, and the elements are contained in the instruction. Using the word planning, it has a common use. Whether or not the activity or the statement meets, again, the legal definition is something that can be argued to the jury, and it can be made clear that they are the ultimate decision makers as to whether or not the state has met its burden in proving the elements of the charges. But the use of the language alone, the officer's not being offered, as far as I know, as a legal expert for definition purposes. He is a fact witness, and in this context, a fact witness to provide the foundation for a statement taken at or near the time of the incident. So, over objection, the language would be allowed to be played to the jury as part of the state's case in chief. Is there need for clarification?
No, Your Honor. Based on an additional redaction that the parties found yesterday, the disc is being reburned as we speak. We'll just need a brief moment for Sergeant Hill to re-review that and sign it, and then we are ready to proceed.
You said something else was being reviewed. Defense counsel gets to make sure that that has been withdrawn from the audio and video.
That's fine. I can show that to them. We worked on those timestamps. We had multiple conversations yesterday.
If you know the timestamps, you know where to look, and so it'll be quick.
Yes, Judge.
Any other issues for the state?
No, Your Honor.
Other issues for the defense counsel?
Other than we'll look for those redactions, as Ms. Murphy said, we were working late into the evening yesterday, going over that. Okay. Thank you.
Our jury's all here. We'll bring them in and get started. Who's first up?
Sergeant Hill.
Okay. And how far into his testimony is the video going to be played?
About 15 minutes, maybe 20, Your Honor.
Is it here? We need the video here. They need to look at it before.
They are in this room right behind me burning it. Yes, Mr. Long will check.
Okay. Well, I want you to see it before we get started instead of having to stop and send the jury out and then bring them back in.
Totally understood,
So
Judge.
we'll be in recess until you have a chance to look at that.
Absolutely.
Let me know. I'm going to step off the bench. We're in recess. Let's go back on the record one more time outside the hearing in presence of the jury. Did you have an opportunity to view the video?
I did, Judge. We are okay with everything.
Okay. Jury's right behind me. Anything else for the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring him in and get started. Why don't you come and wait up here?
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
All right.
You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Again, if everyone in the gallery would check your electronic devices and make sure they're off. Let's go back on the record. We reconvened this morning in criminal cause D101CR 2023-25, State versus Apodaca. And we continue in the state's case in chief. Ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys and I have spent some time this morning. I finished up the other hearings I had to do, and we spent some time organizing the day. We've got a lot to get through today. So just a heads up to that. We'll probably take our morning break in about an hour and 15 minutes, and it'll be real short. Again, if there's anything that you need during the course of the day, please let the bailiff or myself know. Ms. Murphy, who's your first witness?
Javier V. Hill, Your Honor.
Sir, if you'd face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
Good morning.
If you'd start by stating your name for the record and spelling it for us, please.
Yes, my name is Javier V. Hill, spelling of the first name Javier, last name Vigil.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm currently employed by the City of Santa Fe Police Department as a sergeant.
Talk about your background and training and experience. I assume you graduated high school?
I did, yes, locally from Apodaca Valley High School.
After you graduated from high school, what did you do?
I immediately went into the United States Marine Corps. I went in and enlisted. My enlistment started in 2011. During that enlistment, my primary occupation was a military police officer. So in 2011, I became a certified military police officer and attended their police academy. And then I concluded my enlistment with an honorable discharge in 2015.
Did you deploy at all during your time in the United States Marine Corps?
Yes, I did. In 2012, I deployed to Afghanistan.
Thank you. What's your educational background after high school?
After high school, after I was employed with the Santa Fe Police Department for a few years, I recently concluded my bachelor's degree in criminal justice in 2025. And then I carried on to recently complete my master's degree in management, and I was conferred in April of 2026.
After leaving or being honorably discharged from the United States Marine Corps in 2015,
2015, yes, ma'am.
what did you do?
I sought employment and was able to secure employment with the Santa Fe Police Department, my current employer, and I was hired as a patrol officer in late 2015, early 2016.
As part of becoming a Santa Fe Police Department patrol officer, did you undergo any sort of training or academy?
Yes, I did. My pathway was a little bit unique as far as becoming certified as a New Mexico police officer. I attended what's called a Certify by Waiver training. And what that essentially means is that I did not have to attend a full police law enforcement academy because I already had law enforcement experience through the United States Marine Corps. So I attended, it was an approximately 3-week training that primarily consisted of learning how local state laws and statutes and city ordinances work, particular to the city of Santa Fe and the state of New Mexico.
Thank you. How long were you on patrol once you joined the Santa Fe Police Department?
I served as a patrol officer from approximately late 2015 to 2020.
And after being on patrol for approximately 5 years, what did you do?
I tested and was selected and promoted to the rank of detective. I served a short period of time, about 4 months, in the property crimes unit, and then I transferred into the violent crimes unit around the same period of time, around 2020. After
testing and applying and being accepted as a detective, what, if any, training did you get in investigations?
Investigations, like a lot of law enforcement, your training is constant. There's always something new to learn. Laws are always changing, and there's always self-improvement that could be had through training. So particular to a detective, virtually all detectives, at least in my experience in the Santa Fe Police Department, we will attend some sort of a basic investigator certification. I did that in 2021. And then moving into the violent crimes unit, because we do have the tendency to work cases such as this one, homicides, violent felonies. I had the privilege of attending a couple different homicide investigation courses. One was in Littleton, Colorado. It was a 36-hour course. That was more of a basic homicide investigation course. And then in early 2023, I attended an advanced homicide investigation course in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Additional to that and relevant to this case, I've attended an interview training as well as a mobile device investigations training.
Okay. The jury has heard that your title is now sergeant. When did you promote from detective to sergeant?
I tested and promoted to sergeant out of the violent crimes unit in April of 2024. When you promote to sergeant, at least in our agency, you go back to the patrol division. You'll serve as a patrol sergeant until you could stay there until you promote to lieutenant. What I recently completed, I tested and was moved back into the investigations division as a detective sergeant. That was about 3 months ago. So now I'm a supervisor in our criminal investigation section.
And so it's your job to supervise detectives, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you part of any other extracurricular aspects of your agency? Do you do anything outside of your role as sergeant?
Yeah, specialty-wise, I joined our department's Special Weapons and Tactics team, SWAT, in 2017 approximately. I've maintained that and continued as part of our SWAT team. I still currently am. I became the SWAT commander about 3 years ago.
Thank you. What was your rank and what unit were you assigned to in October of 2022?
On that date and time, I was assigned to the Violent Crimes Unit.
Sergeant Vigil, what is your role in this case?
My role in this case, I am the case agent of the case.
What does that mean to be the case agent?
Well, the case agent has accountability for the full case. Basically, all the investigative decisions or the main investigative decisions funnel through the case agent. So this includes, but is not limited to, conducting interviews, completing various search warrants, ensuring that relevant evidence is maybe sent for DNA, latent prints, various examinations. In a number of words, it's to do your due diligence, to do everything reasonably possible to ensure that the case is investigated thoroughly.
Do you do every single step of the investigation yourself, or do you work with your colleagues?
No, I do not. So part of the violent crimes unit, there's a number of us assigned to the unit, and I'd like to think of us, or when I was part of that unit, we would be a team. As you can imagine, these cases can be quite complex, and some of the investigation is time sensitive. Especially when there's a homicide or a major case, we will lean on each other and ask for help and delegate different tasks. But it is the case agent's ultimate responsibility to make sure that these tasks are completed correctly and thoroughly.
Thank you. Let's turn to this case. When were you assigned or notified that you would be assigned the homicide case involving Grace Jennings?
Well, on that day, October 29, 2022, it was my day off, and I had been activated for a unrelated incident, a SWAT situation that had concluded just before this incident had occurred. I was getting ready to go home for the day, and I was contacted from my supervisor at that time, Sergeant Lisa Chaplin, and she informed me that a possible homicide investigation had occurred at the address of 5941 Jaguar Drive, and she asked if I would be willing to voluntarily go out there and start the investigation.
Okay. And did you do so?
I did so, yes.
All right. So once it was assigned to you to start the investigation, where did you go, or what did you do?
Well, I felt the best thing I could do was go directly to the scene. I'm more of a visual person, so I wanted to go over there and get kind of a lay of the land, so to speak, and see what was happening. When I arrived on scene, I met with the sergeant on scene at the time, Sergeant Roberto Rodriguez, who is now a lieutenant with our agency. I kind of got a brief and a background of him, of what had allegedly transpired. I learned that a deceased body had been located within a detached garage on the property 5941 Jaguar Drive. I came to learn that the body of the deceased was Miss Grace Jennings later on. While I was on scene, I noticed that patrol officers had secured the scene. And when I say secured, that can mean a number of things, but essentially what happened was they put crime scene tape around the crime scene to preserve it pending a search warrant so that we would have the legal authority to go in there and process and examine the scene. So I did a walk around of the scene, ensured that a crime scene had been established, and then I learned that that at least 2 people had been taken back to the Santa Fe Police Department pending interviews.
Who were at least 2 of those people that had been taken to the Santa Fe Police Department for interviews?
Mr. Isaac Apodaca, the defendant in this case, who's currently in the courtroom, sitting at the defendant table wearing a black jacket and a red or maroon tie, as well as Miss Kiara McCauley, who I was told at the time was a possible suspect.
Okay. And you beat me to it. Can you go ahead and let me know if Isaac Apodaca is present in the courtroom? And since you've already identified him, could you just point to his general location?
He's right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness identified Mr. Apodaca?
He has.
Thank you. Okay. So after walking the perimeter and getting briefed, what did you do?
I proceeded back to the Santa Fe Police Department. I knew at this time that 2 critical things needed to happen. One, a search warrant for the address needed to be completed, and the interviews needed to be completed of Mr. Apodaca and Mrs. McCauley. I delegated the completion of the search warrant of the property to not a violent crimes detective, but he was a detective that was on call at the time. He gave testimony earlier this week, Detective Jared O'Leary. He was tasked with or delegated to complete the search warrant of the property so that I could focus on any necessary interviews at the police department.
Thank you. Prior to your interviews of Isaac Apodaca and Kiara McCauley, was there anyone else that you encountered?
Yes, there was. The victim's mother was at the police department. Putting myself in her shoes, I have children. I felt she deserved to know as soon as possible that her daughter had been found deceased. So I met with her very briefly at the police department to unfortunately give her the bad news. And then just to get a little bit of background on who everyone was. I wanted to know if she had any knowledge of who Mr. Apodaca was, who Miss Kiara McCauley was, what their relationship was, how they knew her daughter. And the reasoning was for this was so that when I went into my interviews with Mr. Apodaca and Ms. Kiara McCauley, that I would have a little bit more of a contextual background as to what was going on.
Thank you. Who ultimately interviewed Isaac Apodaca?
I did.
Was there anyone else present with you?
There was Detective Mariah Gonzalez. She's no longer with our agency, but she was present for that interview. It was she was very new to the unit. It was maybe her first or second week in the unit. So she sat in on the interview purely as a spectating / training, learning viewpoint. I do not recall her asking any questions during the interview.
Thank you. Where at the Santa Fe Police Department was this interview conducted?
The interview was conducted upstairs on our second story. We have a interview room, in our criminal investigation section that is recorded with both audio and visual.
Do you recall approximately what time you began your interview of Isaac Apodaca?
Yeah, it was approximately 2:41 p.m. in the afternoon.
Okay. And you were personally in the room with him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice anything about his appearance or demeanor?
Yeah, he seemed nervous, which isn't abnormal for anyone, going through a situation like this or being interviewed by police. He was calm but nervous, but he did seem coherent. He was speaking to me clearly. I did not observe any indicators of him being impaired, either by narcotics or by alcohol. Yeah.
Prior to the interview, did you take him anywhere else in the building?
Yes, before the interview, and because our interviews can sometimes become lengthy, I would make it a practice to ask anyone I would interview, hey, do you need the restroom? Do you need a drink of water? I believe I took Mr. Apodaca to get a drink of water before the interview.
Okay. What was the first step in your interview?
The first step of the interview, especially because there was so much unknown within the investigation, I felt that it would be wise to advise Mr. Apodaca of his constitutional Miranda rights. At this point, I did not suspect Mr. Apodaca of being a suspect, but just in case there was something that would come up that I maybe wouldn't know, I didn't want to interrupt our interview process, so I felt it would be appropriate in this part of the investigation to advise him of his constitutional rights.
Okay. Did you utilize any documents while you Mirandized Isaac Apodaca?
Yes, I did. At the Santa Fe Police Department, we have a form. It's called an advisement of constitutional rights forms, or an advisement of Miranda rights, something to that effect. And it lists out all of your constitutional rights one by one. It very clearly and articulately states them. And then there are areas for the person you are reviewing the rights with to initial that they understand every single one. And the purpose of this document is to make sure that the rights are very clearly explained to the person you're explaining them to, but also to ensure that they understand them.
Thank you. Did you preserve the Miranda form or advisement of rights form that you utilized and Mr. Apodaca signed?
Yes, I did. After it was signed and after the interview, I submitted it into evidence at the Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay. Did you alter or tamper with that document in any way?
No.
And we can review that document in a little bit. You've mentioned that your interview was recorded?
Yes.
Were you wearing your department-issued body-worn camera during your interview with Mr. Apodaca?
I had it on my person. I detached it from my person and I set it aside on the table so that it had a better view of Mr. Apodaca.
Was it operational on that date?
Yes, it was.
Did it capture video and audio of your interview with Mr. Apodaca?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And did you record all of your interactions with Mr. Apodaca?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you do with the footage from your body-worn camera from your interview with Mr. Apodaca?
I docked my body-worn camera and then it uploaded to our Axon evidence database system.
What do you mean you docked it?
I docked it. We have docking stations or areas. Think of it as like an area where you can take our body cam device and you can plug it in. And then when you plug it in, it transfers any recorded data onto our cloud's Axon system so that the evidence or whatever has been recorded can be preserved. Simultaneously, the devices get any firmware updates or software updates so that they stay operating accordingly.
And did you alter or tamper with that footage in any way?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 86?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the body-worn camera footage that we were just speaking to of the interview with Mr. Isaac Apodaca.
And how do you know that's what's contained on this disc?
I just reviewed it earlier now before and signed and dated it with today's date.
Other than some redactions that have been agreed upon between the parties, does this disc fairly and accurately represent the video and audio footage that you have personally observed and heard in real life?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 86.
Any objection to 86?
No objection, Your Honor.
86 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
So Sergeant Vigil, how many clips are contained on State's Exhibit 86?
There's 3 separate clips.
And if I could just ask for IT's help, I think it's easier to publish this off the drive. It'll have less lag. Let's begin with clip number 1.
Okay. So kind of going back to last night, to yesterday, you guys are all hanging out. You, Kiara, Grace.
One moment. If I could have IT approach one more time. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, come on up.
So Sergeant Vigil, we're actually going to pivot for a moment, move on past your interview while we just edit some things. Let's talk about, or grab some more footage. Let's talk about the Miranda waiver and some other items that you utilized during your interview. You mentioned that you did Mirandize Isaac Apodaca.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you, other than tagging the Miranda form, did you utilize any other forms during the course of your interview?
Yes, I did. We completed a cell phone consent to search form. This is a form where you essentially take down the information from a mobile device to include the IMEI number, any serial numbers, the description of the phone, and then you get written consent, if willingly and voluntarily given, from the owner of the device to extract the device from the cell phone.
And during the course of your interview with Mr. Apodaca, did you receive consent to go through his phone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive that phone from?
I received that phone from Officer Caesar Ornelas.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant Vigil, I'm approaching you with what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 80, or conditionally admitted as State's Exhibit 80. I'm going to ask you to examine it and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 80?
Its description is an advice/waiver of constitutional rights, and I can see that it has two different points of seals. The top one I recognize as my own from my sloppy handwriting, JJV 11-2-22. And then the bottom one is also initialed and dated 6/26/25, completed by someone else. I believe the initials are CV.
What does 11-2-22 represent in terms of your seal?
That's the date when I sealed it.
And again, you did not alter or tamper with this item at all before you tagged it into evidence?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to fully admit this item and publish.
Any objection to 80?
No objection, Your Honor.
80 is admitted.
I'd ask that the witness be able to utilize the court's scissors to open the exhibit.
Does this have any biological material?
It does not. Thank you. Ma'am, do you care where I open this from? Do you want me to create a new cut on top?
If that's in accordance with your department's SOPs.
Okay. Okay.
And what document or documents was contained in State's Exhibit 80?
This is the document that we had just described and explained. It's an advice/waiver of constitutional rights, a form from the Santa Fe Police Department. And would you like me to read through it?
If you'll just hit the basic points.
Yep, it essentially outlines who is conducting the interview. My name is listed up at the top, Detective Javier Vigil. And then it appears to have the initials of Isaac Apodaca through each of his constitutional rights, as well as the case number pertaining to this incident, the date that this was completed, which was October 29, 2022. And then this appears to be the signature of Mr. Isaac Apodaca, dated October 29, 2022, timed at 3:46 p.m. And then my signature at the bottom, along with Detective Mariah Gonzalez's signature at the bottom.
And is this the actual form that Mr. Apodaca signed and initialed in front of you during your interview?
Yes, this is the original.
Your Honor, move to publish using the Elmo.
Yes.
May I first witness?
Yes.
And then if I can clarify something, I believe I told you earlier that the interview started around 2:40 p.m. I was mistaken. It was 3:40 p.m.
And we see that time noted toward the bottom of the document, is that correct?
Yes, the 3:46.
And it says on toward the bottom of the document, signature of parent if a juvenile, and next to that is NA. What does that stand for?
Not applicable because the defendant in this case was not a juvenile.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll hand this back to you, Sergeant Jamil. I'll just ask that you place it back into the evidence folder.
Yes. Thank you.
During the course of your interview, did you ask Mr. Apodaca to draw anything for you?
Yes, I did. During our interview, Mr. Apodaca described to me the layout of the address where the incident occurred, 5941 Jaguar Drive, and he also described several bladed weapons that were on scene. This included a sword, which you all saw earlier, a dagger, which you all saw earlier, as well as what he described as a butterfly knife, which, to my knowledge, was never recovered or observed at the scene.
Did you preserve those drawings that Mr. Apodaca made during the course of your interview?
Yes, I did. Just like the advisement of constitutional rights, it was submitted into evidence.
Did you alter or tamper with those documents in any way?
No, I did not.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant Beale, approaching you with what's been conditionally admitted as State's Exhibit 79. I'll have you examine it. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, the description on this says drawings completed by Mr. Isaac Apodaca. It shows that it was collected by myself on October 29, 2022. It has the case number associated to this incident. On the top, I can see my sloppy handwriting, initials and date, JJV 11/2/2022. And on the bottom, there appears to be a secondary sill, MJ or MT, maybe Maria Tena, dated 3/4/2026.
And you personally tagged those items?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit what's been previously conditionally admitted as State's Exhibit 79.
Any objection to 79?
Defense has no objection.
79 is admitted without objection.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Following the same procedure, Sergeant Beale, I'd ask that you open those documents.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Can you please arrange those documents in the order that you would prefer to discuss them?
Okay, they're arranged.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
So I'll take those from you, Sergeant Beale, and I'll place them on the Elmo.
Okay.
How many sheets in the exhibit?
4.
Sergeant, let's begin with this first page that you placed on top. What's visible in this first page?
So as I had stated, this was the overhead drawing from that Mr. Isaac Apodaca completed, the overview of the incident location, 5941 Jaguar Drive. You can see the address there written on what appears to be an illustration of a building closest to what is written as Jaguar Drive. And then it shows the boundaries of the property, and then the other little square representing the dwelling on the top part of the paper labeled as garage. And then it appears as though Mr. Apodaca wrote where the TV is at, and that Grace and Kiara were inside of the garage. It's also signed and dated at the bottom. That appears to be either Mr. Apodaca's signature or initials, along with the date of 10/29/2022.
Let's go to the second document. What was the second document contained within the exhibit?
The second document was what Mr. Isaac Apodaca described as a sword that was there on scene and that was used during the incident. It was described as stainless steel with a black hilt and a black sheath, otherwise known as a scabbard. As you see in parentheses next to the stainless steel part, it's written battle ready. I was, and you'll see in the interview later on, I was advised that this meant that it was very sharp. Again, at the bottom, it's dated 10/29/2022 and appears to have Mr. Apodaca's either signature or initials.
Thank you. Let's go to the third document contained within the exhibit. What is this exhibit?
This exhibit was the dagger that the jury saw earlier this week. Same thing, stainless steel in parentheses with battle ready next to stainless steel. Again, as described by Mr. Apodaca, is meaning of a very sharp, or something to the effect of very sharp. A black guard was also used to describe it, as well as a brown handle. And again, on the bottom, we have the date of 10/29/22 and either Mr. Apodaca's signature or initials.
And this third document contained within State 79.
This was the described butterfly knife by Mr. Isaac Apodaca, described as having a black blade, black handle with, I'm not entirely sure what that says at the end, nor do I recall what he said that was. Again, it's dated at the bottom 10/29/22, and there is a signature and or initials from what appears to be from Mr. Isaac Apodaca. Again, this butterfly knife, I never came across it in my investigation physically when the scene was processed.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Beal, I just ask that you place these back in the evidence folder for this item.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Let's talk for a minute about your interview with Kiara McCauley. After your interview with Isaac Apodaca, were you able to interview anyone else at the Santa Fe Police Department station?
Yes, after I concluded my interview with Mr. Isaac Apodaca, I interviewed Ms. Kiara McCauley.
Did you Mirandize her?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you speak with her?
Yes, I did.
Without relaying anything that Ms. McCauley stated or said during her interview, can you please inform the jury what you noticed about Ms. McCauley's demeanor during the interview?
It was abnormal. She had little like twitches and unusual things that she would do while she would talk. Sometimes she would seem like she was talking to herself. Yeah, just a little bizarre and unusual.
Again, without saying anything she may have said during her interview, at any point did she show you anything on her body?
Yes, during the interview, she did show me some of the tattoos that she had on her arms and on her hands.
The jury's already heard that after your interview of Kiara, we know that she and Isaac were both photographed. But was anyone else interviewed at the station that afternoon or evening?
Yes, Miss Lanny McCauley was interviewed at the police department. I did not conduct that interview myself. That was delegated to Detective Jared O'Leary.
Have you reviewed that interview or been briefed on it by Detective O'Leary?
Yes.
Okay. After your interview of Isaac and Kiara, that on October 29th, 2022, what were the next initial steps in your investigation?
A couple days after, I interviewed or spoke with again to the victim's mother, Roma, and then I did my own formal interview with Miss Lanny McCauley, or I'm sorry, not Lanny McCauley, the defendant's mother. Her name is slipping my memory right now.
Does Linda Montoya sound accurate?
That's the one, yes.
And what was the purpose of your interview with Grace's mother?
Just to gather more information from an investigative standpoint, figure out more how all the puzzle pieces fit together, and see if she had anything else relevant to the investigation.
And the purpose of your interview with Ms. Montoya and her family?
The exact same thing.
Let's discuss search warrants. How many search warrants did you obtain throughout the course of your investigation?
Approximately 15.
Okay. And I won't ask you to name all 15, but what categories or types of warrants did you obtain?
There were several cell phones involved in this investigation, so I did search warrants for all the cell phones involved. The only one that I did not do a search warrant for was for Lanny McCauley's cell phone. She gave written consent for that one. In regards to Mr. Apodaca and Mr. Kiara McCauley's cell phone, even though they had given consent to go through their phones, I went above and beyond and completed search warrants anyways, just to ensure there wouldn't be any issues with that from a legal standpoint moving forward. In addition to the cell phones, I completed search warrants for various social media accounts, namely the Facebook accounts, 2 for Kiara McCauley, 2 for Isaac Apodaca, and 1 for the victim, Ms. Grace Jennings. I completed search warrants for 2 devices that were found on the scene, a tablet device as well as a computer device. And then I completed search warrants for the DNA standards of both Mr. Isaac Apodaca and Ms. Kiara McCauley to be compared with any potential evidence that was maybe collected at the scene.
You mentioned social media warrants. What platform or company did you obtain social media warrants for?
Facebook, I believe, or around that time, they're transferring to officially being referred to as Meta, but Facebook and or Meta.
Okay. Have you ever used Facebook yourself?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And what features have you personally used on Facebook that allow you to be familiar with it?
Pretty much all of them. You can keep in touch with friends, look at different timelines, post stuff on your account for selected friends to see or the public to see. There is an associated communication application with Facebook, commonly referred to as Facebook Messenger. Through that platform, I've had personal experience communicating, sending messages through that, as well as making and receiving phone calls through that platform.
Describe kind of the experience of using Facebook Messenger to communicate with someone.
Facebook Messenger, for all intents and purposes, is just like sending a text message. You type a message in it and you can send it to one of your friends or to someone, and then you can get a response from it, but it's no different than text messaging. The phone call feature for Facebook Messenger, it's also similar to making a normal phone call. It's just with lack of having a designated phone number or having a cell phone company carrier.
So instead of calling a phone number, are you calling that person's account, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. As a member of law enforcement, do you have any tools available to you regarding Facebook or Meta?
Yes, Facebook/Meta has a what's referred to as a law enforcement portal. And this is an area within the Facebook website where law enforcement can go and make various requests, such as preservation requests, or submit search warrants or other forms of legal authority for Facebook to then review, and if legally sufficient, provide whatever information is being requested.
And what is the purpose of a Facebook preservation request?
A Facebook preservation request is something that we do very early on in this investigation. I believe I delegated Detective Richard Hildebrandt to do the Facebook preservations for this request. And what a Facebook preservation does is it's a document signed by a law enforcement professional or affiliate to send to Facebook and let them know that there's data on an account that we need them to save for us and not delete or not allow to be deleted. The reason for this is some social media platforms, maybe they erase data every so many days, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, so that they don't have an abundance of data. Or maybe the user of the account may go and be able to delete information before we can access it. So it's our way of saying, hey, Facebook, we are going to be getting a search warrant for this data between these dates and these times. But for now, can you please just save it and not make sure it gets deleted or nothing happens to it so that we can access it at a later time?
Okay. Thank you. And you stated that in your investigation, you identified how many Facebook accounts belonging to Isaac Apodaca?
2.
Okay, and what were the usernames for those accounts, if you recall?
If I recall correctly, one was just under his name, Isaac Apodaca, and then the second one was under the name Null Void, Null spelled with a K, so K-N-U-L-L.
And the last name?
Second
part of the username, I should say?
Yeah, Void, V as in Victor, O-I-D.
Did you obtain, after preserving, did you ultimately obtain search warrants for both of those accounts?
Yes, I did.
How did you determine that the Null Void account was related to Isaac Apodaca since it didn't have his name?
When I completed the search warrant for the first account of Isaac Apodaca under his name, there's a section within the records that shows related accounts that user might also have, and that's when I came across the account of Null Void and did a search warrant for that account.
Okay. As to the Facebook search warrant return for the Isaac Apodaca labeled account, what did you find as it relates to this case?
The one with his name on it, nothing of significant relevance.
Okay. Let's go back and give a little bit of context. During the course of your interview with Isaac Apodaca, you mentioned that you accessed his phone with his permission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you accessed his phone with his permission during your interview, what apps or accounts did you access on his phone?
His text messaging, his standard text messages, as well as his Facebook Messenger.
And our standard text messages sometimes called SMS text messages?
That's correct, yes.
So when you were in his Facebook Messenger, were you able to review messages?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you review those with Mr. Apodaca?
Yes, I did during the interview.
Okay. And once you obtained these were physically on his device that you were able to review them?
Yes, they were.
Okay. When you obtained the search warrant return for the Null Void account, what did you observe in that account as it relates to messages?
The Null Void account messages were consistent with the messages that I observed on October 29th, 2022 during the interview with Mr. Isaac Apodaca when we reviewed his phone together.
Okay. When you say consistent, what do you mean?
They were the same.
Okay.
Same time and date stamps, same messages, same everything.
And who was that account communicating with in the Facebook returns?
An account owned by Kiara McCauley.
Okay. And do you remember her username?
I believe it was Froggy.
And did you obtain a search warrant return or a search warrant for that account?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you received that return, what did you observe? What, if anything, did you observe in the messages as it relates to the ones that you observed in the Null Void account?
The same thing. They were all consistent. They were all the same messages. So to clarify, the messages that I looked at the day of the interview with Mr. Apodaca, with his consent when we were going through his phone, were the same ones, the same Facebook messages when I got back the search warrant returns for the accounts associated with Kiara McCauley and Mr. Isaac Apodaca. also referred to with the usernames Null Void with Mr. Isaac Apodaca and Froggy for Miss Kiara McCauley. So everything was, as I said, consistent, the same.
Ms. Murphy, I need to interrupt you. We need to take a quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would go with the bailiff to the back, and we'll bring you back out in just about 5 minutes.
All rise.
You may be seated in the courtroom. Counsel, would you approach, please? On the record outside the hearing, presence of the jury. The juror is Ms. Lujan. Two things. One is I mentioned at the bench earlier that I had observed that she appeared to be nodding off a couple of times, 3 times since they've come back in. Also, the bailiff, when I asked who her name was, indicated that she had told him that she was in some type of an accident this weekend and was having a hard time concentrating on what was happening. So let's call her in and see how she's doing.
That's concerning. Thank you, Judge.
Do we know if she's seated or if she's an alternate?
What's that?
She's seated. She's right.
me
I
see.
think she's like number 3.
She's juror number 2. Off the record until she comes in. We're back on the record. Hi. The reason I wanted to call you back in and talk to you was noticing that you seem to be having a hard time staying awake. I saw you nod off a couple of times and maybe even a third time.
Yeah.
How are you doing today?
It's been stressful. I just got into a car accident, so I haven't slept.
When did that happen? I'm sorry.
But 12 o'clock last night, on my way home from work.
So you haven't, on the way home from work, so you haven't
slept.
been asleep?
No.
Have you been able to pay attention to what's happening in the testimony or having a
Yeah, I'm
different?
paying attention. I'm just having a hard time keeping my eyes open.
Okay. Those are the court's questions. Counsel, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca, any questions?
Were you able to pay attention to the testimony of the detective today?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think the accident could affect your ability to process information?
No, I'm just having issues like staying awake. Like I didn't hit my head or anything. I just haven't slept.
You think you can stay awake?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay.
Medication.
And you weren't able to fall asleep? You were on medication as well, you said?
No, well, I do take, I am on methadone, but I haven't taken it.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No other questions, yeah?
Okay, thank you. We'll call you back in just a minute.
Lujan.
She was seated number 3 on your list, so she's juror number 2 on this panel. Concerns, issues, requests from the state?
Your Honor, I think it would be prudent to strike her at this time. She has not slept, which I think is very different than a prior juror who had like a temporary nod off. She said she did say she was having a hard time keeping her eyes open. We're very, very early on in the day. Obviously, she's not going to have the opportunity to sleep as the day goes on. So there's not a reasonable expectation that this would improve for her physically. So I think it would be appropriate to remove her. She also was in a car. She said she was in a car accident at midnight last night. So the lack of sleep, the difficulty keeping her eyes open.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca,
Yeah, Judge, 1 second.
Mr. Mayor.
The judge. She hasn't taken her methadone. That was kind of one of her last statements.
Yeah,
That's pretty concerning because if she doesn't take it at the same time, she'll get sick and she'll probably won't be able to make it here eventually anyway. So I think at this point, we're going to agree with the state
Okay. She'll be struck at this point in time. I'll give instructions to the bailiff to go ahead and release her, and then he'll walk her out. Okay.
That
Okay.
brings up an issue about the alternates.
So alternate number 1 would become juror number 12, and that was the juror seated number 44. Okay? All right.
Let me just retrieve my next exhibit from the back room and then.
Go ahead. You can have a seat, gentlemen. We're off the record. May be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We continue in the state's case in chief. Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Vigil, we were talking about the Froggy Facebook account and the Null Void Facebook account. When you obtained the records for the Froggy account, Kiara McCauley's account, and the Null Void account that you determined to belong to Isaac Apodaca, did the messages in each of those accounts align with one another?
Yes, the messages aligned with each other. The ones between the two accounts were the same.
Thank you. And are those the same messages that you reviewed physically on Isaac Apodaca's phone during your interview with him?
Yes.
Okay. When you receive a search warrant return from Meta for Facebook account records, does that come with a certificate of authenticity of domestic records of regularly conducted activity?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And did you receive one of those certificates of authenticity for each of the accounts that you pulled?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it was it the Froggy McCullough account that, and the account identifier ended in 5266?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm approaching what's been previously identified in court as State's Exhibit 85. Can you take a look at 85 and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is Exhibit 85?
It's the certificate of authenticity of domestic records of regularly conducted activity, signed by a Katie Newman. Her title is Custodian of Records. And this is a documentation that she certifies that the records from Meta platforms, aka Facebook, are authentic.
Your Honor, at this time I move to admit State's Exhibit 85.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
85 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Does this contain the language that accompanied your Facebook return for the Kiara McCauley, aka Froggy McCullough, Facebook account?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and I see a very lengthy number. I'm going to use my pen to identify it. Can you just read those first four or the last four digits of that account identifier?
Yeah, the last four numerics of that account identifier are 5266.
Thank you. When you receive these search warrant returns, for Facebook messages, what time zone are the messages logged in?
The time zone those messages are logged in are UTC, otherwise known as Coordinated Universal Time.
Are you familiar with UTC or Coordinated Universal Time?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with UTC?
I had experience with UTC time through my time in the military, the United States Marine Corps, as well as explanation and exposure to it through a mobile device investigations class that I took.
Okay, and what is it?
Coordinated Universal Time, UTC time, is essentially a way for the entire world to all have one frame of reference for keeping track of time. So, as you all know, like here in New Mexico, we observe daylight savings, but some other states, they might not, which can create inconsistencies if we're all trying to be on the same page of time. Now, UTC time is commonly associated with GMT time, which is a Greenwich Mean Time. And all that basically means is that's where, at that location in Greenwich, England, is where the longitude is at 0. So they use that area, that rough area, as a point of reference for UTC time to be 0. Now, if you go laterally left or right of that area, you're either going positive UTC time or negative UTC time. Here in New Mexico, because of daylight savings, we are UTC time either -6 or -7, depending on the time of year.
Okay. And in October, or on October 29th of 2022, would we have been -6 or -7?
We were -6 on that date and time.
Okay. And when we look at individuals' body cameras in the top right corner, we see a -6 next to the local time. Is that an indication of UTC time?
Yes,
Okay. When you receive messages from Facebook, those messages are in UTC time?
correct.
So in order to kind of convert it to the local time, what do we have to do?
Subtract 6.
Okay. And are they in a 12-hour time format or a 24-hour or military time format?
A 24-hour time or military time format.
Okay. So going to make you do some math on the fly. If a record is noted at being sent or received at UTC or at 20 hours or 2000, what would that be in local time?
This is the part I was most nervous about, the math. 2000 is the equivalent of 8 p.m., so -6 hours off of that would put us at 2 p.m. or 1400 hours.
So subtract 6 and convert when necessary.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant Behelm, approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. I'll ask that you take a look at it and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 87?
It's records of the Facebook account messages from Miss Kara McCauley's account. I reviewed them today. This is my signature and today's date on it, 7/13 of 2022.
And does this exhibit fairly and accurately depict the messages that were exchanged between the Froggy McCullough account and the Null Void account in the October 28th to October 29th timeframe as it relates to this case?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 87.
Any objection to 87?
No objection from defense.
87 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
And I'll be publishing off of the hard drive.
Well, she sets it up, ladies and gentlemen. The reason we do it this way is there's less lag on the hard drive than what's on the disk, but the information has been verified to be the same.
Just zoom up a little bit. And Your Honor, if the court would inquire whether the jurors can see that text at that zoom level on their monitors?
Can you read that from where you're sitting? Yes, that's what they're indicating.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so,
If you need to move at all to get a clearer view, you can do that. And it's also up on the large monitors in the courtroom. Go ahead, counsel.
thank you. Let's just orient the jury to a few things before we begin reading the text themselves. At the top of the page in a blue box, what information do you see?
It says Meta Platforms Business Record, page 32.
Okay. And under the author section of the records, who's listed as the author?
For the first message, it has Froggy McCullough, and the user ID is last 405266.
So does that mean that these are messages that you've pulled from the Froggy McCullough account?
Yes.
Okay. And down a little ways, we see a third message with an author listed as Null Void. Do you see that?
I do.
And can you just read for the jury the last 4 digits of that Facebook identifier?
8199.
Did you receive those the messages as they were in the Null Void account, 8199?
Yes,
Okay, and were those messages the exact same as the ones in the Froggy McCullough account?
yes.
Okay. So starting with these messages, we won't read every single one, understanding that the jury will have the opportunity to. What was the date and time that the first message was sent? I'll first have you read it in UTC, and then I'll make you do some math on the fly.
Yeah, UTC time for this one was dated 2022, 10/29, 05, 4, 8, and 12 seconds of UTC time. That's 5 a.m. in the morning. If we subtract 6 from that, don't quote my math on it, but I believe that would put us at 23, 48 hours and 12 seconds, otherwise known as 11:48 p.m. Mountain Standard Time.
And what does that first message say?
Have her drop off her shot and the cat, then go to the park. My mom is up. ATM, I need a quick escape. I'm going to go to the porch. Avoid the porch.
Then the next message?
Did y'all just get to the garage?
I should clarify, is this conversation exclusively between the Froggy McCullough and the null void accounts?
Yes, from what I can interpret, yes.
And so after the Froggy McCullough account asks, did y'all just get to the garage, what does null void respond?
Stay in the back room.
Okay. And what do they say back?
Froggy McCullough replies back, I'm already on the porch with the door locked.
In the course of your investigation, in particular your interview with Isaac Apodaca, did Isaac tell you the time that Grace arrived at 5941 Jaguar?
I'd probably have to refer to my my report to see more of a definite time on that. I know an approximation offhand.
What's the approximation?
Between about around 2300 hours or 11 p.m. on October 28th, 2022.
And when we do the UTC conversion from 5:48 a.m. on October 29th, and we subtract 6, does that change the date as well?
Yes, it does. It brings it to the day before.
Okay, so these messages would have started at approximately 11:48 p.m. on October 28th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. See if it will let me. Sorry, when I cast to the second monitor, it is glitchy. Okay. Going to this next message at 5:57 UTC, which would be just before midnight, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what does the Froggy McCullough account say?
What's going on? I'm thinking to head to the park.
Okay. And at 5:58, what does Froggy McCullough say?
The one after null void, the 558 one says, I'll LYK, which I believe means let you know. When I get there, then you head there.
And what does null void respond?
I'll head there shortly.
And what does Froggy McCullough respond?
She's with you, yes?
And what does null void state?
Yes.
Okay. And then null void again at 6:04 UTC?
We are talking, but we will head there shortly.
And then Froggy's next response?
In the body of it is some kind of like an image or something like that.
So when we see those two little square type brackets, what does that mean in terms of what you were able to see in the messages on the phone?
From my investigation, I learned to see that means it's like some kind of emoji or some kind of picture or something that was sent that isn't encapsulated on this particular record.
Do you recall the type of emoji that the Froggy McCullough would most frequently use in this context?
Yeah, it was like some kind of like dog or something like that.
Or did she ever use a mushroom?
Yeah, she'd use a mushroom as well, yeah.
And is that something you discussed with Isaac Apodaca?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so what does Froggy McCullough then say after she sends some sort of emoji?
I'm sitting at the table, make it seem as though you promised to meet with a friend.
Going to page 33, which is being What does Froggy McCullough say then?
I'm going to call you and act like you almost forgot.
And then it appears there's another emoji.
Correct.
And what after that at 6:12?
Maybe I should just come home and scare her. And then she says, I'm bored right now. And then she says, should I just come home and go into my room and freak her the fuck out?
Can we approach?
Yes. White noise. You may continue.
Thank you. So after the message stating, should I just come home and go into my room and freak her the fuck out, what did the null void account respond?
We'll come talk to her.
Okay. And what was the next message?
From Froggy, you're coming to me or I'm coming to you. And then should I keep reading them as you scroll through for sake of time?
Please.
Okay. Froggy then says, why should I bother talking to her? Null void responds, you come to me. I told her you want to talk to her and no arguing. Froggy then replies, I'm angry, hun. Null void states, I know, but it's better to reach a common sense of direction. Froggy then says, is the door unlocked? Froggy sends another message, I look like a monster, dude. Null void says, yes.
And I'll have you just slow down a little bit. Sorry,
Sure.
Hill. So after Froggy McCullough says, I look like a monster, dude, what does the null void account respond?
Yes.
Going to page 34.
Froggy says, I don't have anything nice to say. And I'd like to note that now we're at 6:53 UTC time, which would be past midnight, so 12:53 a.m. on October 29th, 2022. Null void states, I know, but be kind with your words, like when me and you talk instead of violence, show compassion. Froggy appears to send some kind of emoji or a picture. Null void replies, you know what I mean, platypus. Null void then states, rar, rar. Froggy then says, get the conversation rolling, dude, I'm not feeling nice. Froggy then says, you're too nice to make me feel good, RN.
Are you familiar with text lingo?
Yes, I am. So RN, in my interpretation, is right now.
Okay.
Froggy then states, get her to talk.
And about how much time has gone by between the message from the Froggy account saying, you're too nice to make me feel good right now, to get her to talk?
It appears approximately 14 minutes. Froggy then states, not just fun stuff. Froggy sends another message stating, I have things I want to talk about, but she's not going to respond well. She's never been the one to listen. Froggy then says, get her to talk so I have somewhere I can butt in. Null Void then responds, okay. Froggy then states, I want to play a couple songs, but I don't know how to talk. And then just to keep everyone on track with where we are on time, at 7:56 UTC time, backtracking that, we are now 1:56 in the morning.
And what does Froggy state at 1:56 in the morning?
I am uncomfortable.
And going to page 35, what does the Null Void account respond?
Lay your head on me. Then Froggy replies, brat. Froggy sends another message that says, go in the house for a bit. Null Void replies, what is going on, Puggy, Taki?
And let me stop you there. Puggy, was that a name or nickname that came up in the course of your interviews?
Yes, in the course of my interviews, I learned that that was a nickname that Mr. Isaac Apodaca would refer to Miss Karen McCauley by.
Would he also use Puggle?
Yes. Froggy then states, trust me, just go inside for a bit, just say you need the bathroom. Null Void, in his next at least 3 messages, appears to send some kind of emoji or picture. And then Null Void says, hey, can I come back? Froggy responds, I don't know, can you? LOL. LOL meaning laugh out loud. Froggy then appears to send some kind of emoji or a picture. Froggy says yes. Null Void replies and says dagger because it's blunt.
And what time is this dagger because it's blunt message sent?
9:09:29 UTC time on the 29th. Backtracking that 6 hours would put us, don't quote my math, but it's 03:29, so 3:29 a.m. on October 29th, 2022.
And the Null Void account sent this to Froggy McCullough.
Correct.
Okay, let me just scroll before I have you keep reading. Okay, after Null Void says dagger because it's blunt, what does Froggy McCullough respond?
Why is blunt better? The Null Void replies, cuts like butter. Then Froggy states, just gonna stab the thought. Null Void responds by saying yes. Froggy states, instant, or will it take long?
And what does Null Void respond?
Instant. And that's at 09:30 UTC time, backtracking 03:30 a.m. on the 29th.
Okay, and now going to this portion, at 9:31 and 5 seconds UTC, what does Froggy McCullough state?
She states, what do we do about the mess? Null Void responds by saying, we burn it. I'll buy new blankets and bed. Froggy then says, but until we can, I love these sheets, and my favorite fuzzy blanket is here. Null Void then replies by saying, I know. Froggy then says, just intense wash tomorrow. Hydrogen peroxide and ice waster will get it out. No.
Let me stop you for one moment.
Sure.
When you were reviewing these messages with Isaac Apodaca, did you ask him about this conversation regarding a cleanup?
Yes, I did.
And just briefly explain to the jury what Mr. Apodaca said this mess was going to refer to.
I wanted to know what he meant by that, and he referred to it as there was poop on the bed, that someone had maybe defecated on the bed or an animal or something like that.
And in the course of the search warrants and the bedding that was collected in this case, to your knowledge, was there ever any feces documented in the bed? the Froggy McCullough message about an intense wash tomorrow and hydrogen peroxide, what did Null Void respond?
He says yes. And then Froggy replies with, "Can you help this time?"
And Null Void responds?
"Yes, I am just waiting for you to make the first move." Then Froggy replies with, "Shall we wait till sleep?" And then Null Void states, "Remember when you told me don't be a pussy when I kissed you?"
And what time are these messages being sent?
That last one I just read was sent at 9:34 UTC time, converting to our local time on that date and time. That would have been 3:34 a.m. on October 29th, 2022.
How many seconds are there between the "shall we wait till sleep" text and the response of "remember when you told me don't be a pussy when I kissed you" message?
From this record here, there is 1 second that has transpired between those two messages that were sent.
Going to page 37, what does Froggy McCullough respond to the Null Void message?
She responds, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And then she sends another message that says, "Brat."
And then at 9:34:54?
She says, Froggy account says, "We will have to take care of the mess ASAP, ASAP, as soon as possible after we finish." Null Void replies by saying, "Yes." And then Froggy replies and says, "You're in charge of cleanup."
Just let me. After the Froggy account says you're in charge of cleanup, what does Null Void respond?
Null Void says, "Okay." And then Froggy says, "I can't tell if she's falling asleep."
Okay.
And
And what does Null Void say?
Null Void says, "It feel like her feet are on my side." And then Froggy says, "I wish you'd make the first move for once." Null Void then says, "Puggle, remember, you'll move up the ranks plus you get perks in the black market since this is your first." Froggy says,
Just let me scroll 1 second.
Sure.
So after the Null Void account states Puggle, and mentions moving up the ranks and perks in the black market, what does the Froggy McCullough account respond with?
"How do I aim right?"
And what does Null Void respond?
"Just aim."
What does Froggy say?
"Tell me when."
And what does Null Void say?
"Okay, I'll give a count."
So going to page 38 of the records, which is 7 of the exhibit, what does Null Void then do?
Null Void then sends a series of messages, 6 followed by 5. Froggy responds and says, "I can't yet, dude." Then Null Void says 4. It appears to me as though there's a countdown happening. Froggy then says, "I'm shaking, dude." Null Void then says, "I know, lose the nervous." Null Void then says, "Puggy." And then the Froggy account says, "Help me drive it through." And our current time at that last message is 0941 UTC time, which would convert over to 3:41 a.m. local time.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down before I have you keep reading anymore.
Okay.
What does Froggy McCullough respond with next at 9:42:02?
Anger me.
And what does Null Void respond?
I invited Brittany.
Okay.
Then Froggy says, "That's annoying." Froggy then says, "Not angering." Null Void replies, "Oh." Then Froggy says, "And if it goes wrong, then what?"
At 9:44, what's noted?
It appears Null Void received a video chat with Otter, but missed that video chat. And then the next at least 2 messages appear to be Null Void sending 2 emojis or pictures. Actually, the next 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, several messages are Null Void sending some kind of picture or GIF or something to that effect. At one point, Froggy McCauley at 9:45 UTC time sends a question mark.
Okay. And then what does the Null Void account do?
Sends another series of the same unknown images.
Okay. And I think you mentioned previously, when you reviewed his cell phone with him as the messages appear on the phone, were you able to see the emojis?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you preserve those images?
I did.
Okay. Talk about that a little bit. All right. What did, and I can back up if I went a little too fast. Going from page 39 into page 40, at 9:45:48, what does the Froggy McCullough account state?
You're cute.
And what did Null Void reply?
How so? And then Froggy appears to send some kind of image that is captured on these records.
Okay. And can you just describe that image?
I don't know, a cat or I don't know, something.
A cartoon animal?
Yeah.
Okay. And so we'll go through was this image sent multiple times?
Yes.
Scrolling into page 43, has this image just kind of continually been sent?
It has. And as you're scrolling, it appears these are all still Froggy sending them.
Thank you. We're now on page 47. Is that same message just being kind of continually sent?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We're now at page 53. Is that message just continually been sent throughout?
Yes.
Okay. And now going to page 54.
The Froggy account at 9:46 UTC time converted to local is 3:46 a.m. on October 29th, 2022. Froggy says LOL. Null Void replies by saying Fred.
What does Froggy McCullough then say at 9:46:56?
My leg is asleep and spasming. Null Void responds by saying, I know she is also shivering a lot and I'm ticklish, LMAO. LMAO meaning, I believe, laugh my ass off.
Okay.
Froggy then says, sorry.
During this time, did you learn from Isaac where everyone was located in the garage throughout the night?
Yes, I did.
Where were they?
They were all co-sleeping on the same bed. Isaac was sleeping at the foot of the bed.
Thank you. And by sleeping, what do you mean? Do you mean sleeping or do you mean something different?
Laying on the bed, at the foot of the bed.
Okay. So after Froggy McCullough responds sorry at 9:48:04, what does she say at 9:49:49 UTC?
Anger me.
Okay. And what does Null Void respond?
Well, for one, you can't look at your face. And then Froggy replies, remind me of everything she's done. This could have already if you had done the OG plan. Null Void then states at 9:52 UTC time, converted now to 3:52 a.m., October 29, 2022. She hurt you and had sold you into sex trade. Had you not flown out after the crash, she would have gone away with making you disappear. Froggy says, keep going. Null Void replies by saying she is still lying. Looks like maybe some kind of image was sent there in that message. She is still lying about a lot, and she's not willing to admit that she is the biggest piece of shit. Froggy says, keep going. Null Void says, she makes you feel horrible for your skin color and your beliefs. Null Void then says, I'm going to pretend to sleep so it looks non-conspicuous.
In your interviews with Isaac and your review of the records in the case, did you become aware of who they were discussing in this conversation?
Yes, I did.
Who were they discussing?
The victim, Miss Grace Jennings.
Thank you. So now at 9:58:35, what does Froggy McCullough say?
Help me. And then Null Void responds and says, just do it. Froggy replies and says, be ready to grab her or a trash bag. Null Void says, she is your list. Null Void then says, if you can't do it, I'll place a unknown image on her for you to watch.
What does Null Void then say after saying they will place with an emoji on her for you to watch?
He says, want me to do that? Then Froggy says, this ends now.
And what time is this message sent of this ends now?
Now we're at 10:02 UTC time. Converting to our local time, it would have been 4:02 a.m. in the morning on October 29, 2022.
And after she sends the this ends now message, what is the next message that is sent?
Froggy says, I getting sword. Then Null Void appears to reply and say, I can get Christian to help and Chris.
What does Froggy say?
Froggy says, this ends now. Null Void says, I know. Then at 10:04 UTC time, which translates to 4:04 a.m. Local time, Null Void says, dagger, because the sword will need to be hidden. Null Void sends another message that says she is awake. And then Froggy replies by saying IDK, which I believe means I don't know if I have the strength.
I'll just have you pause while I scroll. Starting at 10:06:09 UTC, what does Null Void say?
Her phone screen is dim. And then Null Void sends another message that says, also, if you can't do it, I'll have them do it, and it will still count as your first. I'll just rewrite the report and submit it to the black market heads.
Okay.
Froggy then says, I don't think the dagger will go through both hoodies. Null Void then says, I'm willing to falsify your first.
Okay. And there is an image that comes through on this one after first. Can you tell what that image is?
That image appears to be a skull and a crossbones image.
Okay.
Then Froggy then says, let me do this.
And then what's the next message?
I'm using Zira.
And then what does Null Void say at 10:09:03?
And deposit your Bitcoin in your crypto wallet.
Okay. So what is the amount of time that transpires between Froggy McCullough saying that she's using Zira or Shira at 10:09:02 and Null Void responding and stating, and deposit your Bitcoin in your crypto wallet?
1 second.
What does Froggy McCullough then say?
Grab a knife now. And then going from page 56 to 57, it appears the Froggy account says, you're helping me end this. Null Void then says, then end it. The Froggy account then says, I'm done waiting and playing nice. Help me now. Show me the ropes. Then the Null Void account replies, I am saying just swing and don't regret the aim. Null Void sends another message that says, what is holding you back? Another message from Null Void says, type it.
Let me just scroll, get that at the top. What does Froggy McCullough respond at 10:19, 10 seconds?
Hope, period, love, period, bullshit, period.
And what does Null Void respond?
Well, at what percentage are they?
And Froggy?
IDK, which I believe means I don't know. Then Null Void replies by saying, you still love her? Null Void then says, you have hope in her? Null Void sends another message that says, and you're tired of the bullshit she put you through?
Scroll.
Then
What
at
does Froggy
10:20,
then respond with at 10:24:28?
I want to break her heart. She hurt me more while you were out. Null Void replies and says, how? And then Null Void sends another message between page 57 and 58, which says, then target Jackson.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn of somebody named Jackson?
Yes, I did.
And what was the relationship or prior relationship between Grace and Jackson prior to this night?
I can't recall at this time.
At 10:26 and 0 seconds, what does Froggy McCullough say to Null Void?
Once it's done, there's no one doing it.
And what does Null Void say?
Okay. Null Void then says, want the barn? Because you'll get to have a lot of fun with your hunt. Null Void sends another message that says, and the screams cannot be heard, soundproof walls. Null Void then says, middle of nowhere. And then Froggy says, I need this done now. I need that push.
I want to talk briefly about the term the barn. Did that come up anywhere on any other devices in the course of your investigation?
Yes, it did.
Where did that term appear on other in the course of your investigation?
During my investigation, I received a Cellbrite report, a data report of Mr. Isaac Apodaca's cell phone. This extraction and report was completed by Detective Ryan Romero, whose testimony you all heard earlier this in the course of this trial. And within that extraction, that Cellbrite extraction, which I reviewed, there were some Google searches referencing the barn.
And that was on Isaac Apodaca's cell phone?
That's correct.
After Null Void states middle of nowhere at 10:38:56, I think I may have had you read this already, but I apologize. What does Froggy McCullough respond at 10:38:57?
I need this done now. I need that push. And then the Froggy account says, but first I need to pee. The Null Void account responds, pee. The Froggy account says, I'm so cold. The Null Void account replies, I know. Then the Null Void account states the following at 10:40 UTC time, which translates to 4:40 a.m. local time. If you want the barn situated right with your tools, just say yes. The Froggy account replies, please help me now. The Null Void account says, you can do it, Abby. And then the Null Void account says, Durga.
During the course of your investigation, did you hear any other references to the concept of Abby?
Yes, during my interview of Miss Kiara McCauley, she referenced one of her personalities, and she described it as having the name Abby.
Going now to page 59, what does Null Void state at 10:44:18?
Null Void states, Puggle, if you want me set the barn up, I'll be going Wednesday.
And Froggy responds,
Now. Null Void then replies, text. Froggy then replies, I just wish my blankets weren't in the way, and her cats.
and in terms of texting, so these are obviously from Facebook Messenger, correct?
Correct.
Were SMS text messages used in the course of this evening as well?
Yes, they were. In that same Cellbrite phone extraction report of Mr. Isaac Apodaca's phone, I also came across relevant text messages from this night.
Okay, and those are contained in a Celebrate report that we'll talk about in a little while.
That's correct.
Going to 10:47:54.
How did she hurt you, Puggy? That's from Null Void. And then Null Void sends another message that says, your DID is kicking up. In one of the interviews I had with Miss Kiara McCauley, she explained to me that DID to her is, don't quote me on it, but some kind of personality disorder that I'm not familiar with.
Thank you. At 10:49:44, what does Null Void say?
Just stop, we'll do the barn for you.
And then at 10:50?
You'll also get paid there. And then Froggy responds, can you get hard? Null Void replies, maybe. Then the Froggy account responds, fuck her. And then another message from the Froggy account states, or hold her down flat on her back for me. Then between page 59 and page 60, the null void account states, is she wearing pants, or, and then 2 question marks. The Froggy account then says shorts. The null void account responds back. The body of that message says Otter unsent a message.
Do you know under what nickname or shorthand Isaac Apodaca was saved or referred to in Kiara's accounts?
It was Otter, that one that's referenced there in that last message.
So that would be, Otter would be Isaac Apodaca, and Puggy or Puggle is Kiara McCauley?
That's correct. Null void then sends a message at 10:52 UTC time, which is the equivalent of 4:52 a.m. local time. Unders. Froggy then responds IDK, which I believe means I don't know. Froggy sends another message which says I doubt it, TBH. I believe TBH means to be honest. The Froggy account sends another message which says I want to scare her by popping a balloon by her ear. Null void responds and says, oh God, LMAO, which I believe means laugh my ass off. The Froggy account says, should I? The null void account says, maybe. The Froggy account then replies, this isn't helping. The null void account responds, what? The Froggy account responds, do something. And then the null void account says, let's give her false sense of security. I'll set the barn up. It is the hell tunnel. And that last message was sent at 10:57 UTC time, which is the equivalent to 4:57 a.m. local time.
And after null void, since that message, moving into page 61 of the records, what does null void then say?
Between page 60 and 61, the null void account says, I'm trying to figure this out. Would y'all be able to meet me at the mall tomorrow after 8? I'll do it. The Froggy account at 11:13 UTC time, which is the equivalent of 5:13 a.m. local time, says she's fake sleeping. The null void account responds yes. And then the null void account sends an additional message which states, I am going to take her elsewhere. So be ready Wednesday around 1 p.m. The Froggy account responds by saying CPTSD episode. The null void account then says, close your eyes. This is not good for you. Put on rain sounds. The Froggy account then says, if she's faking, make it seem like we're fighting and fake hurt me. The Froggy account then says, the episode is real. Bit used to advantages. The null void account, if you can scroll down more, then says at 11:24 UTC time, the equivalent of 5:24 a.m. local time, says CPDSD will make you flip out. I can actually give you a stroke because when it flares, you twitch. The Froggy account responds, it's okay, trust me. The null void account says you will lose mobility to your right side of your body. The Froggy account says, I'll be okay. Another message from the Froggy account at 11:25 UTC time says, let's do this and have her get hurt in the process. The null void account says, how does she get hurt? In between page 61 and page 62 of the record, the Froggy account says at 11:26 UTC time, bring out the knife and miss me. The Froggy account says, not yet.
Okay, scroll.
At 11:28 UTC time, that's the equivalent of 5:28 a.m. The Froggy account says, put the knife away. The Froggy account then says, or go through with it. The Froggy account then says, start fighting me. The Froggy account then says, start beating her, please. Another message from the Froggy account says, having her here is already a trigger. Then at 11:32 UTC time, converted is 5:32 a.m. our time. The Froggy account says, even hearing her name and seeing her face. The null void account responds and says, why don't you hit me while I fake sleep? The Froggy account says, make me a worse bad guy, no thanks. The null void account says, not really. The Froggy account says, just hurt her. The Froggy account sends another message that says, badly. The Froggy account at 11:33 UTC time, converted is 5:33 a.m. our time, says, please. The null void account sends some kind of image or GIF that we can't see. And then the Froggy account sends a message at 11:34 UTC time that says, this sounds bad, but show me how much you love me. The Froggy account then sends a message that says, this is when your Hulk side can come out. The null void account then says, I know. The Froggy account replies, please. The null void account responds, I'm trying to figure out how to bring him out. At 11:35 UTC time, converted 5:35 a.m. our time, the Froggy account says, this is pointless, you won't do it, no matter how many opportunities you have. The null void count says, puggy. The Froggy account replies back, you don't love me, I get it. The Froggy account sends another message that says, no one does. The null void account says, hit me. At 11:36 UTC time, the Froggy account says, my right leg is out of commission. Another message from the Froggy account states, there goes the spasm again. The null void account then says, why is it a vibrator? The Froggy account says, LOL. And then between page 6.
Let me stop you because there's
Sure.
a reference to a vibrator. There were no sex toys collected in this case.
Not that I ever was made aware of. As far as I know, in the processing of the scene, there was never a vibrator collected or any sex toys.
The mention of a vibrator in your review and discussions with Isaac, does that relate to the spasm that's purportedly going on here?
I'm not sure.
Going into page 64, what does Froggy McCullough say at 11:37:23 UTC?
Do something. And then the Froggy account says, ow. And then the Froggy account says, not to me, shithead. And then the null void account says, shithead, we fake fighting. The Froggy account says, it actually hurts though. The Froggy account at 11:38 UTC time, converted our time is 5:38 a.m., says, ow. Then the Froggy account says, my foot is literally up your ass. The null void account says, meep. The Froggy account replies and says, get out of the blanket and go full Hulk on her. Oh, too far.
Yep, sorry about that.
The Froggy account then says, owie. Another message from the Froggy account says, come over me, sit on me like when we fight. The null void account says, turn on rain sounds and start fake sleep kicking. The Froggy account replies, okay, there's a tear. The null void account at 11:41 UTC time says, what? The Froggy account then responds, owie. And then between page 64 to 65, we start with a message from Froggy that says, bring out Hulk, remember the anger from that night, feel it, but use it on her. The Froggy account then says, please. The Froggy account then says, stop with the socks, dude. The null void account replies and says, LOL. The Froggy account then says, voodoo. The null void account says, LOL. The null void account says, blanket moves. He's like, oh, playtime.
Did you learn the name of any of the cats that were in the garage in this case?
I did not that I can remember. The Froggy account says, I've got a voodoo on me. The null void account says, LOL.
Now I'd like to go to page 60 6. And it's obviously a bit blurry, but did you encounter this, this image contained on page 66 during your interview with Isaac Apodaca when you were reviewing the phone with him?
Yes, I did. When we were reviewing the phone together, we brought up this image. I couldn't quite make out what it was. I asked Mr. Apodaca what it was, and he told me that it was him laying across horizontally on the bed, kind of at the foot of the bed.
Okay. And are there any features that identify this as occurring in the garage?
Yes, if you look above where it appears Mr. Isaac Apodaca is laying, there's what appears to be a mask above him. That mask in that image was recovered and collected as evidence during the search warrant of the address of 5941 Jaguar Drive.
And in this image, can you just kind of orient the jury where Isaac Apodaca's face is in this image?
It's to the far right-hand side of the image, somewhat to the center right side.
And does there appear to be any sort of light or lighting underneath his face?
It appears to me as though there is some kind of illumination coming to the bottom left-hand chin side of his face.
Thank you. Going now to page 67.
Page 67, the first message is from Froggy at 11:45 UTC time, converted back. This would be 5:45 in the morning. Our local time says, "Can you please finish this?" The Froggy account then says, "Now." The Froggy account then says, "Ow." The Froggy account then says, "I'm short."
Oops, sorry.
The null void account at 11:46 UTC time says LOL Munchkin. LOL, I believe, meaning laugh out loud. The Froggy account then says I want a smoky. The Froggy account then says fucking Clobro. The Froggy account then says stop. The Froggy account then says don't make me get you. The Froggy account then says please do something about her. The Froggy account sends another message that says now. The Froggy account sends another message at 11:45 UTC time, don't break me again.
Going to page 68, going into 68, what does null void say?
Null void says at 11:48 UTC time, get a cat and throw it over by her cats. The Froggy account replies and says, I can't reach them. The Froggy account then says, dude, just do something, hurt her or end this. The Froggy account then says, don't involve the cats. The null void account responds and says, the cat is a distraction. The Froggy account responds and says, I give up. There's no point in trying anymore. The null void account says 11:52 UTC time, converted local time 5:52 a.m. Voodoo is pissing them off. Null void then appears to send some kind of emoji or a picture that we can't see. The Froggy account then says, yeah, you won't do anything and I physically can't. The Froggy account then states, you have no clue how much this hurts.
And what does null void respond at 11:54:33?
Null void responds, the list for you was made specifically for you. Froggy then responds at 11:54 UTC time, good night. Null void responds and says, I know it hurts, I just want you to do it so you can feel that rush of adrenaline. The Froggy account replies and says, I physically can't, I need fucking help, but no, you're just playing games. Then the Froggy account appears to send a message between page 68 and page 69 at 11:56 UTC time that says, I'm genuinely upset.
At 11:58:06 UTC, after the Froggy McCullough account says, I'm genuinely upset, what does the null void account respond with?
I'm not playing games. I'm wanting to see you do this. She hurt you the most, caused trauma. You are being asked to finish this. The null void account then sends an unknown GIF or image or emoji that we can't see. The Froggy account then says, I just need help. The Froggy account then says, you are doing nothing again. The null void account responds back and says, yes, I want to help, but I cannot aid you. I can coach you what to do. The null void account says, text me.
All right, and this time that null void states text me, what time is this sent?
11:59 UTC time. If we convert that to local time, we're looking at 5:59 a.m. on October 29, 2022.
Right before 6 a.m.?
Right before 6 a.m.
Do you recall if there are text messages exchanged via SMS between the phones at around the 6 a.m. timeframe?
Yes, there are.
Okay. At 11:59:58, what does Froggy McCullough respond with?
Stand up for me for once. Okay. And then now we're at 6 in the morning local time. Froggy says, I feel like I'm going to vomit. And then Froggy sends another message that appears to be some kind of sticker.
And does this sticker continue on getting sent repeatedly for many, many pages?
It sure does.
Okay, I'll just scroll through those.
And as you're scrolling, I noticed that these are all being sent from the Froggy account.
Yes, thank you. So we're now scrolling past page 100. Has it still been the same sticker just being sent continuously?
It has same sticker, same sender, the Froggy account. We're still going, page 114, same sticker, same Froggy account.
We'll stop here at 118, page 118. Let me just go up a bit. So on page 118, as they're notated in the Facebook records, which is page 87 of the document itself, what is the next, after the long series of those stickers being sent, what is the next message that's actually sent?
It's sent from the Froggy account. An important thing to know before we get into this next series of messages is that the time has changed, or it's gone up a bit. We're on October 29, 2022, 15:45 UTC time. Converting that back, that is because that'll be 3:45 p.m. 10:45 a.m. in the morning. Is my math correct?
You're asking a lawyer to do math, which is even more dangerous. I think could it be at 9:45?
I believe 9:45, 10:45 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
Wake up, and then the Froggy account says what? The Froggy account says this one. It appears a couple hours later at 17:56 UTC time. We're gonna do more math here. That'd be the equivalent of 5:56 p.m. on the 29th. So going back to about 12:56. 11:56 or 12:56 on the 29th would be local conversion. Null void says, hey, I have a plan with what I said. All I have to do is be over there at my fam's place and call the cops. Null void says, for a breaking and entering. Froggy then says, hold up. Froggy then says, listen. Null void says, okay. Null void says, plan B. Froggy then says, just tell her she needs to leave. Null void says, follow my lead, my lady. That one, we're now at 18:06 UTC time. Converted backwards, that'd be 6 p.m. back, so we're now at 12:06 p.m. Standard time.
And what does Froggy McCullough say at 18:06:54 UTC?
Just tell her to leave, dude. And then Froggy says, I'm in a mood. The null void account says, I did. And then the null void account between page 118 and 119 at 18:07 UTC time, which would be 12:07 p.m. Local time, says through Insta.
Let me, before we go on, do you know what Insta is short for?
I would believe it means Instagram.
And do you know how Isaac Apodaca and Grace Jennings communicated in the course of this case? What social media platform they used?
Through Instagram.
At 18:07:30, what does Froggy McCullough say?
So now what? Null void responds by saying, Operation Kickout, me following the call to the cops once at my family's. Froggy then says, how about I just explain why I'm angry and why she's not wanted? Null void responds, okay. Froggy states, show me what you sent her. Null void says, my plan.
And at this point, does the null void account transmit any screenshots from other conversations?
Yes, at this point, and I discovered this during the interview and physically going through the phone, at this point, a screenshot was shared showing messages between
Between null void and Yumiko Jennings?
it appears 12:01 p.m.
Now going to page 121.
At 18:10 UTC time converted, that's 12:10 standard time or our time. Null void says it worked with Christian. Null void then says she is leaving at 3:30. The Froggy account then sends some kind of image or GIF or some kind of image or something that we can't see. The null void account then says 3:30. The null void count then sends some kind of image or GIF or sticker that we can't see. The Froggy account then sends some kind of image or GIF with the word still. The null void account at 18:12 UTC time converted, that'd be 12:12 p.m. our time, says, yeah, why don't you pop off my little firecracker? The null void account then says, what would you like me to do? The Froggy account at 18:14 UTC time, which is 12:14 p.m. our time, converted, says stab her. The Froggy account sends another message that says IDFK, which I believe means I don't give a fuck. I don't have the energy to do shit.
IDFK?
Yes. Or I don't fucking care. I'm sorry. Correction. I don't fucking care. The null void account then says, oops.
Sorry.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me just scroll up and look up where we were. Okay, on page, going from page 121 into 122, and 1815, what is sent from the null void account?
It says Otter sent a photo.
Just scroll down to the image. All right, on page 123, what is that actual image?
It appears to be an image of a screenshot taken from a phone that has a notification from what appears to be the Instagram logo from a sender of Yumiko Jennings that states, "Why is she kicking you out, and does she know I'm here?" There are also some other miscellaneous notifications that don't seem to have relevance.
Going to 124, page 124, at 1815, after null void sends that screenshot containing the message from the Yumiko Jennings account. What does null void state?
Read what she sent.
Okay, and what does Froggy McCullough respond with?
Is she stupid?
And what does null void respond with?
Yes.
And then what does the null void account do next?
It says Otter sent a photo. Now, this appears to be a screenshot of the communications between the null void account and Yumiko Jennings. The conversation, the first two messages appear to be sent from the Yumiko Jennings account. The first one states, "First of all, who second my mom can only come get me at 3:30. The next message says, "Why is she kicking you out, and does she know I'm here?" The null void account says, "She is kicking me out because you're here and she knows it." The Yumiko account says, "How?" And then the response from null void is, "She is right next to you." Now we have a message from...
Hold on just one second.
Sure.
Sergeant. So we're going to page 126 of the records, 95 of 99 on the document itself. And what does null void send at 1822:58 UTC?
It says Otter sent a photo.
Okay. Scrolling to the next page on 127. What was it a photo of?
It's a photo of what appears to be a screenshot from an account or a message thread that's with an individual referred to as Mama Love. And it appears to be the null void account sending a message to Mama Love saying, "Hey mom, can y'all pick me up?" Followed by an image of a shark. Okay. Then there appears to be two audio calls that were made, but from the image, it appears that they were not answered. That was at 12:19 p.m. And then a final message on that screenshot that says, "Mom."
Going to page 128. At the top, at 1824:16, what does null void say?
"I am fake, getting thrown out." The Froggy account then says, "Yep." The null void account then says, "Follow my lead, my lady."
And then starting at 1825:59, what is what's the next message that's sent?
The next message sent from null void appears to be an unknown image or emoji or something that we can't see, followed by a response from the Froggy account that also appears to be an image or an emoji or sticker or something that we can't see.
At 1852 UTC time, what does Froggy McCullough say?
1852 or 1828?
I'm sorry, thank you, 1828.
At 1828, converted to our time, which would be 12:28 p.m., the Froggy account says, "We can hear you." The null void account responds by saying, "Puggle, they want me to spend what I have saved for the house." The Froggy account responds by saying, "Don't." The Froggy account then says, "WTF." The null void account replies and says, "I know not to, and I'm not feeling good. Still told Steven, and he said okay." The Froggy account at 1842 UTC time, translated to 12:42 p.m. local time, says, "You heard that, right?" The null void account says, "Yeah." And then between page 128 and 129, it appears the null void account says, Rune is legendary pink spotted Pokemon. The null void account then says, unless I ask your mom to give me a ride to Target and you do what is needed.
And let me stop you there after null void states the information about giving a ride to Target and you do what is needed. What does Froggy respond at 18:45:18 UTC?
Her mother is her backup ride.
And null void response.
Okay. Null void account then says, want me to get your mom to give me a ride to Target? And then another message from null void says, so you can take my stuff into the back room. Null void sends another message that says, and her mom and your mom don't get into it.
18:48:28, what does null void say?
Yay or nay?
And what does Froggy McCullough respond at 18:48:47?
Wait a bit though.
And null void's response?
Okay.
And null void's next message?
How long?
And then Froggy McCullough's next message.
Until there's a clue on when she's leaving.
And now let's talk about these last three messages. At 19:25:19, what does the null void account send to Froggy McCullough?
At 19:25:19 UTC time, converted to our local time, would be 1:25 p.m. on October 29th, 2022. The null void account says she admitted to me when she lived at those apartments.
Okay, and then at 19:25:43, what is the next message that null void sends?
And she was sober then.
And then going from page 129 into page 30, or excuse me, 130, what does null void state at 19:27:35?
She admitted to me also back when I first met her, calling you crazy.
Thank you. And does that conclude these messages?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes. Counsel, come up, please.
So, Sergeant, I'd like to talk about now these social media or the social media messages as they relate to the Celebrite phone extractions from Isaac Apodaca's phone. You stated that you reviewed the Celebrite extractions in this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and in going through those extractions, can you see the information that relates to the use of applications?
Yes.
Okay, and when you were in the extraction report for Isaac Apodaca's iPhone, were you able to see whether the Facebook Messenger application was used on Isaac Apodaca's phone during this relevant time period of October 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes, I could.
And are you able to generate a extraction or report that shows just the use of the Facebook Messenger application as it relates to that relevant time period?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant Behill, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88. If you could please review it and let me know if you recognize the information it contains.
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 88?
It's a Cellbrite-generated report documenting the data from Mr. Isaac Apodaca's phone, in particular the Facebook usage, such as the messages and the call history.
And when you've reviewed the Cellbrite extractions, have you been able to access this data?
Yes, I have.
Okay, does this log entries portion of the extraction report fairly and accurately depict the data from the extraction demonstrating the Facebook application or Facebook Messenger application usage in the relevant time frame?
Yes, it does.
Does that information appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way since you've reviewed the information itself on the actual extraction?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 88.
Any objection?
No objection from defense here.
88 is admitted.
Your Honor, we don't need to publish this. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Behill, I'm going to approach you with something that's been labeled as State Exhibit 89. Do you recognize State Exhibit 89?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is State Exhibit 89?
It's a copy of the Cellbrite report from the data extraction of Mr. Isaac Apodaca's cell phone, which I reviewed, signed and dated.
And other than the redactions for relevance, does this fairly and accurately depict the information that was pulled from Isaac Apodaca's phone during the extraction?
Yes,
Okay. Are search terms contained on this report?
there are.
And are SMS text messages contained on this report?
There are.
Your Honor, other than the redactions that are noted for relevance, did you, has this information been altered or tampered with in any way?
No.
Your Honor, this time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 89.
Counsel,
Defense has no objection.
89 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
So I don't want to, we're not going to go through this entire 24-page document at this time. But I would like to a couple of things. Would the court inquire whether the jury can view this text? Let's start with this first section. What is the first section contained on this report?
The first section, the timestamp shows the date of the incident, October 29, 2022. This one seems to already have UTC time accounted for, so it's already been converted into into local time. That's why you see UTC-6 there, and it's showing a time of 4:46 and 57 seconds in the morning. The source shows from an iPhone, and it appears that the Safari application was used. Safari, I have knowledge and experience of that being a web searching tool commonly used on iPhones. And then the value is displayed as the barn.
And in the columns above that and to the right, there's a created and a modified date. What do those dates correspond to?
The created date is 12/13/2022, 10:59 and 5 seconds in AM. And the modified date is 12/13/2022, 10:59:05 AM.
And on what date was the extraction pulled from these phones?
On or around that time.
Thank you. Okay, so this first series of searches on the phone under searched items 1, 2, 3, and 4, what is the search term that is utilized during those times?
The same search term. It's all the barn.
Okay, and are the timestamps different?
They are different, but they're all within, it appears, a couple seconds of each other.
And then now going to search terms conducted at, or search terms labeled, as 5, 6, and then the portion of 7 that's visible. What date and time were these these search terms utilized?
5, 6, and 7 all appear to have taken place on the date of the incident, October 29, 2022. Number 5 in particular has a timestamp of 1:34 and 43 seconds PM, UTC time already accounted for. It appears to be another Safari internet search, and the value is how to dispose of a body.
Thank you. And is that the same search term utilized in 6, 7, and 8?
Yes.
Okay. Going to 102922 or under item 10, what is the item 10?
Item 10 appears to be an outgoing phone call to the phone number 505-428-3700.
Do you know that number?
I'm familiar with this number. This is the non-emergency dispatch number for the Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay. And we heard a recording earlier on in this case where Mr. Apodaca had a conversation with dispatch. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that this call was made at 1:52:56?
Yes, and it had a duration of about 7 minutes, it appears.
Thank you. Going to scroll just to a couple of other things. Are some of the Facebook Messenger phone calls or are those visible in this portion of the Celebrite extraction?
They are. You could see number 15 right there appears to be an outgoing phone call to Mama Love, time stamped the date of the incident, October 29, 2022, 12:19 and 53 seconds PM. It was not answered, it appears.
Going down to number 19 in the call log, is there a time where there is a outgoing phone call not using the Messenger app from the phone itself in this time frame?
Yes, it appears number 19 reflects that. It's an outgoing call to phone number 505-316-4537. Through investigation, I learned this was Mr. Apodaca's mother's phone, Linda Montoya, I believe.
So as opposed to phone calls made in the Messenger app, is this a phone call to another phone?
Correct,
Using
yes.
Okay. Is there another phone call from that, or to that phone number, and looking in the call log at 21 at 102:05?
Yes, yes, there is.
And going to 142:24 in the entry 24 in the call log, is there an outgoing call and a answered call at this time?
Yes, there is.
And to what number?
To the 1-505-316-4537 number, which is Mr. Apodaca's mother.
Okay. And at 25, there's a call log noted. Is this an incoming or outcoming call?
It says an incoming call, and again, that appears to be the number for our non-emergency dispatch number at the Santa Fe Police Department, and it appears the phone call was not answered.
One second while I get my glitchy arrow back down. Okay, there's just a few other things I'd like to ask you about. Here at entry number 28, are you able to see, what are you able to see?
Entry number 28 appears to be a source of dialogue on Instagram between the Yumiko Jennings profile and the Isaac Apodaca profile.
And we've already discussed these entries that also come up under web history. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, going to the native messages on the phone, what are native messages?
Native messages are like what you referred to earlier, the SMS messages. So messages directly from one phone number to another phone number.
Okay, and in number 37, what does it indicate in terms of a message sent from this device, and who is it sent to?
It appears to be a native message outgoing sent to phone number 197-138-10111, which I learned through my investigation was Miss Kiara McCauley's phone number. And the outgoing message sent from Isaac's phone to Kiara's says in the body there, with the dagger, bring it up, turn flat south to north, and with hilt east to west.
What time was this message sent?
This message appears to be sent on the date of the incident, October 29, 2022, at 6:01 in the morning.
After that, logged in entry 38, is there an incoming message from the number that he'd been communicating with?
There is, from the number associated with Miss Kiara McCauley, and the incoming message says, I'll just hand it to you, dude.
In entry 39 in the messages derived from the phone, is there an outgoing call? I'm sorry, excuse me, an outgoing text message from Isaac's device to the number that you noted belonged to Kiara McCauley?
Yes, there is, and in the body of that message it states, then turn it blade east to west, hilt north to south, and voila, she dead. It looks like a response message back from the phone number associated with Miss Kiara McCauley.
Let me just ask the quick question first.
Yes.
In entry number 40, is there a response message from that phone number back to Isaac's phone?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and what is the response from that individual?
I physically can't.
And number 41, is there another? Apologize. In 41, is there another incoming message to Isaac Apodaca's phone?
Yes, there is.
And what does it state?
You already saw it and felt it.
42, is there an outgoing message?
Yes, there is.
And what's the message that's sent there?
6:03 a.m. It says, you need Abby to come out.
Is there then a response message that's incoming from the Kiara McCauley phone number at
Yes.
43 on these? And what was that?
She doesn't want to.
Going to go then to 46. Is there a message from the Kiara McCauley phone to the Isaac Apodaca phone?
Yes.
And what does that message say?
Do something.
Okay, and what time was that sent?
That was sent at 6:04 a.m. on October 29, 2022.
And what is the next message that's incoming to Isaac Apodaca's phone from the Kiara McCauley say?
It states, about Grace.
And then what is the next message sent from the Kiara McCauley phone to the Isaac Apodaca phone?
Please.
Right. Going to entry 49, is that an incoming, or who, I'm sorry, Was that an incoming or outgoing text?
It appears to be an outgoing text message.
Sent to?
The phone number associated with Miss Kiara McCauley.
And what was that message?
The message states, Puggle, I am wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy.
Okay. I know there's some other extraneous messages. All right, going to instant message, or the category 56. What, is this an incoming or an outgoing message?
It appears to be an incoming message.
Okay, and what does that message state?
I'm in a lot of physical pain as well as emotional.
And the next message at 57?
Do something.
What does Isaac Apodaca's phone respond with?
The outgoing message says, I feel that, just leave her, have rest.
At 6:13, logged as 59 in these messages. What is the next incoming message from the Kiara McCauley number?
I can't do anything and neither can you, so just get her out of my house.
At 6:15, what does the Kiara McCauley message text to Isaac Apodaca's phone?
It states, I want her gone for good.
And what does Isaac Apodaca respond with?
Okay.
And what is the next message from the Kiara McCauley cell phone?
For good.
And the next message from the Kiara McCauley cell phone?
Do something physically, please.
And the next message from the Kiara McCauley?
You won't, why do I even ask? Do I even try to ask?
Going past these. Understanding that the jury has the rest of these. Sorry, at 6:22:22, what is an outgoing message from the Isaac Apodaca phone?
The outgoing message states, Puggle.
And then the incoming message at 81 in the categories, but timestamps?
I'm going to sleep.
The incoming message to the phone from the from the Kiara McCauley phone logged at 83.
Do something.
And the outgoing logged at 84 at 6:31:04.
I'm trying.
The incoming at, it's message category 90 at 6:33:29. What's the incoming to the phone from the Kiara McCauley phone?
Do something, damn it.
And the response?
I can't.
Why? And the next response
What?
from the Kiara McCauley phone?
Why not?
And the outgoing response to the Kiara McCauley phone at 93.
My lower half locked in hand.
At 6:36, logged in instant message 95. Is there an incoming message?
Yes,
And what does it say?
she's awake.
And an outgoing message from logged at 96 at 6:37:26. Back to Kiara McCauley's phone. What does it say?
She double tapped me.
Kiara McCauley's phone response at 97 at 6:37 is what?
Why?
And without translating what that might mean to you, what is the response from Isaac Apodaca's phone to Kiara McCauley's phone?
IDK.
And the incoming message from Kiara's phone?
Do something.
And the outgoing message from Isaac Apodaca's phone to Kiara McCauley's phone at 6:38:57.
I tried twice and locked.
Thank you. Then the next message from Kiara McCauley's phone incoming to Isaac Apodaca's phone at 6:39:31, logged as 101 on the categories.
Then talk to her. I don't fucking know.
Okay, thank you. That concludes that evidence, or that piece of evidence, Your Honor.
Come on up. We're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. We'll continue with this witness after the lunch break. If you would be back at 1:30, again, meet the bailiff on the second floor. He'll bring you up and we'll get started. Leave your notes with the bailiff. Don't seek out any information. Don't speak to anyone about the case during the break.
All right.
You may be seated in the courtroom. Counsel, just to give you a heads up, I have a evidentiary hearing I have to do at 3 o'clock, and it's Google Meets, but it's from MDC. And I don't know if you all are aware of the difficulties it is in getting time slots from MDC to be able to conduct video hearings. So as soon as they're on, we're going to go ahead and break and do that hearing, and then we'll come back and continue. We're going to continue with this witness on the stand. View the video if you haven't already viewed the redacted version. I'm assuming we're going to get to that after we finish the next, or the rest of this portion.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone over the break. I'll have you back up here when we continue, but you may step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're in recess and off the record. 1:30, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We need Mr. Apodaca dressed out about 20 after 1. And have him back up here.
Of everyone I've talked to, but it doesn't hurt to get a refresher on your rights. So we're just going to read through these, and then we'll talk more afterwards after we get through them. Sound good to you? Sound good. Alrighty, man. I'm going to read this verbatim, okay? This is the Santa Fe Police Department advisor/waiver of constitutional rights. Before answering any questions asked by Detective Javier Vigil, that's me, of the Santa Fe Police Department, I fully understand the following. I understand that I have the right to remain silent. Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
Okay, initial right there for me, please. I understand that anything I say during this interview can be used as evidence against me in the court of law. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Initial there, please. I understand that I have the right to an attorney before and during questioning, and at all times. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I understand that if I cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for me without cost to me or to my family. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, initial there. I understand that if I decide to answer any questions or make any statements, I still have the right to stop answering at any time. You understand that? Initial there.
Yes.
Pretty easy stuff. I have been advised of the above mentioned constitutional rights and acknowledge that I fully understand them and have had them read explained to me to my satisfaction. Furthermore, I consent to answering questions pertaining to, and I'm going to put the case number here, okay?
All right.
The case number for this incident that we're investigating is 2022-011401, which occurred on today's date, which is October 29th, 10/29 of 2022. And I do not wish to have an attorney present. I also understand that even though I consent to this interview, I can stop answering questions at any time I wish to do so. If you understand all that, sign, date, and put the time there, please. And again, the date is 10/29 of 2022. Almost Halloween.
I'm all excited for Halloween. And
Yeah.
This kind of threw it off because
The time right now, sir, is 3:46 p.m. I'll be one of your witnesses. And Detective Gonzalez here will be the witness, okay? You can just hold on to that for us, all right? Okay. Excited for Halloween? Did you have any costumes set aside you're gonna dress up as or anything?
I was intending to dress up as a spooky character to pass out candy with my mom and dad, but
Yeah.
the mask was deemed, from what I found out, was that there's like masks that are deemed a little too scary for children. So I was like,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I was gonna paint my face like the Crow.
That's cool. Oh, okay. That's a cool movie. Yeah. Well, let's get a little bit more information about you, okay? Have you ever, before we start off, have you ever had an interview like this before with
No,
law enforcement or anything like that? Well, don't be nervous. It's not like the movies. We're not here to, we're not going to yell at you or anything like that. It's more information gathering. We're just trying to have a conversation with you, and we're just trying to get down to the facts, what happened today, and why we're here. Do you have any questions about that?
no.
Okay. So the only thing I ask is for truthfulness. I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm going to be truthful with you. I just ask that you do the same to me in return, okay? Just tell me the truth and tell me everything that happened, all right? Okay. Let's start with your name. What's your name?
Isaac Apodaca.
Can you spell your first name?
ISAAC.
A-C. Spell your last name?
APODDACA.
A-C-A. Your date of birth, Isaac?
I'm old.
How old are you?
I live at 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay. Whose house is that? Is that your house?
That is Lanny McCauley's house.
Lanny McCauley's house. And who's Lanny McCauley to you?
She is mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law?
Yes.
So mother-in-law, I presume you're married?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
We've pushed off the wedding far down the line, so
Engaged then.
yes.
Okay. So who's your fiance?
Kiara McCulley.
Okay. Because it's Lonnie McCauley's house, does she live there or does she live somewhere else?
She lives there
Okay.
in the main house.
In the main house at 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Correct.
And when you say the main house, what do you mean by that?
The main house, there's a garage in the backyard that's separated from the main house. It would be,
If I gave you a paper and a pen, kind of draw it out for me, kind of show me where Jaguar Drive is, show me where the house is. Here, let me start it off for you. How about this?
I was gonna do it that way.
Let's do it like that. So we'll call this Jaguar Drive. Okay. And let's say the house and everything is right there. So kind of like if you're looking at it, as it runs this way. Okay.
Alright, so the house would be, here's the sidewalk, then the house goes like this.
Mhm.
Up. Just a little bit like that. And then the garage would be, this is the back door.
Okay.
So, right here would be garage. I'm horrible at drawing. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm not so good myself. If you could tell from my road, my lines aren't straight at all.
That's the part driving.
So what's all this in between? Is this all part of the property?
This would be yard.
Gotcha. Okay. And then is it cut off here on this side too?
Yes. I have to go.
Okay. Can you put the numbers of the address here? I think you said 5941. Okay, gotcha. Cool. I'm a visual person, so things like this help me a lot. Okay, so let's put this to the side for a minute, and we'll kind of reference this as we kind of describe what's going on here. So again, you said you live here. So do you live in the main house, or do you live in the garage?
In the garage.
You live in the garage. How long have you been living in the garage?
A year and a half? No, a year. Yeah, a year and a month actually. I don't know why I said year and a half.
Okay. And how long have you been in a relationship with Kiara?
3 years. And 3 years, 10 months.
3 years and 10 months. Almost 4 years. And you've been staying here for about a year and a month, you said, right? Okay. Now, going back to talking about Lonnie McCauley, you said she lives here in the main house?
Yes.
Okay. Where does Kiara live?
In the garage.
Okay, so you and Kiara live in the garage. Okay, cool. That gives me some good background. Okay, let's bring ourselves to today. And kind of why we're here. So this is what I want you to try and do, okay? I want you to kind of think back to where kind of all this began before there was ever anything regarding the incident. And I want you to kind of tell me in your own memory what happened from that time all the way to getting here to this interview. I'm going to do my best not to interrupt you, okay? I just want you to give me your own account of what happened, okay?
So from the time it began would be yesterday we were all hanging out. Everybody was talking, happy, normal kind of thing, nonchalant. Nighttime came around and we started falling asleep. Kelly did not fall asleep. I did not get good rest because she had been placing something sharp in my back throughout the morning hours. She had been placing something sharp in my back, and I was talking to Grace, who was in the garage as well. I said, we have to go. She's telling us we need to leave. And I said that And then I proceeded to start packing my stuff. And I left the main house to go use the restroom for the last time. And then I walked in back into the garage. She walks up to me and goes, "I did it." With a smile on her face, and I looked at the ground and I was like, what do I do now? So I called my mom immediately to let her know that something happened. My mom proceeded to call 911 to let the dispatcher know exactly what happened. And the dispatcher called me to make sure everything was okay. I got greeted by the cops because they detained me, which was normal, but they noticed that I was freaking out. Everybody that was around me was noticing I was freaking out. I was really scared because I've witnessed, sorry,
It's okay.
I've witnessed my friend getting shot. So,
Separately from this.
yes, it was a while back. I was asked to be his best man at his wedding. And I was sitting in the back seat. Guy walked up, blew his brains out. They landed on me. I had to testify in court, and I'm super. Anything like this gets me super traumatized, and
Yeah.
it's a traumatic event.
I can imagine.
And I saw my friend laying on the ground. This is going to be back to when I went back in the garage. When I saw her in the ground, on the ground, I was like, I couldn't say anything because I was like, this is another one of my friends gone. I keep losing friends left and right. So I'm going to go back here, go back to the cops. When they detained me, they had me in the car. They did a search. First time I had my phone, my wallet with me. And then the second search before we came here, they took my phone and wallet. And then we were here. We're here I'm here getting interviewed by you nice police officers.
Mhm. Thank you for that.
I'm scared right now
What are you scared of?
of what just happened.
It's a lot to take in, I can imagine. Can I re-clarify some of the stuff you told me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to kind of summarize what you told me first, okay? So, going back to yesterday, you were all hanging out, everyone was happy, everyone was having a good time. Nighttime happened, which was yesterday, the 28th. You all fell asleep, but Kiara did not fall asleep. And you said you didn't get good sleep because you felt something poking you throughout the night.
Yes.
Okay. And then the next day comes, and you told Grace that you two have to leave, because Kiara is telling you guys you had to leave. And then you were packing up your things. You went back to the main house to use the restroom for the last time. When you returned back to the garage, Kiara was standing there, and she had a smile on her face, and she said, "I did it."
Yes.
And then at this point, you called your mom to let her know what happened. Your mom called 911. Dispatch ended up calling you. Then a little bit later, law enforcement ended up finding you. And then you started talking about how you saw your friend on the ground, and this has been difficult for you because this is another one of your friend's gone. Police searched you. You had a phone and a wallet on you. And then they brought you over here. Is this a good summary of what you told me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just clarify some of these things, okay? Just kind of fill in some of these gaps so that I have a better understanding of what happened. So you're saying yesterday you're all hanging out and you're all happy. So who is all of you? Who all is hanging out?
Kiara, Grace.
Okay. Isaac, Kiara, and Grace. Okay. Where were you hanging out at?
In the garage.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about Grace.
Grace, I met her through Snapchat, and it was one of the weirdest circumstances. I was 20 at the time, and she was 16, and I know I'm admitting something that I did wrong there. But we started hanging out as friends, and she became like one of my best friends. I have a long list of best friends that
Right.
are really nice to me, and they treat me with a lot of respect. And after a while, I lost contact with Grace, but then Grace contacted me saying, hey, I don't feel safe in Albuquerque, and that was last night. And she wanted to come hang out. And I was like, okay, cool. Just let me know when you're here, and I'll let you in. And she got there, I let her in. She and Kiara started talking. Everything looked like it was going good. Well, from what I perceived, it looked like it was going good. And then she fell asleep last night. She fell asleep. I tried falling asleep, and I kept getting prodded with something in my back. I don't know what it was, but it was hurting my back. Lower back. I have a limber spine, and part of my lower back is thinner than normal, so anything go wrong there, I'm
Sure.
done.
Yeah. So you met Grace through Snapchat. How long ago did you meet Grace?
That was 2018.
You guys were hanging out as friends. You guys ever date?
We did date.
Did
And
date?
It was when she was 16, I was 20.
Okay.
I committed a crime there, but
Well, I appreciate your honesty. Understand that's not what we're here for. Okay. Okay, you guys dated for a while and then you lost contact. So this period of losing contact, would it be safe to call that a breakup, or what was that?
it was a breakup.
Okay. So could I describe Grace as an ex-girlfriend? Would that be a
Yes.
fair way to describe her? Okay. So Grace contacts you yesterday. How did she contact you?
Through Instagram.
Okay. You both have Instagram profiles, I imagine, you and Grace?
Yes.
Okay. She was asking for a place to stay?
A place to hang out for the night.
Place to hang out for the night? For the night.
Yeah.
Okay. So you told her this was fine?
Yes.
Okay. What time did she get to your place, the garage, we'll call it? What time did she get there last night?
11:32 p.m.
That's very specific. How do you remember that exact time?
I kept seeing I kept looking at my phone, and when she says she's here, that's the time that it showed up on there.
You have a good memory. I've noticed so far you're like really good with like your dates, how long things have been, your months, very precise. So Grace arrives. How does Kiara feel about this? Because Kiara is your fiance of almost 4 years.
Kiara was, last night I had to tell her to stop being violent. She was being violent towards me prior to Grace contacting me.
How so?
She kept threatening me with a sword, threatening me with a knife. There was a butterfly knife that's in the room. I had to grab out of her hand and I threw it across the garage because she had it like right here. And I told her, don't be waving stuff around me like that. Please stop.
When was this?
Last night before Grace.
Okay. Tell me about that incident a little bit more.
She had been swinging the knife around like this, and then she pointed at me like as if she was going to kill me, and she was getting very violent. She grabbed her sword, started swinging it around. There was a dagger she was dragging across my face, and I was telling her to please stop. I'm trying to concentrate and be calm, and this is actually something that has happened in the past where she has actually lashed out towards me, and I got in trouble because of a domestic violence case.
Why was Kiara being violent last night?
She was bringing up old memories. Well, not old memories, more like old past problems, and then telling me, oh, you're just this and that, and you're gonna do the same thing over and over with these people. And I was like, I'm getting tired of this. Then she pulled out the butterfly knife right at me and swinging it around.
Can you be more specific? What was she talking about? Old memories, past problems, what's that?
I once dated a girl named Janae, and she was thinking that it was gonna be like Janae coming back over, except that wasn't even the case. And I told her, please stop bringing up my past and throwing it in my face. So she went and brought up another instance, which was 2021. Her name is Mary Lou, and she started throwing that in my face, and I started getting tired of it. I was like, please stop bringing up my past. This is the present.
Are you describing like kind of jealousy type things?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point where you guys are arguing and she's bringing up the past, does she know that Grace is coming over?
Yes.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with this interaction?
I think so. Kiara also has a past with Grace.
No, they know each other?
Yes.
What's their past?
They are exes to each other.
Oh, they used to date each other?
Yes.
Okay. How long ago was that?
2017. I roughly, from what I was told, lasted 11 months.
Okay. And what happened there? Do you know the background there of why it ended?
Kiara and her started a fight one night. It was in front of their friend Brady. Grace brought a knife up to Kiara's throat, and it took the act of Brady to punch Grace to get that.
Grace, at that time, put a knife to Kiara's throat?
Yes.
Okay. So kind of going back to last night, to yesterday, you guys are all hanging out. You, Kiara, Grace, you and Kiara had kind of had this argument before Grace arrived over the past, over old things. During this argument, Kiara had kind of swung around a sword and pulled out a butterfly knife. You said something about the butterfly knife, that you had to take it away and throw it away?
Yes.
Where did you throw it to?
I threw it to the back of the garage, which is by the garage door. It should be like right there by the insulation still. There's some insulation to the back of the garage door.
Inside the garage still though?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe that knife to me?
It's black, but with red tiger's eye stone on it. And can I draw it? Or
Yeah, sure. We can get another piece of paper.
Awesome.
Let's just do the door. Keep things clean. There you go. Draw the butterfly next.
That. Looks nice. Looks there's with and there's the tiger's eye stone right here, all the way down. But this is all this would be the tiger's eye stone, and it's not that big, but it's a bit bigger.
Can we title this butterfly knife up on top? Can you list me out the description for the butterfly knife? Mostly colors for blade material or blade color, handle color, things like that. Yeah, they'll probably suffice. Can you just initial down here at the bottom?
And today's date again.
Yeah, sure. The 29th, 10/29 of 2022. Let's do the same thing for this one. Just initial and put the date right there. Just so I remember who drew these. We talked about a samurai sword being kind of swung around too. To explain to me more about that.
It's more like a old English kind of sword. I don't know if you're like a fan of Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Aragon sword.
Okay.
So
It looks like that, or is it like a replica?
it looks like that.
It looks like that.
Oh, why am I doing this?
So who does this knife belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara. Who does the sword belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara. What about the dagger? Who does that belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara.
Let's see if I can do it right. Then the place. Well,
Let's title this one Sword. And let's describe it over here. Just colors here. Blade color, handle color. you just initial and date at the bottom. Okay, sword, stainless steel blade. That's the blade here, right?
Yes.
Black hilt. That would be this whole part, right?
Yes.
Okay, with black sheath.
I also put in parentheses, battle ready, it is sharp.
Battle ready, it is sharp. Gotcha, okay. So let's talk more about the sword in regards to last night's incident with Kiara. What was she doing with the sword?
Going like this, and then pointing it right here. She nicked me right there in the arm, and nicked me right across.
Why was she doing that?
To see if I was scared of her.
To see if you were scared of her? Is that what she said, or is that what you think?
That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Are you scared of me? Just like that, and I was like, a bit, yes, I'm very scared right now.
You also mentioned a dagger.
Yes.
What happened with the dagger last night?
The dagger, shape was, I think for a fact that that was the thing that was getting stabbed in my back. And it was just going that, but that last night she was also scratching it across my face. Like, does this scare you?
And where was this all happening at?
In the garage.
In the garage. Can we draw the dagger as well, please? Same thing with these other two.
This one a little more tricky. Because there's a hilt with it. That's the guard.
Mm-hmm.
And then and same thing, just like this.
Yes, please. Okay, let's keep these kind of for reference if they come up again. I know we talked about the location of what happened with the butterfly knife. You got thrown in the garage. After last night, what happened with the sword?
The sword was just placed on the ground.
Okay, in the garage.
Yes.
Okay, in the sheath or not in the sheath?
In the sheath.
In the sheath. What about the dagger? What happened to the dagger last night?
I do not know where the dagger is.
Okay. Okay, going back into your original account of what happened. Nighttime came, everyone fell asleep, but Kiara did not fall asleep. And you were kind of talking about it earlier that you were feeling something poking you and that you're pretty sure it was a stagger.
Yes.
Did you get any injuries from that last night? Have you checked?
I have not checked.
What do you think? Whereabouts were you getting poked? Like in your back?
Like,
Can you pick up your shirt and stand up if you feel comfortable? Can we look?
like right here, and I don't know if there's anything, but
Yeah.
it's really sore back here. Like it's hurting.
Okay. About how many times would you say you were poked last night?
15.
15 times. Around what time was this happening at?
This would have been 6 o'clock in the morning.
6 a.m. Were the pokings as you described them, were they spread out or were they all
They
at
were
the same
spread
time?
out.
Over what duration of time?
From 3 a.m. all the way to 6 a.m.
3 a.m. to 6 a.m. spread out. Okay. About 15 times. And did you guys talk at all? Did you say anything when this was happening or what?
I told her to stop it. Please stop, and she didn't want to.
Did she say why she was doing that?
She just and then turned over, and then it would start all over again. And I was like, please stop. It's hurting me. Like, it's really hurting my back.
So in your original statement, you say that Kiara was poking you in the back, and then we kind of jumped to you telling Grace that you guys had to go because Kiara didn't want you there anymore. How did you know that Kiara didn't want you guys there anymore?
She woke up. Well, she woke up from what she says she slept, but she was awake the whole time. And she turned over, told me, you guys need to get out. I don't want you guys here. And then proceeded to start playing with something. I don't know what she was playing with. It was really freaking me out, so I was trying to get out. I was in and out of the room, trying to contact my mom to pick me up to get me out of there.
What time was that at?
I contacted my mom around, I would say, 12.
What time did you guys wake up at? What time did you wake up at?
I woke up at about 7:50.
7:50 a.m.
Yes.
So at what time did Kiara tell you guys had to leave?
She told us we had to leave at about 8:30.
8. Okay.
I'm being honest.
And between 8:30 and to the time your mom called 911, kind of what happened in there?
I was packing my stuff, getting ready to I was just gonna walk it all the way over there. But when I packed my stuff, I went inside the house, which was a stupid mistake for me to go in the house, use the bathroom, and then come back and see what I saw.
So what time did you go to use the restroom?
That would have been 11:40.
11:40.
Yes.
How long did you use the restroom for?
About 30 seconds. It was quick. Number one.
Okay. What do you mean by number one?
Pee.
Pee. Okay. And then after you peed, you went immediately back to the garage?
Yes.
So around what time would you say that was at?
11:47.
How certain are you about the time?
I'm really certain.
Really certain about the time? Okay. So you go back to the garage and tell me in detail what you see.
I walk in, she yells, she tells me, I didn't mean to say she yelled, she goes, I did it. I look at the ground and I see someone dead. I see an ear hanging. And I'm like,
You see someone dead. Who is that someone?
Grace.
How do you know she's dead?
Because Kiara goes, I got her across the throat, and she did the gurgle. And I'm like, what do I do now? I need to get out of here.
Do you know why Kiara did this?
No.
What were Kiara and Grace doing before you went to the restroom?
They were just sitting there. They were sitting on the bed, and when I went back, that's what happened. I was like, what? This is, this is way too quick. What just happened? I'm really freaking out on it because that's my friend.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kiara is now my ex. She's involved, and I'm freaking out because I just wanted to leave.
Yes. Describe to me more what you see when you go into the garage. So, I'm not familiar with this garage. Let's go back to our pictures. Did you enter through like a door? Do you have to open up a large door in the garage? Where did you enter through? So,
The door would be right here.
you could draw that if you want. So that's the door into the garage?
Yeah.
Is that the one you enter?
Yes.
And where is Grace Lane when you see her?
Outside the box. Here's the door. She is within right here. Right. She's off the bed on the ground.
And where's Kiara at?
She's also off the bed by the TV.
Where's the TV at?
TV.
Okay. And show me where Kiara was at too. Okay. Describe Grace to me more, her injuries. What did you observe?
I saw an ear cut off. On something with her knee. That was right here. I saw blood right here, blood right here, and started seeing blood right leaking out. I was like, saw blood leaking out, and she was just like that. That's not me making fun of the dead. I have a very strong rule on that. But
You're describing something to me. Yeah, I know. Okay. What about Kiara? What did you observe about Kiara?
I would like to stand up, and if you can too, for this. Is that a possibility? Or
For what?
to show you exactly what I observed.
Well, just describe it as best you can.
I did it. And she tried touching my hands, which I was like, I pulled away because I was like, don't touch me. She had blood all over her hands, all on here, right here, and on her face.
There's blood all over.
And I was like, just don't touch me, please.
Did she touch you?
She tried to, and she tried touching me like right over here, and she did not successfully touch me because I pulled away really fast.
Did any blood get on you?
No.
No. Okay. So she tells you this, and then what happens?
She's all, I'm gonna get rid of it.
What does she mean by it?
Grace.
She's gonna get rid of it?
Yes.
What do you think she meant by that?
She was gonna, yeah, she said she had called somebody that, after she said I did it, she said she had called somebody to come help her pick up the body.
Who'd she call?
A guy named Al.
Al?
Yes.
Do you know who this is?
Al, I have, all I know is his name is Al, and African American, and besides that, he would be my age, and that's it.
Have you ever met him?
No.
How do you know he's African American?
That's what Kiara had described him to be.
So that was her plan to get rid of the body? Al was going to come help her?
Yes.
Ooh. Where were they going to take the body?
I don't know.
Can you tell me anything else about Al? No. So she has a plan, she's going to get rid of the body, then what happens? Is this conversation happening in the garage?
This conversation is happening right there in the garage. And I walked out of the garage because she goes, I'm going to go take a shower so I can get cleaned up and look better. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go right over here by the gate and I'm going to make a phone call real quick. The phone call I made was my mom. And
What time did you call your mom at?
that would have been around 12.
12. What did you tell your mom?
I was like, can you guys pick me up, please? And they're like, no, but you can come over. What's going on? I was like, I just witnessed something very bad. And my mom's all, what did you witness? I walked in on, I said, I walked in on, then I stumbled my word, and I said, Kiara killed Grace, and that's what I walked in on. And she's like, I'm calling 911 right now. And after that, I walked over to AP Wireless because I felt like that would have been a safe space for me to be. And the guy there, he's friends with me. He said, just sit right here. You're okay, dude. Just sit right here. If anything happens, just know you're in a pretty good safe spot away from him.
Yeah.
And then the cops met me, and I got scared because I was like, oh no, I'm in trouble. But then they're like, oh, we're detaining you to question you. And it's like, okay, cool. I had a panic attack in the cop car. I don't know if one of the officers said anything to you.
I didn't heard that.
I had a panic attack.
That's a lot. What you just went through, That's tough.
I passed out. The cop went like that to see if I was alive or awake. And I woke up right away and he's all, what's wrong? I was all, I just passed out. I'm sorry.
How do you feel now?
I'm still shooken out.
Well, you let me know if you need medical attention or anything like that. I know this stuff is difficult. Okay?
All I want to do is I just want to get my stuff and go back to my mom and dad's. Because at least there I know that I'm safe.
I'll try and make that happen for you as soon as I can, okay?
Right? Just scared right now.
Did you see anything else in the garage? Anything else stick out to you?
There was blood on the sheets that I had purchased.
Okay.
Everything that happened today, it's like really shaking me up because I've witnessed my friend get murdered. I've witnessed another friend get murdered a second time. I've been robbed. I've just been on an unlucky streak of shit happening to me. And I'm not okay right now. Sorry if my voice is low. I'm getting over a sickness.
It's okay. Did you see any weapons inside the garage?
Just the sword, it was right there.
What did it look like? Well, not like a bad description, but like
There was blood all over it.
blood on the sword. Why do you think there was blood all over it?
That's what Kiara did. And
I think the only question I have left for you that's kind of coming to mind is, you're saying you were told to leave 8 in the morning, right?
yes,
You start packing up your things to leave, and then this happens a little before 12, right?
yes.
So what took so long to leave in that 3-hour gap?
My mom, I was trying to call her before that. I was like, I kept calling her through Facebook. She didn't want to pick up, so I finally called her through her phone number. And then that's when she started picking up and saying, hey, what's going on? I was like, I need to be picked up here. Please pick me up. And then like, no, we can't pick you up right now. We're out and about. And I was trying to find another ride or something.
Okay, that makes sense. And then between when this happened, 12, and I think we got the call a little after 1:30.
Yes.
Kind of an hour and a half gap there. I know you said you called your mom and she quickly called 911, but it doesn't really seem to line up with our timeline, at least from, can you help make me understand that? Was there a long period of time that you and Kiara were trying to figure out what was going to happen?
There was a long period of time. It was when I was standing on the side of the garage.
Tell me about that.
I was hyperventilating on the side of the garage. I was like that, and then I made the call to my mom. My mom made the call to y'all. But I was just, I was shooken up, and I know I should have been the one to call. I know I should have been the one to call y'all. But I was shooken up. I feel like I'm going to pass out.
Yeah.
And
Just take some deep breaths.
I didn't expect any of this to happen today.
No, no one knows when these things happen. It's difficult. Hey, look up at me. You didn't do anything wrong, right?
Right?
Sometimes things happen. What defines who we are is kind of how we move forward with things. Would you agree?
Yes.
You've been super truthful this whole time from what I can tell, and we really much appreciate that. I got one more question. I want you to be real truthful with it, as you have been this whole time, okay?
Yes.
That at any point did you think of, or did it cross your mind, or did you start helping Kiara with covering this up at all?
No.
No. At any point did you help Kiara injure Grace or do anything to Grace?
No.
No. Okay. Okay. And if anything like that did happen, or there's anything I'm missing to the story, now's the time to tell me, so I get the truthful statement from you right off the bat. Is there anything anyone else is going to say about this that's going to contradict that?
No.
Okay. Talking about Kiara's mom, your mother-in-law, did she know what happened?
No.
She didn't know.
All she thought was Kiara was still asleep or just being her normal routinely self, which is stay away from her mom.
Kiara went from the garage to the main house to shower. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And she was covered in blood.
Yes.
And her mom was in the house at that time?
Yes.
Did her mom see her covered in blood?
I do not know. I was already handcuffed and in a cop car, and I don't know.
How many bathrooms are in the main house?
One.
One shower?
Yes.
How do you feel?
Still like I'm gonna pass out, but
You want to take a break?
no.
No. Well, I need a little break if that's okay with you. I'll use the restroom real quick. And then we'll see if there's anything else, any other questions we have, or anything else that maybe you want to tell us. And then we'll go from there. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Hey, thanks for your time, Isaac.
You're
We're back in a bit. Good you off. Oh, okay. Hey Isaac, so I have your cell phone. I know our cell phones are very important to us because we have pretty much all our personal information on them and everything. So I do want to try and get this back to you as soon as possible. Given that there were kind of messages and stuff, and this is still an active investigation, there is reason to believe that there is potentially evidence on your phone of messages of you interacting with either your fiance or ex-fiance now, or Grace. So one way or another, we are going to have to look at the data on the phone. So there's a couple ways that we can go about this, and I want to give you all the information so you can make a well-informed decision. Make sense? So we can either do a search warrant for the data on the phone. It's a little bit of a process because we have to complete the paperwork, and then we have to send the cell phone along with the paperwork to the Regional Communications Forensic Laboratory in Albuquerque, and then it gets put in the queue of phones that they have to extract data for. Usually turnaround time is around 6 months to a year before you get your phone back, before we extract the data from it. The quicker option, and this is completely up to you, we can complete a Santa Fe Police Department electronic device consent to search. And it's just a fancy form and a fancy way of saying that you're giving us permission to extract the data from your phone and only look at things pertaining to this case. Like I'm telling you, messages, different things like that, different data that, that helps with our investigation. So if you do want to do this, I've already kind of pre-filled it out for you. Date, location, this is the case number, kind of same thing as that other form. This is your name right here. This is your date of birth. I am Detective Javier V. Hill. This is your phone right here. This is your IEMI number, okay? And then all we would need is your phone password, and you sign this, and then we can get the extraction done so you can get your phone back sooner rather than later. You're welcome to look over this form and read it for a bit, and let me know if you have any questions.
Right here, correct?
Yeah, sign right there, please.
Today's date.
10/29/2002. And it is 5:16 p.m. And the phone password?
There's a password.
No password.
It's just a quick swipe up and that's it.
Okay, let's see. So since we have it here, I know the battery's close to 9, but I would like to manipulate it here with you just so you can explain anything to me as we loop through it. Now that you consent to look through it. Okay, messages. Did you have any messages between you and Grace?
Put an Instagram.
Instagram, okay? And I'll if it's okay with you, I'll handle the phone. You just tell me what, okay?
Right there, and then there's Yumiko Jennings right at the top.
Okay, that's her like profile name. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is kind of when everything started. Hey, I got kicked out, and she's telling everyone to leave her house. I'm going to head to my fam's place. Is this her saying that?
That's me.
Oh, okay. What do you mean when you say that?
I'm heading to my mom and dad's house. That's what I was meaning. And the kicked out part.
Oh, is this today?
Yes.
Oh, this is today at 12. Hey, I got kicked out, and she's telling everyone to leave her house. She is telling everyone to leave her house. Who is she?
Kiara.
And I met at my fam's place. Okay, what happened? She just doesn't want us here, and I have to respect her wishes, and I'm getting my stuff. First of all, who? Second, my mom can only come get me at 3:30. Why is she kicking you out, and does she know I'm here? Wait a minute. I thought you guys all hung out the night before.
We did.
So how come she doesn't know she's there?
I was very confused, and I told her.
She's kicking me out because you're here and she knows it. So it's sounding like to me, just take a pause real quick. Did she not know she was there? Because that's what it looks like.
She knew she was there.
Then why is it looking like in these messages?
She knew she was there, and she was playing. She was acting like she didn't know where she was.
Who was acting like? I'm so confused. Who was acting like who didn't know who?
Grace was acting like she didn't know where she was,
Okay.
even though we had talked.
She's kicking me out because you're here and she knows it. How? She is right next to you. What the fuck, really? How fucking great? Yup. Why though? She is not wanting to deal with it. Us being here, and I broke her trust. She is not in the best mood. She is not wanting to deal with what?
She's not wanting to deal with us.
What does that mean?
She didn't want us there at all.
Okay. But it says she is not wanting to deal with it.
I should have been more. I'm horrible with my words. I'm horrible with how I type.
I'm just trying to understand
With it,
too.
it was just a meeting. She didn't want to deal with us
Okay.
being there because
I know how she feels. My mom's coming to get me soon. Okay.
and that was the part that threw me off. It was like, she's kicking us out. Why is she kicking you out? And how does she know I'm here? I'm like, we discussed
Okay.
this tonight.
So she is right next to you. So that was your way of telling her, like, I'm referring to
Kiara.
Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense to me now. Okay. Where are your messages with Kiara?
My messages with Kiara.
And just tell me where to go.
You're gonna go out of there.
Okay.
They're gonna be in Messenger,
Oh, okay.
and then that's my mom. And just ignore that.
Sure.
Maybe the Puggy.
Puggy?
Mm-hmm.
This one right here. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Whoa, those are a lot of emojis. Okay, we're just gonna start from there. How about that? This is at 11:56 a.m. What? And that's forgive me, I forgot her name for a second. This is your fiance saying this? What?
Yes.
Hey, I have a plan with what I said. All I have to do is be over there at my fam's place and call the cops for a breaking and entering. What are you talking about there?
It was something that happened in my family's house. We've been trying to figure out who has been getting into my storage.
Mhm.
I have stuff in my storage, and they keep finding it unlocked. And that was for something entirely different.
Hold up, listen. Okay, plan B. Just tell her she needs to leave. Follow my lead, my lady. Just tell her to leave, dude. I'm in a mood. I did, through Insta. So now what? Operation kick out, me following the call to the cops once at my family's. What does that mean?
That was, I was talking about, because she had asked me to leave. And that's why I said Operation Kick Out, because every time I get told to leave, I say Operation Kick Out. Because it's her go-to thing to tell me to leave. And it's like, she kicks me out, and then a few days later, she's like, come back over, and stuff like that. But to call the cops at my family was because of the breaking entering into.
So according to you, you're talking about two different things at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. How about I just explain why I'm angry and why she's not wanted? Okay? Show me what you sent her. My plan. Okay, cool. And those are the messages that we looked at earlier between you and...
Yes.
Okay. It worked with Christian. She says she is leaving at 3:30. She's mad. 3:30. Mad still. Yeah, why don't you pop off my little firecracker? What would you like me to do? Stab her? I don't know. I don't have the energy to do shit. What's this? Read what she sent. Is she stupid? Yes. Okay. I am fake, getting thrown out. I am fake getting thrown out. You're getting fake thrown out.
Yes, that's usually how it happens. Is I get told to leave,
Mm-hmm.
and 5 days later, she asks me to come back.
Uh-huh. Follow my lead, my lady. We can hear you. They want me to spend what I have. They want me to spend what I have saved for the house. Don't. What the fuck? What does that mean? They want me to spend what I've saved for the house.
That was me talking to my mom and dad. They wanted me to get a motel, which was not a good idea because I don't do motels.
Don't. What the fuck? Or WTF rather. I know how to, and I am not feeling good. Still told Steven, and he said okay. You heard that right? You heard what? What's she talking about? You heard that right?
I have no clue.
Yeah, Rune is legendary pink spotted Pokemon. Unless I ask your mom to give me a ride to Target and you do what is needed. What do you mean you do what is needed?
I have no clue from this on. From beyond here, I don't know what's going on.
You don't know what's going on? But these are messages from you?
There, I do have another cell phone. Didn't tell you guys about, but it's still over there at the house. At the house.
Okay, but this is the one you use?
I use that one primarily only for work
Yeah,
and family.
okay. So you didn't send these messages? Or you did?
On this, from down on, no.
Oh, okay. Her mother is her backup ride. Okay. Want me to get your mom to give me a ride to Target so you can take my stuff into the back room and her mom and your mom don't get into it? Yay or nay? Wait a bit, though. Okay, how long? Until there's a clue on when she's leaving. She admitted to me when she lived at those apartments. And she was sober then. She admitted to me also back when I first met her calling you crazy. What are you talking about?
I don't know. That's not me.
That's not you?
That's not me.
Who is it?
That's the other phone that's been, they were being used to message back and forth.
Isaac, this is getting really weird, man.
I have a second phone.
You have a second phone.
Yes,
Where is that phone?
that's at the house.
Okay.
It is logged into the same Facebook account.
Okay. I don't know, man. These these messages look a lot like there's some conspiring going on, some planning going on. What?
From that point where I was telling you from,
Even before then, it sounds like you guys are planning something. You're fake getting thrown out and what?
I say fake getting thrown out, like I said, was, like what I mean when I say fake getting thrown out is she'll tell me to leave. She's telling me that I'm getting thrown out, getting kicked out. And 5 days later, she's like, come back.
Do you want to start over? Because I'm really confused with everything that's going on. Like, you're telling me you have two phones now, and those other messages aren't you, and it's what you're telling me. Your statement isn't lining up with these messages. Now, I told you at the beginning of this talk that we need to be truthful with this, right?
I am being truthful. I do have a secondary phone. And I'm telling you the messages are not me. Those are not my messages.
Whose messages do you think they are then?
They're from Kiara to using my Facebook from me to Kiara, but I can't quite explain how it looks.
Kiara to Kiara?
Yes.
Why would she do that?
She's been, like I said at the beginning, I was a part of a domestic violence case,
Yeah.
and
Who gets the charger, please? Domestic violence case and what?
it involved her, but before that, there was problems in our relationship, and ever since before that, she's been trying to get revenge, and she's been talking to the people to. She's told me that she's wanting to ruin my life, and she's wanting to ruin my life for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm being honest, there is 2 phones. The other phone is on top of the fridge in the garage.
In the garage. Okay. What kind of phone is it?
89. There's a disc up here, but there, a printed out copy. Okay. Need to print one out. The monitor thinks there might have been one record where something was redacted in the body, but maybe not in the heading. And so we need to print out a hard copy. It was toward the end.
Exactly what that is.
Off the record.
Do you know?
Rise.
I mean, I don't know if we need to even read, oh, certainly not now.
May be seated in the courtroom. Back on the record. Sergeant, if you come back up and take the stand, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Restart.
You just reset.
Yeah, well, I ended up resetting a couple. Are they muted?
Your Honor, while we work on this, may I IT check something on our computer?
Anyone? Thank you.
Oh, never mind.
You didn't want to do it.
My co-counsel did something to the same speakers 2 months ago, so.
Let's go back on the record. We're back on the record. So we upgraded the sound and video system less than a year ago. And we've had a few interesting things happen since then. First time we heard that, though. We continue in the state's case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back. Good afternoon, Sergeant Vigil.
Good afternoon.
So I'd like to go to where we kind of began the morning, which is talking about the interview with Isaac Apodaca. And we discussed that you Mirandized him, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the jury, when you did the interview of Mr. Apodaca, did you have kind of a general framework or roadmap that you would follow for your approach to the interview?
Yes, my strategy was to gather as much information about the case as possible before going into the interview. And then I wanted to kind of leave an avenue open. And this was, after we went through Miranda and built a little bit of rapport. I wanted to leave the avenue open for Mr. Apodaca to tell me in his own words what happened, what occurred. And then I would ensure that I had all that information correct. And then with the rest of my interview, kind of fill in whatever details or whatever gray areas that were left in there or any other questions that I had. Ultimately, at the end of my strategy or my framework was to look for any inconsistencies or any areas that were unclear to me, and then approach those with Mr. Apodaca to get clarification as to exactly what he meant or why something did not appear accurate in certain points, especially compared to some of the cell phone messages that came up.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that we swap out into the record the original 86 with 86A, which fixes the extraction issue on the first recording.
Any objection?
Can we approach it?
Yes. Uh, 86A is admitted, so this is what will go back to the jury box, the deliberation room with you. 86 didn't, as you heard, have, when we started earlier, the opening piece, and so that's now been added to the audio.
And before I play this, Sergeant Vigil, at times in these recordings, we may hear kind of a buzzing or a rattling sound. What is that sound that we'll hear?
The buzzing or the rattling sound that you'll probably hear is probably my body-worn camera. Every so often, it gives alerts to remind the user that it is on and activated and that it's recording. Or it might give other alerts if like the battery is dying or something for that example.
All right, let's begin with part 1 of 3. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Sergeant, I'm noticing that there's no sound during this first portion. Why is there no sound during the first 30 seconds or so of this?
The body-worn cameras that our department uses have a 30-second playback time. What I mean by that is once you activate the body-worn camera, it will capture the video that occurred before you activated it for 30 seconds, but there is no audio. The audio will come in at the time the device is activated.
Actually, there should be audio by now. Let me just... Before I continue playing, where in the department are we?
This is the second floor of the Santa Fe Police Department, and this is an interview room that we have set aside on that second floor that records both digital and audio.
Since I had the volume off first, I'm just going to go back about 20 seconds and then play from there.
Okay.
I know the monitoring has started to see the mail call.
Hey, what's going on, sir? What's your name?
Mohammed Richard.
Detective Eagle Detective, please call me. This is Detective Mariah Gonzalez over here. Any water in the restroom or anything before we talk to each other? Just water. Okay. We'll walk you for some water over now. Okay. Those are cool shoes, by the way.
Thank you. They're on sale 110 over there at Jolee's.
No shit. I'll have to go get me some.
I like them because they give me like extra height on them. I feel like that's 6 foot. Do you want to get water or?
Yeah, let's watch you get some water. No, there's some right over here. I don't know what was in it. Yeah, there's one right here to your left. Let's go back over this way, Isaac. Isaac, from what I understand, you called us, right? You called 911?
My mother, Linda went to her call first, and then I proceeded to get on the phone with the dispatcher.
Okay. Have everyone else come to take these out.
Take the cuffs off.
I have no reason to believe you to be a suspect right now or anything like that. We're gonna take the handcuffs off. Is that okay with you? Yes. Okay. And I apologize for that. We don't know what's going on early on in these situations, so we just have a little bit more caution. I hope you understand, okay?
I understand.
Cool. Well, just because everything is kind of developing, and like I said, we don't really know fully what's going on. I do want to advise you of your constitutional rights before we talk at all. Again, as far as I can tell right now, you're not a suspect. You didn't do anything wrong, from my understanding of everyone I've talked to. But it doesn't hurt to get a refresher on your rights. So we're just going to read through these, and then we'll talk more afterwards after we get through them. Sound good to you? Sound good. All right, then. I'm going to read this verbatim, okay? This is Santa Fe Police Department advisor/waiver of constitutional rights. Before answering any questions asked by Detective Javier Vigil, that's me, of the Santa Fe Police Department, I fully understand the following. I understand that I have the right to remain silent. Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
Okay, initial right there for me, please. I understand that anything I say during this interview can be used as evidence against me in the court of law. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Initial there, please. I understand that I have the right to an attorney before and during questioning, and at all times. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I understand that if I cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for me without cost to me or to my family. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, initial there. I understand that if I decide to answer any questions or make any statements, I still have the right to stop answering at any time. You understand that? Initial there?
Yes.
Pretty easy stuff. I have been advised of the above-mentioned constitutional rights and acknowledge that I fully understand them and have had them read explained to me to my satisfaction. Furthermore, I consent to answering questions pertaining to, and I'm going to put the case number here, okay?
All right.
The case number for this incident that we're investigating is 2022-0401, which occurred on today's date, which is October 29th, 10/29 of 2022. And I do not wish to have an attorney present. I also understand that even though I consent to this interview, I can stop answering questions at any time I wish to do so. Do you understand all that? Sign, date, and put the time there, please. And again, the date is 10/29/2022. Almost Halloween.
I'm all excited for Halloween.
Yeah.
This kind of threw it off because
The Time right now, sir, is 3:46 p.m. Well, you order your witnesses.
Yeah, do you know where she's driving?
And Detective Boles here will be right here. This okay? You can just hold on to that for us, all right? Okay. Excited for Halloween? Did you have any costumes set aside? You're gonna dress up as anything?
I was intending to dress up as a spooky character to pass out candy with my mom and dad, but
Yeah.
the mask was deemed, from what I found out, was that there's like masks that are deemed a little too scary for children, so I was like,
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna paint my face like the Crow.
That's cool. Oh, okay. That's a cool movie. Yeah. Well, let's get a little bit more information about you, okay? Have you ever, before we start off, have you ever had an interview like this before with
No.
law enforcement or anything like that? Well, don't be nervous. It's not like the movies. We're not here to, we're not going to yell at you or anything like that. It's more information gathering. We're just trying to have a conversation with you, and we're just trying to get down to the facts of what happened today and why we're here. Do you have any questions about that?
No.
Okay. So the only thing I ask is for truthfulness. I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm going to be truthful with you. I just ask that you do the same to me in return, okay? Just tell me the truth and tell me everything that happened, all right? Okay. Let's start with your name. What's your name?
Isaac Apodaca.
Can you spell your first name?
ISAAC.
A-C. Spell your last name?
APODDACA.
A-C-A. Your date of birth, Isaac?
12/19/1996.
12/19/1996.
I'm old.
How old are you?
25.
25. Where do you live at?
I live at 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay. Whose house is that? Is that your house?
That is Lanny McCauley's house.
Lanny McCauley's house. And who's Lanny McCauley to you?
She is mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law?
Yes.
So mother-in-law, I presume you're married?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
We've pushed off the wedding far down the line, so
Engaged then?
yes.
Okay. So who's your fiance?
Kiara McCauley.
Okay. Because it's Lonnie McCauley's house, does she live there or does she live somewhere else?
She lives there.
Okay.
In the main house.
In the main house, at 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Correct.
And when you say the main house, what do you mean by that?
The main house, there's a garage in the backyard that's separated from the main house. It would be,
If I gave you a paper and a pen, draw it out for me, like show me where Jaguar Drive is, show me where the house is. Let me start it off for you. How about this?
I'm gonna do it that way.
Let's do it like that. So we'll call this Jaguar Drive. Okay. And let's say the house and everything is right there. So kind of like if you're looking at it, it runs this way.
Alright. The house would be, here's the sidewalk, then the house goes like this. Just a little bit like that. And then the garage would be, this is the back door.
Okay.
So, right here would be the garage. I'm horrible at drawings.
It's okay. I'm not so good myself. If you could tell from my road, my lines aren't straight at all.
That's the park drive.
So what's all this in between? Is this all part of the property?
This would be yard.
Gotcha. Okay. And then is it cut off here on this side too?
Yes. I have to go.
Okay. Can you put the numbers of the address here? I think you said 5941. things like this help me a lot. Okay, so let's put this to the side for a minute, and we'll kind of reference this as we kind of describe what's going on here. So again, you said you live here. So do you live in the main house, or do you live in the garage?
In the garage.
You live in the garage. How long have you been living in the garage?
A year and a half. No, a year. Yeah, a year and a month actually. I don't know why I said year and a half.
Okay. And how long have you been in a relationship with Kiara?
3 years. And 3 years, 10 months.
3 years and 10 months. Almost 4 years. And you've been staying here for about a year and a month, you said, right? Okay. Now, going back to talking about Lonnie McCauley, you said she lives here in the main house?
Yes.
Okay. Where does Kiara live?
In the garage.
Okay, so you and Kiara live in the garage. Okay, cool. That gives me some good background. Okay, let's bring ourselves to today, and kind of why we're here. So this is what I want you to try and do, okay? I want you to kind of think back to where kind of all this began, before there was ever anything regarding the incident, and I want you to kind of tell me in your own memory what happened from that time all the way to getting here to this interview. I'm going to do my best not to interrupt you, okay? I just want you to give me your own account of what happened, okay?
So from the time it began would be yesterday. We were all hanging out. Everybody was talking, happy, normal kind of thing, nonchalant. Nighttime came around and we started falling asleep. Kelly did not fall asleep. I did not get good rest because she had been placing something sharp in my back throughout the morning hours. Placing something sharp in my back, and I was talking to Grace, who was in the garage as well. I said, we have to go. She's telling us we need to leave. And I said that, and then I proceeded to start packing my stuff. And I left to the main house to go use the restroom for the last time. And then I walked her back into the garage. She walks up and goes, I did it. With a smile on her face, and I looked at the ground and I was like, what do I do now? So I called my mom immediately to let her know that something happened. My mom proceeded to call 911 to let the dispatcher know exactly what happened. And the dispatcher called me to make sure everything was okay. I got greeted by the cops because they detained me, which was normal, but they noticed that I was freaking out. Everybody that was around me was noticing I was freaking out. I was really scared because I've witnessed my friend getting shot. So,
Separately from this?
Yes, it was a while back. I was asked to be his best man at his wedding. Sitting in the back seat, got locked up, blew his brains out, and landed on me. I have to testify in court, and I'm anything like this gets me super traumatized, and it's a traumatic event.
I can imagine.
And I saw my friend laying on the ground. This is going to be back to when I went back in the garage and I saw her in the ground, on the ground. I was like, I couldn't say anything because I was like, this is another one of my friends gone. I keep losing friends left and right. So I'm gonna go back here, go back to the cops. When they detained me, they had me in the car. They did a search. First time I had my phone or wallet with me. And then the second search before we came here, they took my phone and wallet. And then we were here. We're here I'm here getting interviewed by you nice police officers.
Thank you for that.
I'm scared right now.
What are you scared of?
Of what just happened.
A lot to take in, I can imagine. Can I re-clarify something you told me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to kind of summarize what you told me first, okay? So, going back to yesterday, you were all hanging out, everyone was happy, everyone was having a good time. Nighttime happened, which was yesterday, the 28th. You all fell asleep, but Kiara did not fall asleep. And you said you didn't get good sleep because you felt something poking you throughout the night. Yes. Okay. And then the next day comes, and you told Grace that you two have to leave because Kiara's telling you guys you had to leave. And then you were packing up your things. You went back to the main house to use the restroom for the last time. When you returned back to the garage, Kiara was standing there and she had a smile on her face and she said, "I did it." Yes. And then at this point, you called your mom to let her know what happened. Your mom called 911. Dispatch ended up calling you. Then a little bit later, law enforcement ended up finding you. And then you started talking about how you saw your friend on the ground, and this has been difficult for you because this is another one of your friends gone. Police searched you, you had a phone and a wallet on you, and then they brought you over here. Is this a good summary of what you told me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just clarify some of these things, okay? Just kind of fill in some of these gaps so that I have a better understanding of what happened. So, you're saying yesterday you're all hanging out and you're all happy. So who is all of you? Who all was hanging out?
Kiara, Grace.
Okay. Isaac, Kiara, and Grace. Okay. Where were you hanging out at?
In the garage.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about this.
There. Well, we started hanging out as friends, and she became like one of my best friends. I have a long list of best friends that are really nice to me, and they treat me with a lot of respect. And after a while, I lost contact with Grace, but then Grace contacted me saying, "Hey, I don't feel safe in Albuquerque," and that was last night. And she wanted to come hang out. And I was like, "Okay, cool. Just let me know when you're here and I'll let you in." And she got there, I let her in. She and Kiara started talking. Everything looked like it was going good. Well, from what I perceived, it looked like it was going good. And then she fell asleep last night. She fell asleep. I tried falling asleep and I kept getting prodded with something in my back. I don't know what it was, but it was hurting my back. Lower back. I have a limber spine, and part of my lower back is thinner than normal, so anything go wrong there, I'm done.
Okay, you guys dated for a while and then you lost contact. So this period of losing contact, was that, would it be safe to call that a breakup or what was that?
It was a breakup.
Okay. So could I describe Grace as an ex-girlfriend? Would that be a fair way to describe her? Okay. So Grace contacts you yesterday. How did she contact you?
Through Instagram.
Okay. You both have Instagram profiles, I imagine, you and Grace?
Yes.
Okay. She was asking for a place to stay?
A place to hang out for the night.
A place to hang out for the night? For the night?
Yeah.
Okay. So you told her this was fine?
Yes.
Okay. What time did she get to your place, the garage, we'll call it? What time did she get there last night?
11:32 p.m.
That's very specific. How do you remember that exact time?
I kept seeing I kept looking at my phone, and when she said she's here, that's the time that it showed up on there.
You have a good memory? I've noticed that you're like really good with like your dates, how long things have been, your months, very precise. So Grace arrives. How does Kiara feel about this? Because Kiara is your fiance of almost 4 years.
Kiara was, last night I had to tell her to stop being violent. She was being violent towards me prior to Grace contacting me.
How so?
She kept threatening me with a sword and threatening me with a knife. There was a butterfly knife that's in the room. I had to grab out of her hand and I threw it across the garage because she had it like right here, and I told her, don't be waving stuff around me like that, please stop.
When was this?
Last night before Grace.
Okay. Tell me about that incident a little bit more.
She had been swinging the knife around like this, and then she pointed at me like as if she was going to kill me, and she was getting very violent. She grabbed her sword, started swinging it around. There was a dagger she was dragging across my face, and I was telling her to please stop. I'm trying to concentrate and be calm.
Why was Kiara being violent last night?
She was bringing up old memories. Well, not old memories, more like old past problems, and then telling me, oh, you're just this and that, and you're going to do the same thing over and over with these people. And I was like, I'm getting tired of this. Then she pulled out the butterfly knife right at me and swinging it around.
Can you be more specific? What was she talking about? Old memories, past problems, what's that?
I once dated a girl named Janae, and she was thinking that it was going to be like Janae coming back over, except that wasn't even the case, and I told her, please stop bringing up my past and throwing it in my face. So she went and brought up another instance, which was 2021. Her name is Mary Lou, and she started throwing that in my face, and I started getting tired of it. I was like, please stop bringing up my past. This is the present.
Are you describing like kind of jealousy type things?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point where you guys are arguing and she's bringing up the past, does she know that Grace is coming over?
Yes.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with this interaction?
I think so. Kiara also has a past with Grace.
Oh, they know each other?
Yes.
What's their past?
They are exes to each other.
Oh, they used to date each other?
Yes.
Okay. How long ago was that?
2017. It roughly, from what I was told, lasted 11 months.
Okay. And what happened there? Do you know the background there of why it ended? So kind of going back to last night, to yesterday, you guys are all hanging out. You, Kiara, Grace, you and Kiara had kind of had this argument before Grace arrived over the past, over old things. During this argument, Kiara had kind of swung around a sword and pulled out a butterfly knife. You said something about the butterfly knife, that you had to take it away and throw it away?
Yes.
Where did you throw it to?
I threw it to the back of the garage, which is by the garage door. It should be like right there by the insulation still. There's some insulation to the back of the garage door.
Inside the garage still though?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe that knife to me?
It's black, but with red tiger's eye stone on it. And can I draw it? Or
Yeah, sure. We can do that with a piece of paper. Nice clean. There you go. Draw the butterfly there.
Let's see. That's that. The knife looks like this with and there's the tiger's eye stone right here, all the way down. But this is all this would be the tiger's eye stone, and it's not that big, but it's a bit bigger.
Can we title this butterfly knife up on top? Can you list me out the description of the butterfly knife? Mostly colors or blade material or blade color, handle color, things like that. Yeah, that'll probably suffice. Can you just initial down here at the bottom?
And today's date again.
Yeah, sure. The 10/29 of 2022. Let's do the second for this one. Just initial and put the date right there. Just so I remember who drew these. We talked about a samurai sword being kind of swung around too. Explain to me more about that.
It's more like a old English kind of sword. I don't know if you're like a fan of Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Power sword.
Okay. It looks like that, or is it like a replica?
It looks like that.
It looks like that.
Why am I doing this?
So who does this knife belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara. Who does the sword belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara. What about the dagger? Who does that belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara.
Let's see if I can do it right. Then the blade.
Let's title this one Sword. And let's describe it over here. These colors here. Blade color, handle color. Initial and date at the bottom. Sword, stainless steel blade. That's the blade here, right?
Yes.
Black hilt. That would be this whole part, right?
Yes.
Okay. With black sheath.
I also put in parentheses. Battle ready. It is sharp.
Battle ready, it is sharp. Gotcha, okay. So let's talk more about the sword in regards to last night's incident with Kiara. What was she doing with the sword?
Going like this and then pointing it right here. She nicked me right there in the arm and nicked me right across.
Why was she doing that?
To see if I was scared of her.
To see if you were scared of her? Is that what she said, or is that what you think?
That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Are you scared of me? Just like that, and I was like, a bit, yes, I'm very scared right now.
You also mentioned a dagger?
Yes.
What happened with the dagger last night?
The dagger, shape was, I think for a fact that was the thing that was getting stabbed in my back. And it was just going that, but last night she was also scratching it across my face. Like, does this scare you?
And where was this all happening at?
In the garage.
In the garage. Can we draw the dagger as well, please? Same thing with these other two.
This one is a little more tricky because there's a hilt with it. That's the guard, and then Same thing, just like this.
Yes, please. Okay, let's keep these in kind for reference if they come up again. I know we talked about the location of what happened with the butterfly knife. You got thrown in the garage. After last night, what happened with the sword?
The sword was just placed on the ground.
Okay, in the garage?
Yes.
Okay, in the sheath or not in the sheath?
In the sheet.
In the sheath. What about the dagger? What happened to the dagger last night?
I do not know where the dagger is.
Okay, going back into your original account of what happened, nighttime came, everyone fell asleep, but Kiara did not fall asleep. And you were kind of talking about it earlier that you were feeling something poking you and that you're pretty sure it was a stagger.
Yes.
Did you get any injuries from that last night? Have you checked?
I have not checked.
What do you feel? Whereabouts are you getting poked? Like in the back?
Like
Can you pick up your shirt and stand up if you feel comfortable? Can we look?
right here, and I don't know if there's anything, but
Yeah.
it's really sore back here, like it's hurting.
Okay. About how many times would you say you were poked last night?
15.
15 times. Around what time was this happening at?
This would have been 6 o'clock in the morning.
6 a.m. Were the pokings as you described them, were they spread out or were they all at the same time? Over what duration of time?
From 3 a.m. all the way to 6 a.m.
3 a.m. to 6 a.m. spread out. Okay. About 15 times. And did you guys talk at all? Did you say anything when this was happening or what?
I told her to stop it. She stopped and she didn't want to.
Did she say why she was doing that?
She just and then turned over and then it started all over again. And I was like, please stop. It's hurting me. Like, it's really hurting my back.
So in your original statement, you say that Kiara was poking you in the back, and then we kind of jumped to you telling Grace you guys had to go because Kiara didn't want you there anymore. How did you know that Kiara didn't want you guys there anymore?
She woke up. Well, she woke up from what she says she slept, but she was awake the whole time. And she turned over, told me, you guys need to get out. I don't want you guys here. And then proceeded to start playing with something. I don't know what she was playing with. It was really freaking me out, so I was trying to get out. I was in and out of the room, trying to contact my mom to pick me up, to get me out of there.
What time was that at?
I contacted my mom around, I would say, 12.
What time did you guys wake up at? What time did you wake up at?
I woke up at about 7:50.
7:50 a.m.
Yes.
So at what time did Kiara tell you guys had to leave?
She told us we had to leave at about 8:30.
Okay.
I'm being honest.
In between 8:30 and to the time your mom called 911, kind of what happened in there?
I was packing my stuff, getting ready to I was just gonna walk it all the way over there. But when I packed my stuff, I went inside the house, which was a stupid mistake for me to go in the house, use the bathroom, and then come back and see what I saw.
So what time did you go to use the restroom?
That would have been 11:40.
11:40?
Yes.
How long did you use the restroom for?
About 30 seconds. It was quick. Number one.
Okay. What do you mean by number one?
Pee.
Pee. Okay. And then after you peed, you went immediately back to the garage?
Yes.
So around what time would you say that was at?
11:47.
How certain are you about the time?
I'm really certain.
Really certain about the time? Okay. So you go back to the garage and tell me in detail what you see.
I walk in, she yells, she tells me, I didn't mean to say it, she yelled, she goes, I did it. I look at the ground and I see someone dead. I see an ear hanging. And I'm like,
You see someone dead. Who is that someone?
Grace.
How do you know she's dead?
Because Kiara goes, I got her across the throat and she did the gurgle. And I'm like, what do I do now? I need to get out of here.
Do you know why Kiara did this?
No.
What were Kiara and Grace doing before you went to the restroom?
They were just sitting there. They were sitting on the bed. And when I went back, that's what happened. I was like, what? This is, this is way too quick. What just happened? I'm really freaking out on it because that's my friend. And then Kiara is now my ex. She's involved and I'm freaking out because I just wanted to leave.
Yes. Describe to me more what you see when you go into the garage. So, I'm not familiar with this garage, so let's go back to our pictures. Did you enter through like a door? Do you have to open up a large door in the garage? Where did you enter through? So,
The door would be right here.
you can draw that if you want. So that's the door into the garage?
Yeah.
Is that the one you enter?
Yes.
And where is Grace laying when you see her?
Bugs. Here's the door. She is within right here. Right. She's off the bed on the ground.
And where's Kiara at?
She's also off the bed by the TV.
Where's the TV at?
TV.
Okay. And show me where Kiara was at too. Okay. Describe Grace to me more, her injuries. What did you observe?
I saw an ear cut off, on something with her knee. It was right here. I saw blood right here, and started seeing blood right leaking out. And I was like, I saw blood leaking out, and she was just like that. That's not me making fun of that. I have a very strong rule on that. But
You're describing something to me. Yeah, I know. Okay. What about Kiara? What did you observe about Kiara?
I would like to stand up, and if you can too, for this. Is that a possibility?
For
Or
what?
to show you exactly what I observed.
Well, just describe it as best you can.
I did it. And she tried touching my hands, which I was like, I pulled away because I was like, don't touch me. She had blood all over her hands, all on here, all on here, right here, and on her face.
There's blood all over.
And I was like, just don't touch me, please.
Did she touch you?
She tried to, and she tried touching me like right over here, and she did not successfully touch me because I pulled away really fast.
Did any blood get on you?
No.
No. Okay. So she tells you this, and then what happens?
She's all, I'm gonna get rid of it.
What does she mean by it?
Grace.
She's gonna get rid of it?
Yes.
What do you think she meant by that?
She was gonna, she said she had called somebody that, after she said I did it, she said she had called somebody to come help her pick up the body.
Who'd she call?
A guy named Al.
Al?
Yes.
Do you know who this is?
Al, all I know is his name is Al, and African American, and besides that, he would be my age, and that's it.
Have you ever met him before?
No.
How do you know he's African American?
That's what Kiara had described him to be.
So that was her plan to get rid of the body? Al was going to come help her?
Yes.
Where were they going to take the body?
I don't know.
Can you tell me anything else about Al? No. So she has a plan, she's going to get rid of the body, then what happens? Is this conversation happening in the garage?
This conversation is happening right there in the garage, and I walked out of the garage because she goes, I'm going to go take a shower so I can get cleaned up and look better. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go right over here by the gate, and I'm going to make a phone call real quick. The phone call I made was my mom. And
What time did you call your mom at?
that would have been around 12.
12. What did you tell your mom?
I was like, can you guys pick me up, please? And they're like, no, but you can come over. What's going on? I was like, I just witnessed something very bad. And my mom's all, what did you witness? I walked in on, I said, I walked in on, then I stumbled my word, and I said, Kiara killed Grace, and that's what I walked in on. And she's like, I'm calling 911 right now. And after that, I walked over to AP Wireless because I felt like that would have been a safe space for me to be. And the guy there, he's friends with me. He said, just sit right here. You're okay, dude. Just sit right here. If anything happens, just know you're in a pretty good safe spot.
Nice. Yeah.
And then the cops met me, and I got scared because I was like, oh no, I'm in trouble. But then they're like, oh, we're detaining you to question you. And it's like, okay, cool. I had a panic attack in the cop car. I don't know if one of the officers said anything to you.
I didn't hear that.
I had a panic attack.
That's a lot. What you just went through, you know. That's tough.
I passed out. The cop went like that to see if I was alive or awake. And I woke up right away, and he's all, what's wrong? I was all, I just passed out. I'm sorry.
How do you feel now?
I'm still shooken out.
Well, you let me know if you need medical attention or anything like that. I know this stuff is difficult. Okay?
All I want to do is I just want to get my stuff and go back to my mom and dad. Because at least there I know that I'm safe.
I'll try to make that happen for you as soon as I can, okay?
Right? Just scared right now.
Did you see anything else in the garage? Anything else stick out to you?
There was blood on the sheets that I had purchased.
Okay.
Everything that happened today, it's like really shaking me out because I've witnessed my friend get murdered. I've witnessed another friend get murdered a second time. I've been robbed. I've just been on an unlucky streak of shit happening to me. And I'm not okay right now. Sorry if my voice is low. I'm getting over a sickness.
It's okay. Did you see any weapons inside the garage?
Just the sword, it was right there.
What did it look like? Well, not like that description, but like
There was blood all over it.
blood on the sword. Why do you think there was blood all over it?
That's what Kiara did. And
I think the only question I have left for you that's kind of coming to mind is, you're saying you were told to leave 8 in the morning, right?
yes,
You start packing up your things to leave, and then this happens a little before 12, right?
yes.
So what took so long to leave in that 3-hour gap?
My mom, I was trying to call her before that. I was like, I kept calling her through Facebook. She didn't want to pick up, so I finally called her through her phone number. And then that's when she started picking up and saying, hey, what's going on? I was like, I need to be picked up here. Please pick me up. And then like, no, we can't pick you up right now. We're out and about. And I was trying to find another ride or something.
Okay, that makes sense. And then between when this happened, 12, and I think we got the call a little after 1:30.
Yes.
Kind of an hour and a half gap there. I know you said you called your mom and she quickly called 911, but it doesn't really seem to line up with our timeline, at least from, can you help make me understand that? Was there a long period of time that you and Kiara were trying to figure out what was going to happen?
There was a long period of time. It was when I was standing on the side of the garage.
Tell me about that.
I was hyperventilating on the side of the garage. I was like that, and then I made the call to my mom. My mom made the call to y'all. But I was just, I was shooken up, and I know I should have been the one to call. I know I should have been the one to call y'all. But I was shooken up. I feel like I'm going to pass out.
Yeah.
And
Take some deep breaths.
I didn't expect any of this to happen today.
No one knows when these things happen. It's difficult. Okay, look up at me. You didn't do anything wrong, right?
Right.
Sometimes things happen. What defines who we are is kind of how we move forward with things. Would you agree?
Yes.
You've been super truthful this whole time from what I can tell, and we really much appreciate that. question. I want you to be real truthful with it, as you have been this whole time, okay?
Yes.
At any point, did you think of, or did it cross your mind, or did you start helping Kiara with covering this up at all?
No.
No. At any point, did you help Kiara injure Grace or do anything to Grace?
No.
No. Okay. And if anything like that did happen, or there's anything I'm missing to the story, now's the time to tell me, so I get the truthful statement from you right off the bat. Is there anything anyone else is going to say about this that's going to contradict that?
No.
Okay. Talking about Kiara's mom, your mother-in-law, did she know what happened?
No.
She didn't know.
All she thought was Kiara was still asleep or just being her normal, routinely self, which is stay away from her mom.
Kiara went from the garage to the main house to shower. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And she was covered in blood.
Yes.
And her mom was in the house at that time?
Yes.
Did her mom see her covered in blood?
I do not know. I was already handcuffed in the cop car, and I don't know.
How many bathrooms are in the main house?
One.
One shower?
Yes.
How do you feel?
Still like I'm gonna pass out, but
You want to take a break?
no.
No. Well, I need a little break if that's okay with you. I'll use the restroom real quick. And then we'll see if there's anything else, any other questions we have, or anything else that maybe you want to tell us. And then we'll go from there. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Hey, thanks for your time, Isaac. We'll be back in a bit. Video on.
Sergeant, after this video, when it ends, we see that you're about to go take a break. What did you do?
I took a break and I prepared some documentation for a consent to search an electronic device form. My intention with the second part of the interview, I had knowledge that we had possession of Mr. Apodaca's cell phone. I knew that eventually we were going to have to do our due diligence and either get consent or get a search warrant for that phone to see if there was anything of evidentiary value on it. So it was my plan to prep that phone and then go in there and see if he would give consent to search it along with the passcode if that applied.
And did you obtain his phone that had been collected by other officers?
Yes, I did. It was provided to me by Officer Caesar or Nellis.
Okay. And while the phone was in your possession, did you access it in a way that would have altered any information or make any changes to the phone?
No, I did not.
And during the interview, we see Mr. Apodaca stand up and show you his backside. When he showed you his lower back, did you see any scratches or poke marks or defects to his lower back? Were there any that you observed?
None that I can observe. There appeared to be some like discoloration, but I couldn't really tell if it was like a birthmark or what exactly that was. I don't know.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Before we go to the second part of the interview, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 90. Can you please take a look at State's Exhibit 90 and tell me if you recognize it?
I do recognize it.
What is State's Exhibit 90?
This is Santa Fe Police Department electronic device consent to search form, the one I had just mentioned. It's dated, the date of the incident, October 29th, 2022. It has the location listed as SFPD, or the Santa Fe Police Department. The case number associated with this is on there, and it's pre-filled out with Mr. Apodaca's name, his date of birth, and that he is giving consent to me, Detective Javier Vigil at the time, And the form says, and or any other persons designated by the Santa Fe Police Department, which may include the assistance of computer forensic examiner to conduct a complete search of. Then it goes into the device that we're getting consent to search, and that is Mr. Apodaca's phone. The description of the phone, as well as the IMEI number, and then the password, then there was no password on it, is listed there. I can see at the bottom as well, there is a signature and date and time from, it appears, Mr. Apodaca, as well as myself.
And does this document states Exhibit 90 fairly and accurately? I picked the form as you filled it out on the date of incident, October 29th, 2022.
Yes, it does.
Had you altered this this document in any way before making a facsimile copy of it?
No, I'm not.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit States Exhibit 90.
Any objection to 90?
No objection from defense.
90 is admitted.
Thank you. And we don't need it. So prior to the second part of the interview, had you seen the text messages or the Facebook messages or the phone searches on Isaac Apodaca's phone?
No, I had not. Before the second part of the interview, I had not yet obtained written or verbal consent to go through the phone, nor had I tampered with it at all. So I had no idea those messages were on there.
Okay. Your Honor, may I please play part 2 of the recording or of the interview?
Yes.
Hey, Isaac. So I have your cell phone. I know our cell phones are very important to us because they have pretty much all our personal information on them and everything. So I do want to try and get this back to you as soon as possible. Given that there were kind of messages and stuff, and this is still an active investigation, there is reason to believe that there is potentially evidence on your phone of, you know, messages of you interacting with either, you know, your fiance or ex-fiance now, or Grace. So one way or another, we are going to have to look at the data on the phone. So there's a couple ways that we can go about this, and I want to give you all the information so you can make a well-informed decision. Make sense? So we can either do a search warrant for the data on the phone. It's a little bit of a process because we have to complete the paperwork, and then we have to send the cell phone along with the paperwork to the Regional Communications Forensic Laboratory in Albuquerque, and then it gets put in the queue of phones that they have to extract data for. Usually turnaround time is around 6 months to a year before you get your phone back, before we extract the data from it. The quicker option, and this is completely up to you, we can complete a Santa Fe Police Department electronic device consent to search. And it's just a fancy form and a fancy way of saying that you're giving us permission to extract the data from your phone and only look at things pertaining to this case. Like I'm telling you, messages, you know, different things like that, different data that, you know, that helps with our investigation. So if you do want to do this, I've already kind of pre-filled it out for you. Date, location, this is the case number, kind of same thing as that other form. This is your name right here. This is your date of birth. I am Detective Javier Vigil. This is your phone right here. This is your IMEI number, okay? And then all we would need is your phone password, and you can sign this, and then we can get the extraction done so you can get your phone back sooner rather than later. You're welcome to look over this form and read it for a bit, and let me know if you have any questions.
Right here, correct?
Yeah, sign right there, please.
Today's date.
10/29/2002. And it is 5:16 p.m. And the phone password?
There's no password.
No password.
It's just a quick swipe up and that's it.
Okay, let's see. So since we have it here, I know the battery's close to dying, but I would like to manipulate it here with you just so you can explain anything to me as we loop through it. Now that to look through it. Okay, messages. Did you have any messages between you and Grace?
Put it in Instagram.
Instagram, okay? And I'll if it's okay with you, I'll handle the phone. You just tell me where it is, okay?
Right there, and then there would have been Yumiko Jennings right at the top.
Okay, that's her like profile name. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so this is kind of when everything started. Hey, I got kicked out, and she's telling everyone to leave her house. I'm going to head to my fam's place. Is this her saying that?
That's me.
Oh, okay. What do you mean when you say that?
I'm heading to my mom and dad's house. That's what I was meaning. And the kicked out part.
Oh, is this today?
Yes.
Oh, this is today at 12. Hey, I got kicked out, and she's telling everyone to leave her house. She is telling everyone to leave her house. Who is she? Kiara. And I met at my fam's place. Okay, what happened? She just doesn't want us here, and I have to respect her wishes, and I'm getting my stuff. First of all, who? Second, my mom can only come get me at 3:30. Why is she kicking you out, and does she know I'm here? Wait a minute. I thought you guys all hung out the night before.
We did.
So how come she doesn't know she's there?
I was very confused, and I told her.
She's kicking me out because you're here and she knows it. So it's sounding like to me, just take a pause real quick. Did she not know she was there? Because that's what it looks like.
She knew she was there.
Then why is it looking like in these messages?
She knew she was there, and she was playing. She was acting like she didn't know who she was.
Who was acting like? I'm so confused. Who was acting like who didn't know who?
Grace was acting like she didn't know who she was.
Okay.
Even though we had talked.
She's kicking me out because you're here and she knows it. How? She is right next to you. What the fuck, really? How fucking great? Yup. Why though? She is not wanting to deal with it. Us being here, and I broke her trust. She is not in the best mood. She is not wanting to deal with what?
She's not wanting to deal with us.
What does that mean?
She didn't want us there at all.
Okay. But it says she is not wanting to deal with it.
I should have been more. I'm horrible with my words.
Sure.
I'm horrible with how I type.
I'm just trying to understand
With
too.
it was just a meeting. She didn't want to deal with us
Okay.
being there because
I know how she feels. My mom's coming to get me soon. Okay.
and that was the part that threw me off. Was like, she's kicking us out. Why is she kicking you out? And how does she know I'm here? I'm like, we discussed this the night
So
before.
she is right next to you. So that was your way of telling her, like, I'm referring to Kiara. Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense to me now. Okay. Where are your messages with Kiara?
My messages with Kiara.
And just tell me where to go.
You're gonna go out of there.
Okay.
They're gonna be in Messenger,
Oh, okay.
and then that's my mom. And just ignore that.
Sure.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys know this. I have a hearing that I have to do remotely right now. The other parties are on my screen, so I'm going to excuse you. This will be our afternoon break for a few minutes. Then we'll bring you back and continue. And if we need to, we might back up about 15, 20 seconds to the beginning of this exchange when we come back in. If you go with the bailiff, please. You need to log in. Everybody's on but you.
Hurry.
You may step down. I'll have you back up as soon as we get started again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to leave, we'll do a quick hearing and then we'll continue, bring the jury and Mr. Apodaca back into the courtroom. Okay, let's go on the record. I had a question. Let's go on the record. The next hearing is State versus Jeffrey Heyer. This is D101CR 2025-27.
Samsung. Samsung Galaxy S10 Plus 512 gigabyte. Has a clear case on it.
Okay. I got some follow-up questions for you regarding some of the other things that we had talked about. I just want to clarify some of the, I kind of was looking through our statement and I just want to kind of clear up some of the haziness that I have. So Grace spends the night last night, right?
Yes.
What are the sleeping arrangements like?
We were all sharing the same bed.
You're all sharing the same bed?
Yes.
Who was sleeping where in the bed?
Grace was right here facing the garage door.
Okay.
The big garage door.
Okay.
Kara was this way facing the little fridge, mini fridge, and I was at the foot of the bed. I was at the foot of the bed.
Say that one more time.
I was at the foot of the bed.
Yeah, but where were the other two?
Grace was facing the garage,
Okay.
big garage door.
Okay.
Kiara was facing the mini fridge,
Okay.
and I was at the foot of the bed.
Okay. And I remember earlier you talking about how you used to date Grace
Yes.
up until when?
It would have been January, February, March, April. That was the last.
April of what year?
2018.
Okay. And between April and 2018 and yesterday, had you had any contact with Grace?
I did have contact with her, and it was just like on and off.
What kind of contact?
Like, hey, how's it going? Like, how's your job going? And stuff like that.
Okay. Any meetings? Any sex? Anything like that?
No.
No? Okay. What about Kiara? Kiara and Grace, they used to date at some point, right?
Yes.
After they broke up, did they have any contact with each other that you know about?
Yes.
Yeah.
They kind of got, Kiara got me thrown in the middle of a whole heated debate, an argument about, I don't know, some incident that happened between them in their relationship, and I was just like, keep me out of it.
When was that?
It started 2019, extended into 2020, 2021, and today.
Okay.
All the way to today. And that argument I didn't want to be a part of because I'm the kind of guy that's like going peaceful, not argumentative.
Sure. Was there any sexual interaction between anyone last night?
No.
No threesome or nothing like that between the three of you guys?
No.
Has that ever been anything you guys have ever done in the past, thought about doing?
That did happen in the past, and
Who was involved?
it was first Kiara and this girl named Alex Lopez,
Okay.
and they were consenting to have a lesbian thing.
Mhm.
And then they called me to the room, and I was like, okay, cool. And I could come back to the room, probably watch TV. And they pressured me into getting involved with them.
You didn't want to?
Correct.
Okay.
And afterwards, after everything was done, I did not feel the same. I
How
felt
come?
I was peer pressured,
Mhm.
and I was pressured into a corner. Not figurative, literally, pinned into a corner to do this.
To do a threesome.
Yes.
Okay. What about last night?
There was no threesome, there was no sex, nothing.
Was that ever on the table?
No.
Okay. Was there anything romantic going on between you and Grace?
No.
What about between Grace and your fiance? Kiara?
I don't know.
You don't know? Was Kiara okay? Was Grace coming over last night?
She was all right. She was all, text me when she's here. Please text me when she's here.
So she wanted her phone too. So what happened? We're missing something somewhere to where Kiara's okay with Grace coming over. You have a prior relationship with her. Kiara has a prior relationship with her. And then the morning comes and Kiara wants you both out. What happened? Help me understand. Don't think about it. Just tell me what happened.
She just wasn't in the mood.
Who wasn't in the mood?
Kiara, she wasn't in the mood
The mood for what?
for us being there.
For who being there?
Me, Isaac, and Grace.
Why?
Because she felt as if we were walking all over her.
Why? Because she's okay with you inviting her over. She was excited about it, is what you just told me. So what changed that she feels like you guys are walking all over her?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
What all did you guys do last night? You guys said you were having fun, having a good time. Tell me more about last night.
We were having fun talking, listening to music, then we listened to music on the TV.
Any alcohol? Any drugs?
No.
Nothing. Are there any alcohol or drugs in the garage?
No.
No. Any alcohol or drugs used by anyone this morning?
No.
No. Do you ever drink alcohol or use drugs?
I can't touch alcohol or drugs because of probation.
Oh, you're on probation.
And if it slips in my system, game over.
Yeah. What are you on probation for?
Trespassing and committing $1,000 worth of property damage.
What? Where at?
Hispaniola. It was because, and it's gonna sound stupid, but sound smart. But
I won't
weird.
judge you. What happened?
We were staying at somebody's house, and this person we were staying at decided to steal a Nintendo Switch. I took it upon myself to become Conan the Barbarian and go over there really pissed off and angry, and I busted down the door, asking for my Nintendo Switch, and that was it. I didn't want anything else, like no money, nothing of these people that these people had.
Conan the Barbarian. What do you mean by that? What?
I
I get the reference, but what were you doing?
ripped the door off the hinges
Okay.
from the outside in.
Were you armed?
No.
No. So I was imagining like a sword or something. See Conan the. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When that
So
happened,
you're on probation for that.
yes,
When did that happen?
that happened in June or July 28th. I can't remember which. June 28th.
June 28th of this year?
Yes, because I remember July 28th being my sister's birthday.
Okay. From what you're telling me about last night with you and Kiara, is there a history of domestic violence between you two?
There is a history of domestic violence, yes.
Tell me about some of that.
The first act of domestic violence was towards me.
Mm-hmm.
And we were living at a friend's apartment. His name was Sean. I can't think of his last name, but he's a bigger fellow.
Sure.
And I was talking to, because at the time, me and her had split up and she came over to live with us as roommates. I was talking to my girlfriend at the time, her name was Janae. And as I was talking to her, Kiara came, swung at me once, swung at me twice, and then kicked me. I pushed her away to get away from it, and then she kicked me in the groin.
How long ago was this?
2020.
Last night you're describing weapons. Has there ever been domestic violence involving weapons before?
Yes,
How many times?
3
Okay. What kind of weapons?
knives.
Knives. Similar to like what happened last night?
Yes,
From Kiara towards you.
yes.
What's her fascination with weapons and threatening you?
She wants to see if I'm scared
If you're scared. Why?
because everybody knows me as a big jolly green giant.
I could see that.
I'm very peaceful. I'm like the kind of guy that'll be like, hey, what's up?
Shake your head, friendly.
Give you a hug.
Yeah.
I'm also the kind of guy that, like, if I don't know you, don't hug me. So I'm a germaphobe.
Oh, okay.
But she wants to see if she can. Somebody, I guess, that told her about my past. Well, that somebody was my sister. That I could be an angry person.
She wants to get you angry.
Yes.
Why?
To see what kind of reaction would come of it. And I've been bottling my anger and turning it into the one thing that I love doing is instead of using anger and hate, love and peace.
Yeah.
That's my thing. Anytime somebody is angry, I bring in that energy and I return it back as a positive.
Gotcha. Is there anything sexual behind this weapon fascination that Kiara has? Do you guys ever use weapons during sex or anything like that?
No.
No.
I'm actually terrified of anything near myself.
Yeah.
Especially since I had another friend. This is going to go completely off topic, but another friend of mine stole some knives from me. And this is when I could have knives.
Yeah.
And she had put in the journal a lock of my hair and a story about how she wanted to have some kind of act with me while slicing my throat. And I was like, okay, we're done with weapons.
Yeah, I can see that. So back to Grace. You hadn't talked to Grace for a little while, right? Just off and on.
Yes.
What made her comfortable to message you last night and want to come over?
She thought I could be a safe place. That I was a safe person. Because she said herself that she was unsafe in Albuquerque.
And she knew Kiara was going to be there?
Yes.
How did she know Kiara was going to be there?
I had told her.
Going back to talking about Kiara and last night and her threatening you with the knife, you described her kind of putting the knife to your face,
Yes.
right? Was she saying anything to you when she was doing this?
Are you scared of me?
Yeah? Just like that?
What if I dragged it deeper? And I was like, please stop, please stop, please stop. And I yelled about 4 times. And the word stop does nothing towards her.
Is that before Grace got there?
Yes. It's like if, take for instance, for example, you told me to stop and I just kept pursuing you. That is basically what I mean. It was a non-stop pursuit of trying to scare me.
What? Well, let's probably charge a little bit. Let's see. Uh, 3:44 a.m. That was this morning.
Yes.
Okay, let's back up a little more then. Man, you guys message a lot. So all these other messages above where you said those weren't your messages, the rest of these messages are you, right?
Yes.
This is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, we'll start here. Friday at 6:28 p.m. So that would have been yesterday. Are you wanting to go to the store with me? She says, Kiara, I want to stay home. She says, I love you. She's back. Now, Kiara says, have her drop off her shot and the cat and then go to the park. My mom is up ATM. I need a quick escape. I'm going to go to the porch, avoid the porch. Did y'all just get to the garage? Stay in the back room. I'm already on the porch with the door locked. What's going on? I'm thinking to head to the park, okay? I'll let you know when I get there. Then you head there. I'll head there shortly. She's with you, yes? I'm here. Yes. We're talking, but we will head there shortly. What does the mushroom mean whenever she sends you a mushroom?
It's supposed to mean like a mushroom fairy thing that she sends.
A mushroom fairy thing?
Yeah.
What's the meaning behind it, though?
I do not know.
You don't know?
I've tried to figure it out over time, but I cannot figure out what it means because it's always a different meaning.
Okay. I'm sitting at the table. Make it seem as though you promised to meet with a friend. I'm gonna call you and act like you almost forgot. Maybe I should just come home and scare her. I'm bored right now. Should I just come home and go into my room and freak her the fuck out? What's going on there? What is she talking about?
Last night she dressed up with a garb and she had the sword and everything on her. She was walking around the park
Okay.
in the middle of the night.
Okay. And what?
And after when she said that, like, she wanted to freak her out, I just told her, well, just come talk to her. I wanted everything to just get squashed. I wanted it to all end.
Why should I bother talking to her? So it almost seems like
Ms. Murphy, with respect to
Kiara
number 89.
knows she's
Yes,
there.
Your Honor. We did make an additional redaction. I just showed that to defense. Part of a text message had been redacted, but the portion where it actually kind of repeats it right up above it had not. We made that redaction. I've shown that to opposing counsel. 89A, which is the exact same document, just with that additional redaction, into a hard copy form.
Any objection to the replacement of Exhibit 89?
No objection, Judge.
Okay. So we'll need to let the jury know that if they're taking notes, they're expecting to see a disc, and we need to let them know that that the exhibit is the hard copy.
I will.
Okay.
I'll make a record on that.
Okay. Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have, what I'm holding in my hand right now is going to be States Exhibits 7 through 17. Those are going to be the recorded jail phone calls. These are actually the entire phone calls. What I do have, though, are the trimmed down versions that we all listened to the other day when the court made its ruling. So with the court's permission and defense counsel's permission, I would like to replace those at this point.
Any objection?
We're just going to maintain our objection, Judge. So,
Okay. Any other objections? Any additional objections as to what's on the replacement disc?
no, Your Honor.
Okay. Your previous objections are noted for the record, and you preserved that issue. The court will allow substitution of 7 through 17, and what are we calling this?
I think I will call them 7A through 17A.
The exhibits are all, but the disc, how is it identified?
The disc are identified, it just says 11/30/22 audio. And then it's just subsequent dates of the other dates.
And on the disc, 7 through 17, do they have unique date identifiers on the disc itself? Not the data, but the actual face of the disc. Do they have dates and times?
They do, and so they have, they do contain the actual date, but they also do contain the last four, or it actually looks like it's probably a little bit more. Or it looks like it's got the last 6 alphanumeric characters, so those unique identifiers when I identified them when we had the hearing, and so these do not, but the dates do match, and so I can actually, I guess the new disc just have the dates. I can add on the alphanumeric characters as well, though.
They need to have them.
Okay.
So, at this point in time, we're not substituting 7 through 17. correct them and let council see it or add that information to it. And then who's going to be the foundational witness for that?
Sergeant Behill.
Okay, so when we get to the point where we're ready to substitute 7 through 17 with the single redacted disk containing that information, then we'll need to have the necessary foundation laid.
Okay.
Okay, anything else before we continue with the jury?
Nothing from the state judge.
Okay, anything else before we get started?
Your Honor, are we just scheduling housekeeping? Are we going past the 5 o'clock hour today?
I don't know how far we're going to get with this witness. It looks like we may, depends on where we are. How much longer do you think you have on a direct?
After these videos, there's over an hour left on the videos, maybe an hour and a half. I'd have to look at the exact timestamps. Then I have a few close-up, maybe 10 to 15 minutes of direct, and then cross.
Jail calls.
Oh, and then, I'm sorry, the jail calls, which are about 12 minutes, or the recorded
I
calls.
don't think we're going to get done with this witness today. We're going to finish these videos and get through that and see where we are, and then go after that. You won't be able to do cross until tomorrow morning.
I'm planning for doing 3 crosses tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Okay, let's have our jury. We're off until they come in.
All rise.
You may be seated in the courtroom. And we are back on the record and continuing the state's case in chief. Ms. Murphy.
Yes, Your Honor. Before I continue with the playing of this video clip, I'd just like to note for the record that the Celebrite report related to the internet search terms and the messages from the phone was presented off of a disc, States Exhibit 89. We made, based on the discussions outside the jury's presence, we have 89A, which is hard copy rather than disc, that we are going to place into evidence for the jury.
Any objection to 89A?
Nothing further, no.
89A is admitted.
At the-
So you won't have the disc, you'll have the actual printed out hard copy. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Okay. And Your Honor, may I go back just about 20 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Where are your messages with Kiara?
My messages with Kiara.
And just tell me where to go.
You're gonna go out of there.
Okay.
They're gonna be in Messenger,
Oh, okay.
and then that's my mom. And just ignore that.
Sure.
Maybe the Puggy.
Puggy? This one right here. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Whoa, those are a lot of emojis. Okay, we're just gonna start from there. How about that? This is at 11:56 a.m. What? And that's forgive me, I forgot her name for a second. This is your fiance saying this? What?
Yes.
Hey, I have a plan with what I said. All I have to do is be over there at my fam's place and call the cops for a breaking and entering. What are you talking about there?
It was something that happened in my family's house. We've been trying to figure out who has been getting into my storage. I have stuff in my storage and they keep finding it unlocked. And that was something entirely different.
Hold up, listen. Okay, plan B. Just tell her she needs to leave. Follow my lead, my lady. Just tell her to leave, dude. I'm in a mood. I did, through Insta. So now what? Operation kick out, me following the call to the cops once at my family's. What does that mean?
That was, I was talking about, because she had asked me to leave, and that's why I said Operation Kick Out, because every time I get told to leave, I say Operation Kick Out. It's her go-to thing to tell me to leave, and it's like, she kicks me out, and then a few days later, she'll come back over, and stuff like that. But to call the cops at my family was because of the breaking and entering.
So, according to you, you're talking about two different things at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. How about I just explain why I'm angry and why she's not wanted? Okay? Show me what you sent her. My plan. Okay, well. And those are the messages that we looked at earlier between you and...
Yes.
Okay. It worked with Christian. She says she is leaving at 3:30. She's mad, 3:30. Mad still. Yeah, why don't you pop off my little firecracker? What would you like me to do? Stab her? I don't know. I don't have the energy to do shit. What's this? Read what she sent. Is she stupid? Yes. Okay. I am fake getting thrown out. I am fake getting thrown out. You're getting fake thrown out.
Yes, that's usually how it happens. I get told to leave, and 5 days later, she asks me to come back.
Follow my lead, my lady. We can hear you. They want me to spend what I have. They want me to spend what I have saved for the house. Don't. What the fuck? What does that mean? They want me to spend what I've saved for the house.
That was me talking to my mom and dad. They wanted me to get a motel, which is not a good idea because I don't do motels.
Don't. What the fuck? Or WTF rather. I I know how to, and I am not feeling good. Still told Steven, and he said, okay. You heard that right? You heard what? What's she talking about? You heard that right?
I have no clue.
Yeah, Rune is legendary pink spotted Pokemon. Unless I ask your mom to give me a ride to Target and you do what is needed. What do you mean you do what is needed?
I have no clue. From this on, from beyond here, I don't know what's going on.
You don't know what's going on? But these are messages from you?
I do have another cell phone. Didn't tell you guys about, but it's still over there at the house. At the house.
Okay, but this is the one you use?
I use that one primarily only for work and family.
Okay. So you didn't send these messages? Or you did?
On this, from down on, no.
Oh, okay. Her mother is her backup ride. Okay. Want me to get your mom to give me a ride to Target so you can take my stuff into the back room and her mom and your mom don't get into it? Yay or nay? Wait a bit, though. Okay, how long? Until there's a clue on when she's leaving. She admitted to me when she lived at those apartments. And she was sober then. She admitted to me also back when I first met her calling you crazy. What are you talking about?
I don't know. That's not me.
That's not you?
That's not me.
Who is it?
That's the other phone that's been, they were being used to message back and forth.
Isaac, this is getting really weird, man.
I have a second phone.
You have a second phone?
Yes.
Where is that phone?
That's at the house.
Okay.
It is logged into the same Facebook account.
Okay. I don't know, man. These messages look a lot like there's some conspiring going on, some planning going on. What?
From that point where I was telling you from...
Even before then, it sounds like you guys are planning something. You're fake getting thrown out and what?
I say fake getting thrown out, like I said, was... What I mean when I say fake getting thrown out is she'll tell me to leave. She'll tell me that I'm getting thrown out, getting kicked out. And 5 days later, she's like, come back.
Do you want to start over? Because I'm really confused with everything that's going on. Like, you're telling me you have 2 phones now, and those other messages aren't you, and what you're telling me, your statement, isn't lining up with these messages. Now, I told you at the beginning of this talk that we need to be truthful with this, right?
I am being truthful. I do have a secondary phone, and I'm telling you the messages, not me. Those are not my messages.
Whose messages do you think they are then?
They're from Kiara to using my Facebook from me to Kiara, but I can't quite explain how it looks.
Kiara to Kiara?
Yes.
Why would she do that?
She's been, like I said at the beginning, involved her, but before that, there was problems in our relationship, and ever since before that, she's been trying to get revenge, and she's been talking to the people to, she's told me that she's wanting to ruin my life. And she's wanting to ruin my life for a while. So, and I'm being honest, there is 2 phones. The other phone is on top of the fridge in the garage.
In the garage, okay. What kind of phone is it?
Samsung Galaxy S10 Plus 512 gigabyte. Has a clear case on it.
Okay. I got some follow-up questions for you regarding some of the other things that we talked about. I just want to clarify some of the, I kind of was looking through her statement, and I just want to kind of clear up some of the haziness that I have. So Grace spends the night last night, right?
Yes.
What are the sleeping arrangements like?
We were all sharing the same bed.
You're all sharing the same bed?
Yes.
Who was sleeping where in the bed?
Grace was right here facing the garage door.
Okay.
the big garage door.
Okay.
Camera was this way facing the fridge, mini fridge, and I was at the foot of the bed. I was at the foot of the bed.
Say that one more time.
I was at the foot of the bed.
Yeah, where were the other two?
Grace was facing the garage, big garage door.
Okay.
Kiara was facing the mini fridge.
Okay.
And I was at the foot of the bed.
Okay. And I remember earlier you talking about how you used to date Grace.
Yes.
Up until when?
It would have been January, February, March, April. That was the last.
April of what year?
2018.
Okay. And between April and 2018 and yesterday, had you had any contact with Grace?
I did have contact with her, and it was just like on and off.
What kind of contact?
Like, hey, how's it going? Like, how's your job going? And stuff like that.
Okay. Any meetings? Any sex? Anything like that?
No.
No? Okay. What about Kiara? Kiara and Grace, they used to date at some point, right?
Yes.
After they broke up, did they have any contact with each other that you know about?
Yes.
Yeah.
It kind of, Kiara got me thrown in the middle of a whole heated debate, an argument about, I don't know, some incident that happened between them in their relationship, and I was just like, keep me out of it.
When was that?
It started 2019, extended into 2020, 2021, and today.
Okay.
All the way to today. And that argument I didn't want to be a part of because I'm the kind of guy that's like going peaceful, not argumentative.
Sure. Was there any sexual interaction between anyone last night?
No.
No threesome or nothing like that between the three of you guys?
No.
Has there ever been anything you guys have ever done in the past or thought about doing?
That did happen in the past, and
who was involved?
it was first Kiara and this girl named Alex Lopez.
Okay.
And they were consenting to have a lesbian thing. And then they called me to the room, and I was like, okay, cool. And I could come back to the room, probably watch TV. And they pressured me into getting involved with them.
You didn't want to?
Correct.
Okay.
And afterwards, after everything was done, I did not feel the same. I felt I was peer pressured, and I was pressured into a corner. Not figurative, literally, pinned into a corner to do this.
To do a threesome?
Yes.
Okay. What about last night?
There was no threesome, there was no sex, nothing.
Was that ever on the table?
No.
Okay. Was there anything romantic going on between you and Grace?
No.
What about between Grace and your fiance? Kiara?
I don't know.
You don't know? Was Kiara okay? Was Grace coming over last night?
She was alright, she was all, text me when she's here, please text me when she's here.
So she wanted to. So what happened? We're missing something somewhere to where Kiara is okay with Grace coming over. You have a prior relationship with her, Kiara has a prior relationship with her. And then the morning comes and Kiara wants you both out. What happened? Help me understand. Don't think about it, just tell me what happened.
She just wasn't in the mood.
Who wasn't in the mood?
Kiara, she wasn't in the mood.
The mood for what?
For us being there.
For who being there?
Me, Isaac, and Grace.
Why?
Because she felt as if we were walking all over her.
Why? Because she's okay with you inviting her over. She was excited about it, is what you just told me. So what changed that she feels like you guys are walking all over her?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
What What did you guys do last night? You guys said you were having fun, having a good time. Tell me more about last night.
We were having fun talking, listening to music, then we listened to music on the TV.
Any alcohol? Any drugs?
No.
Nothing. Are there any alcohol or drugs in the garage?
No.
No. Any alcohol or drugs used by anyone this morning?
No.
No. So back to Grace. You hadn't talked to Grace for a little while, right? Just off and on?
Yes.
What made her comfortable to message you last night and want to come over?
She thought I could be a safe place. That I was a safe person. Because she said herself that she was unsafe in Albuquerque.
And she knew Kiara was going to be there?
Yes.
How did she know Kiara was going to be there?
I had told her.
Going back to talking about Kiara and last night and her threatening you with a knife, you described her kind of putting the knife to your face?
Yes.
Right? Was she saying anything to you when she was doing this?
Are you scared of me?
Yeah? Just like that?
What if I dragged it deeper?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, please stop, please stop, please stop. And I yelled out 4 times, and the word stop does nothing towards her.
Is that before Grace got there?
Yes. It's like if, take for instance, for example, you told me to stop and I just kept pursuing you. That is basically what I mean. It was a non-stop pursuit of trying to scare me.
Well, it's my first little bit. 3:44 a.m. That was this morning?
Yes.
Okay, let's back up a little more then. Man, you guys message a lot. So all these other messages above where you said those weren't your messages, the rest of these messages are you, right? This is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, we'll start here. Friday at 6:28 p.m. So that would have been yesterday. Are you wanting to go to the store with me? She says, Kiara, I want to stay home. She says, I love you. She's back. Now Kiara says, have her drop off her shot and the cat and then go to the park. My mom is up, ATM, I need a quick escape. I'm going to go to the porch, avoid the porch. Did y'all just get to the garage? Stay in the back room. I'm already on the porch with the door locked. What's going on? I'm thinking to head to the park, okay. I'll let you know when I get there, then you head there. I'll head there shortly. She's with you, yes? I'm here. Yes. We're talking, but we will head there shortly. What does the mushroom mean, whenever she sends you a mushroom?
It's supposed to mean like a mushroom fairy thing that she sends.
A mushroom fairy thing?
Yeah.
What's the meaning behind it though?
I do not know.
You don't know?
I've tried to figure it out over time, but I cannot figure out what it means, because it's always a different meaning.
Okay. I'm sitting at the table. Make it seem as though you promised to meet with a friend. I'm gonna call you and act like you almost forgot. Maybe I should just come home and scare her. I'm bored right now. Should I just come home and go into my room and freak her the fuck out? What's going on there? What is she talking about?
Last night she dressed up with a garb, and she had the sword and everything on her. She was walking around the park.
Okay.
In the middle of the night.
Okay. And what?
And after when she said that, like, she wanted to freak her out, I just told her, I'll just come talk to her. I I wanted everything to just get squashed. I wanted it to all end.
Why should I bother talking to her? So it almost seems like Kiara knows she's there, but it doesn't sound like Grace knows anything about Kiara.
Grace knew that Kiara was there.
Kiara was where?
In the main house.
Okay. So then how is she gonna surprise her then? How is she gonna come home and scare her? Like what?
She was coming up to the house with her garb and her sword and everything like that. It was like a fantastical tale, but she was gonna come up, and she said that she was coming with her sword, and then she was gonna come in there, and she wanted to also kill me. And she said that over the phone, on a phone call.
Okay. You coming to me or I'm coming to you? Why should I bother talking to her? That's all, Kiara. Then you say, you come to me, I told her you want to talk to her, and no arguing. I'm angry, hon. And then you say, I know, but it's better to reach a common sense of direction. She says, is the door unlocked? I look like a monster, dude. You said, yes. She says, I don't have anything nice to say. You say, I know, but be kind with your words, like when me and you talk instead of violence. Show compassion. She says, thumbs up. You say, you know what I mean. Platypus? Is that what you're saying? Platypus?
Yeah.
Rah, rah. She says, get the conversation rolling, dude. I'm not feeling nice. You're too nice to make me feel good right now. Get her to talk. Not just fun stuff. I have things I want to talk about, but she's not going to respond well. She's never been the one to listen. Get her to talk so I have somewhere I can butt in. What is all this? What's going on when she's saying all this?
We were talking, and as it was just, at that moment right there, I was the one talking, doing all the talking.
So you guys are already back in the garage at this point, all of you?
Yes.
Okay.
I was doing all the talking, and I was telling her, when you talk, will you please tell her what you gotta say?
What do they have to say? What is she trying to get her to talk about?
They wanted to argue.
About what?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
I have things I want to talk about, but she's not going to respond well. What does she mean? What's the issue between them?
It's because of the breakup that happened in 2017.
Between who?
Her and Grace. Kiara and Grace.
So Kiara wants to talk about that?
Yes.
What about that?
Kiara believed that she could rekindle something.
Last night?
Yes.
Okay. So Kiara had interest in Grace to rekindle something. And how did you feel about that?
I did not want to be a part of it.
But that's your fiance, right?
I didn't want to be a part of it, and I had already told her. I told her in person, saying I don't want to be a part of anything you have to do if you go on and move on forward with anything you do now.
So you invited Grace over there?
Yes.
Okay. I want to play a couple songs, but I don't know how to talk. I'm uncomfortable. Lay your head on me, Rat. Go in the house for a bit. What is going on? Trust me, just go inside for a bit. Just say you need the bathroom. Okay, now we're at 3 a.m. Hey, can I come back? I don't know, can you? Yes. Dagger because it's blunt? What does that mean? Why are you telling her dagger because it's blunt?
She asked me a question in the room, like, what is the difference between the dagger and the sword?
Okay.
And I messaged dagger because it's...
Why is blunt better? She says you say it cuts like butter. She says just gonna stab the throat. Is that what she's trying to say?
The thought.
Just gonna stab the thought. Yes. Instant or will it take long? What does she mean? Instant. What do we do about the mess? What do we do about the mess? What mess? We burn it and I'll buy new blankets and bed. What's going on here, Isaac?
She I was talking to her and
What mess?
she was talking about, she said was gonna stab the thought, and I thought like she was poking the thought that was in her head about her dagger.
Okay, and what about the mess? What mess?
She had made a mess in the bed,
What kind of mess?
a poop kind of mess.
A poop kind of mess?
Yes.
We burn it and I'll buy new blankets in bed?
Yeah.
But until we can, I love these sheets and my favorite fuzzy blanket is here. I know. Just intense wash tomorrow, hydroperoxide and ice. Washer will get it out, yes. Can you help this time? Yes. I am just waiting for you to make the first move. What does she mean I'm waiting for you to make the first move? She will wait till sleep. Shall we wait till sleep? So she pooped herself last night?
Yes.
And did you guys wash the sheets?
No.
So you guys slept in a bed full of poop?
Yes.
So when we go to the garage later for a search warrant, there's poop on the sheets?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. What are you guys waiting for till sleep? Shall we wait till sleep? Remember when you told me don't be a pussy when I kissed you? Yeah, brat. We will have to take care of the mess ASAP after we finish. We will have to take care of the mess. I thought she already pooped herself. What mess are you guys taking care of?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because I was trying to go on about, remember when you told me don't be a pussy when I kissed you, I was trying to tell her bring up something that was a good memory.
Yes, you're in charge of cleanup, okay. I can't tell if she's falling asleep. It feels like it, her feet are on my side. I wish you'd make the first move for once. Remember, you'll move up the ranks, plus you get perks in the black market since this is your first. Your first what? Isaac, what the hell happened? Tell me what happened, for real? Can we stop making up lies about these messages? What the hell happened last night?
She was messaging me planning on how to kill her, and...
Who was messaging you planning on how to kill who?
Kiara.
Kiara was messaging you on planning how to kill...
Grace.
Grace?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
I was only sending a message back, only in correspondence. I just wanted to sleep. That's what
Are you sure? Because it sounds like you're planning something with Kiara. Is that what's happening? Don't lie to me. What's happening here? I can see the messages. I'm not dumb. This isn't the first time I've done this. What is happening?
She was planning on killing Grace. I just didn't want a part of it.
It doesn't seem like you're trying to talk her out of it.
And when it comes to the stuff, as I'm talking, telling you, I was only sending a message back in agreement as I turned my back towards.
This isn't agreement. Remember, you'll move up in ranks, plus you get perks in the black market since this is your first. This sounds like you're encouraging her.
Right.
The messages are here, dude.
I know. I know. Right after that, I was trying to fall asleep because I didn't want to be a part of anything.
We're going to keep going through these messages. Tell me since now. Did you help Kiara do this?
No.
No. But you knew it was going to happen.
I knew it was going to happen.
You knew it was going to happen since last night.
I knew it was going to happen since last night, but I just didn't want it to happen because it's a friend of mine.
When did this plan start? Because this was planned.
She planned it out.
Grace planned it out?
No, not Grace. Kiara planned it out.
Kiara planned it out. When? How long had this been a plan for?
She had planned it out since 2020.
Kiara planned to kill Grace since 2020?
Yes.
And you knew about it since 2020?
Yes, and I had been going to counseling because of this.
Okay. And then last night, Grace messages you looking for a place to stay. And that's the opportunity for this?
I didn't see it as an opportunity. I saw it as an opportunity more like, let's squash everything.
Then why are you saying you'll make it up the ranks plus your perks in the black market since this is your first? Because you're talking about killing her. here, right? What else did this mean? Remember, you'll move up in the ranks, plus you get perks in the black market since this is your first? What else would you be talking about here?
I was trying to talk about something else because I'm trying to get my mind off.
Isaac, really? You're trying to talk about something else there?
Yes. And I'm not.
How do I aim? How do I aim right? Just aim. Well, tell me what you're talking about there.
That's Call of Duty.
That's Call of Duty. Tell me when. Okay, I'll give a count. 6, 5, I can't yet, dude. 4, I'm shaking, dude. I know, I lose the nervous. Help me drive it through. Help me drive it through? What do you mean, help me drive it through?
She was asking me to do.
To stab her?
Yes. And I didn't want to do any.
She was asking, help me drive what? The sword, the dagger, the butterfly knife, what?
The dagger.
Help me drive the dagger through Grace. Anger me. I invited Brittany. Who the hell's Brittany?
Brittany's another one of my friends.
You invited Brittany over during all this?
No.
No? But you said I invited Brittany.
I said that just so I could get the whole stop.
That's annoying, not angering. Oh, and if it goes wrong, then what? Question mark. You're cute. How so? Fred, my legs are asleep and spasming. I know she is also shivering a lot and I'm ticklish. Sorry, anger me. Well, for once you can't look at your face. What are you talking about?
I had snapped.
You snapped? What do you mean you snapped?
I got between the messages with all the little things. That's when she was poking.
And then?
I snapped.
What do you mean you snapped?
I texted what I texted right there, and I just wanted to go to bed.
Okay. Remind me of everything she's done. This could have already if you had done the OG plan. What was the OG plan?
The OG plan was something that she concocted.
Okay, what was that?
She concocted that she was going to kill Grace.
Okay.
And she wanted to do it alone.
Okay. That was the OG plan. Okay. She hurt you and had sold you into sex trade. Had you not flown out after the crash, you would have gone away with making you disappear. Keep going. She is still lying about a lot, and she's not willing to admit that. She's the biggest piece of shit. Keep going. She makes you feel horrible for your skin color and your beliefs. I'm going to pretend to sleep so it looks non-conspicuous. Ooh. Tell me about all that.
Right at that moment, I had plugged in my phone for the night, and my phone, this phone right here, would have been on the opposite side of the bed, charging.
And what?
Like Kiara.
And what? Oh, these aren't your messages either.
Those are not my messages, because...
Help me, just do it. Be ready to grab her or a trash bag. She is your list. If you can't do it, I'll place on her for you to watch. Want me to do that? This ends now. I'm getting a sword. I can get Christian to help and Chris. This ends now. I know. Dagger, cause the sword will need to be hidden. She is awake. I don't know if I have the strength. Her phone screen is dim. Also, if you can't do it, I'll have them do it and it will still count as your first. I'll just rewrite the report and submit it to the black market heads. What is this report you're going to write to the black market heads? What are you talking about? Don't tell me this isn't you messaging. I know this is you messaging. Be transparent and tell me everything that's going on here. I can tell this is really eating away at you, that you're having to think of your way around all this stuff. Just tell us the truth of what's happening.
The report with the black market heads was something I have been writing down, and I'm trying to leave. It was something I'm trying to leave behind.
Tell me more about that.
it was a group of dangerous people that I was associated with. And they needed a report, and when I said this was your first on the report, it'll still count as your first. I was telling her, because as I was texting it out, she came and talked to me after she had stopped prodding me. She had talked to me and said, so what now? I was like, this is going to be your first way out. If you just leave this alone, just stop.
Oh, you told her to stop?
Yes. And she didn't listen.
Okay. This report is submitted to where? How do you submit this? How does it all work?
It gets submitted through an app, not an app, a domain called Skix.
Skix?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
SKYXX.
SKYXX?
Yes.
Okay. And what exactly is that domain?
You can submit all kinds of reports, and you find people that you've lost contact with and stuff like that. And I was going to submit a report and saying, hey, this needs to end, and I already had the report and everything written up.
But it says here you're going to write the report and submit it back. That's her first. Her first what?
Her first way out.
Her first way out?
Yes. Because right after I said her first...
What, you're telling her dagger because the sword will need to be hidden? So you're telling me here that you're telling her it's her way out, but this to me reads like you're telling her her first kill.
It sounds like that, but I was telling her, because she leaned over like this to talk to me on the bed.
Yeah.
And I told her, this will be your first way out if you just leave it alone.
And if you can't do it, I'll have them do it. You'll have who do it? If you're talking about a way out, how is someone else going to give her a way out?
I actually contacted a friend named Christian, and they already had a ride and everything. They were going to pick up Grace and take her.
And they would kill her?
No. They were going to take her to their house.
And they'll still count as your first? Okay. I don't think the dagger will go through both hoodies, since you're still talking about killing her. I'm willing to falsify your first. Kiara, let me do this. I'm using Zira? What's Zira?
That's the sword.
Oh, Zira's the name of the sword?
Yes.
And then you say, and deposit your Bitcoin in your crypto wallet. Payment? Some kind of payment? Bitcoin crypto wallet?
It was to get her to shut up.
It was to get her to shut up?
Yes.
You're going to falsify her first and deposit Bitcoin in her crypto wallet to get her to shut up?
Yes.
She says, grab a knife now. You're helping me end this. You say, then end it. She says, I'm done waiting and play nice. Help me now. Show me the ropes. What is she talking about, show me the ropes?
She was asking me to help her do what she wanted to do to Grace, and I didn't want a part of it.
Well, what you say here is, I am saying just swing and don't regret the aim. So tell me what that means. Just swing and don't regret the aim.
It was me telling her if she was going to do something, she should do it, and I didn't want to be a part of it. I had all my stuff.
What is holding you back? Type it. You're edging her to do this. Come on, Isaac. Look at all these messages, man. You're going to sit here and tell me, you're going to look me in the eye and you're going to tell me that you were trying to talk her out of this? I can see right here you're telling her to do it. What the hell happened last night, man? Why did you want her to do this?
I didn't want her to do this.
Why are you pushing her to do this?
I was trying to, as the messages are going through, she kept coming back and forth to talk to me, and the messages were going through, and I was just like, I had enough, I'm done. Like,
Hope, love, bullshit. You say, well, at what percentage are they? She says, I don't know. You say you still love her. You have hope in her. And you tired of the bullshit she put you through. She says, I want to break her heart. She hurt me more while you were out. You said, how? Then target Jackson. Who's Jackson? And why are you telling her to target Jackson?
I told her to target Jackson into asking Jackson what happened, why she's asking people to stay at people's houses.
She says, once it's done, there's no one doing it. You say, okay. You say, want the barn? Because you'll get to have a lot of fun with your hunt. And the screams cannot be heard. Soundproof walls. What screams cannot be heard? What soundproof walls?
I started talking about a joke, a movie.
Oh, this is about a movie now.
This is a movie.
Okay. Middle of nowhere. Okay.
There is a movie called The Barn, and it's a stupid horror film that I was watching.
Gotcha. But what are you referring to when you say all this in the context of the conversation?
I'm referring to the movie.
You're referring to the movie.
Is she came back to lean over like, what do you mean by The Barn? I'm like, a movie I watched.
She says, I need this done now. I need that push. But first I need to pee. You say pee. She says, I'm so cold. You say, I know. If you want the barn situated right with your tools, just say yes. She says, please help me now. You say, you can do it, Abby, Durga, Puddle. If you want me set the barn up on, she says, now. You send text. She says, I just wish my blankets weren't in the way, and her cats. You say, I know, shit, I forgot she had her cats. How did she hurt you, Puggy? Your DLD is kicking up. Just stop. We'll do the barn for you. You'll also get paid there. So is there another location where this possibly was going to happen?
No.
It's sounding like you're talking about a barn and she'll get paid there. What do you mean?
It was referring to the movie, and the part about paying her was to shut her up and...
She says, can you get hard? You say, maybe. She says, fuck her. Or hold her down flat on her back for me. You say, is she wearing pants? Or she says, shorts. You unsent a message. Unders. She says, I don't know. I doubt it, to be honest. I want to scare her by popping a balloon by her ear. You said, oh God, laugh my ass off. She says, should I? You say, maybe. She says, this isn't helping. She says, what? She says, do something. You say, let's give her false sense of security and I'll set the barn up. It is the hell tunnel. You also say, I'm trying to figure this out. Would y'all be able to meet me at the mall tomorrow after 8? I'll do it. She said she's fake sleeping. You said, yes. I'm going to take her elsewhere, so be ready Wednesday around 1 p.m. She says, CPTSD episode. You say, close your eyes, this is not good for you. Put on rain sounds. She says, if she's faking, make it seem like we're fighting and fake hurt me. The episode is real, bit used to advantages. You say CPTSD will make you flip out. I can actually give you a stroke because when it flares, you twitch. She says, it's okay, trust me. You said you will lose mobility to your right side of your body. What's CPTSD?
Chronic post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay. She says, I'll be okay. Let's do this and have her get hurt in the process. You say, how does she get hurt? She says, bring out the knife and miss me. Bring out the knife and miss her. Not yet. Put the knife away. Or go through with it. Start fighting me. Start beating her, please. Have her hear is already a trigger. Even hearing her name and seeing her face. You say, why don't you hit me while I fake sleep? She says, make a worse bad guy, no thanks. Not really. She says, just hurt her. Badly, please. She says, this sounds bad, but show me how much you love me. This is when your Hulk side can come out. You say, I know. She says, please. You say, I'm trying to figure out how to bring him out. Bring out the Hulk.
Yeah, it's the anger side.
Why do you want to bring out the anger side?
I didn't want to.
It says here I'm trying to figure out how to bring him out.
I was under the covers and just sitting still. I was under the blankets.
She says, this is pointless. You won't do it no matter how many opportunities you have. You say, Puggy. She says, you don't love me. I get it. No one does. You say, hit me. She says, my right leg is out of commission. There goes the spasm again. You said, why is it a vibrator? She says, LOL, do something. OW. Not to me, shithead. You say, shithead, we fake fighting? She says, it actually hurts though. OW, my foot is literally up your ass. You say, meep. She says, get out of the blankets and go full Hulk on her. Owie. Come over me, sit on me like when we fight. You say, turn on rain sounds and start fake sleep kicking. She says, okay, there's a tear. You say, what? She says, owie, bring out Hulk. Remember the anger from the night? Feel it, but use it on her, please. Stop with the socks, dude. You say, LOL. She says, voodoo. You say, LOL. Blanket moves. He's like, oh, playtime. She says, I've got a voodoo on me. LOL. Here is a picture. What is this picture?
Here be the cat voodoo.
That's the cat voodoo?
And that's me trying to sleep.
Yeah. She says, can you please finish this now? OW, I'm short. You say, well, Munchkin. She says, I want sleep. Fucking claw, bro. Stop. Don't make me get you. Please do something about her now. Don't break me again. You say, oh, fuck. You say, get a cat and throw it over by her cats. She says, I can't reach him. Dude, just do something. Hurt her and this. Don't involve the cats. You say, the cat's a distraction. She says, I give up. There's no point in trying anymore. You say, voodoo is pissing them off. She says, yeah, you won't do anything and I physically can't. You have no clue how much this hurts. You say, the list for you was made specifically for you. What list?
It was the grocery list we were talking about.
This is the grocery list?
There was a grocery list that he sent me, which had like beets and carrots and stuff.
Good night. I know it hurts. I just want you to do it so you can feel the rush of adrenaline. What do you want her to do so she can feel the rush of adrenaline?
To go to sleep.
You want her to go to sleep so she feels the rush of adrenaline?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I wasn't having it anymore.
Okay. She says, I physically can't. I need fucking help. But no, you're just playing games. I'm genuinely upset. You say, I'm not playing games. I am wanting to see you do this. She hurt you the most, caused trauma. You're being asked to finish this. You want to see her do what?
I told right after she had sent that, she came over to take off the covers off my head and asked me, what do you want me to do? And I was like, go to sleep.
So you want her to go to sleep because Grace hurt her and caused her drama, and you're asking her to finish it, but you're talking about her going to sleep?
Yes.
I just need help, is what she says. You are doing nothing again, she says. You say, yes, I want to help, but I cannot aid you. I can coach you what to do. You can coach her what to do? What do you mean by coach her?
Telling her to go to bed.
Oh, okay. Text me. Stand up for me once. I feel like I'm gonna vomit. And here's all of these. I'm still fucking awake. Wake up. What? Hey, I have a plan with what I said. All I have to do is be over there at my fam's place and call the cops for a breaking and entering. Hold up, listen. Okay, plan B. Just tell her she needs to leave. Follow my lead, my lady.
Yes.
What do you mean?
So I told her, follow my lead, lady. Follow my lead, my lady. Telling her that I was gonna just I was getting everybody ready to go.
You were getting everyone ready to go?
Yes.
What's plan B?
Plan B is getting everybody ready to go.
Just tell her to leave, dude. I'm in a mood. I did through Insta, so now what? Operation Kickout, me following the call to the cops once at my family's. How about I just explain why I'm angry and why she's not wanted, okay? Show me what you sent her. It worked with Christian. She says she's leaving at 3:30. Still? Yeah, why didn't you pop off my little firecracker? What would you like me to do? Stab her? don't fucking know. I don't have the energy to do shit. Read what she sent. Is she stupid? Yes. I'm fake getting thrown out. You're fake getting thrown out.
Yes, that's what I call fake getting thrown out, because she kicks me out, and 5 days later she asks me to come back, and it's like, oh, come on. I can't be jumping from place to place.
Yeah, follow my lead, my lady. We can hear you. You say they want me to spend what I have saved for the house. Don't. You said I know not to, and I am not feeling good. Still told Steven, and he said, okay. She said, you heard that right. You said, yeah. This legendary pink spot Pokemon, unless I asked your mom to give me a ride to Target, and you do what is needed. You do what is needed. What is needed?
That was telling her to, because she wanted to talk to me. She wanted to talk to me as I was there, and I told her that her Grace's mom was coming there to pick her up.
What?
Grace's mom was coming there to pick her up.
Yeah, I don't understand. You didn't answer my question. What?
And I told her to.
What does she need to do that is needed? Simple question.
To leave.
To leave? Who needs to leave?
Kiara needs to leave.
You do what is needed. Does make sense? Her mother's a occupied, okay. Want me to get your mom to give me a ride to Target so you can take my stuff into the back room and her mom and your mom don't get into it? Yay or nay? Wait a bit though, okay, how long? Until there's a clue on when she's leaving. She admitted to me when she lived at those apartments, and she was sober then. She admitted to me also back when I first met her calling you crazy. Those are the end of the messages. Tell me about all those messages, man. Sound crazy, don't you think?
I sound crazy, yes.
What's going on there?
I just wanted everything to stop, because I got caught in the middle.
You want everything to stop?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I wanted everything to stop because I got caught in the middle of them two's bullshit.
You wanted everything to stop?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll skip forward through these portions that have been stipulated to redaction by the parties.
You tell us everything that happened. Tell us the truth. Tell us everything. It'll be better for you. Things will be a lot better for you moving on. If you just come out and you cooperate and you tell us everything that happened. Tell us the truth. Tell us everything. It'll be better for you.
Would I be able to talk to you privately?
Yes. You want her to leave?
Yes.
Alright, kick it. Tell me what happened, man. Clear your conscience. What happened? Don't think about it. Just put it all out there. Tell me what happened. You'll feel better.
I'm not thinking. It's just, I was asked to help quite a bit in those messages.
Yes, you were.
And I didn't want to help. I didn't want to help. I didn't want to help. Simple fact that it was my friend. So I was trying to find a plausible alternative to get her out of there to safety. And that was when I called my friend Chris and Christian. They were right in the neighborhood. And they were like, well, let's get the area set up for her to come over. And after that, I started sending I sent some messages back to make it sound like I was doing something stupid, but I didn't plan on intending it to happen.
Well, what about all the messages where you're clearly egging her on? And you could tell me you're talking about something else, you're referencing movies. I don't.
The one is actually a reference to
Cool.
it. That's the only one that I'm gonna say.
We'll give you that. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that one. But all the other ones that you were saying you meant something else, come on. I said, come on. You know you were talking about something else, right?
Yes.
You know you were. So if you're gonna sit here and tell me that you didn't want this to happen, that you were trying to talk her out of it and push her away from it, the messages don't say that, man. So tell me what really happened. What's the point of all this? Why did this happen?
The point was that
it's over, Isaac. It's over. Look at me. Look at me. It's over, dude. It's over. What you can do from here on out is be truthful and help us understand why this happened. Mistakes happen, dude. You need to own it. Tell me everything. Don't sugarcoat it, don't bullshit it, tell me everything.
I can agree I made a mistake texting back how I sounded. I can agree that she wanted me to help and it sounded like I wanted to help. I didn't want to help.
You didn't want to help?
No.
But you wanted her to do it.
She wanted to do it the whole time and I didn't.
Did you want Kiara?
No.
You did not want her to kill her?
No.
What did you want?
I wanted a peaceful resolve.
So what about all those messages where you're pushing her towards it? That wasn't a peaceful resolve. If I had looked up a stream of messages and it's you telling her no, be peaceful, don't do it, chill, put the knife away, why are you being like this? That's understandable. That's reasonable. That's in line with what you're telling me. Do you want to go through all those messages again? We sure can. And I can see if you can come up with the same lies again. Do you want to do that?
No.
Then stop telling me you wanted a peaceful resolve when we know you did it. And tell me what happened. Why were you guys doing what you were doing?
I was doing it out of the kindness of my heart to sit because she needed a place to stay.
Yeah.
And her mom called me.
Let's fast forward to later on to when you guys are plotting and scheming. Why were you guys doing that? What's the point?
The point was Kiara was already talking about this quite frequently.
Okay.
About killing people and she had talked about killing me, her mom, Grace, there's a kid named Sebastian, there's a kid named Ozzy, there's a kid named Brady. The list goes on.
Is that the list that you were referring to in the messages?
No.
No.
That was a grocery list.
That was a grocery list?
Yes.
Okay.
But, as I'm saying is, she wanted to start killing people. I didn't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be a part of anybody who kills.
But you were a part of it last night. Right?
I understand.
Were you or were you not? Look at all the messages you were telling her.
I was a part of the messages sounding schemish and plotty kind of feel. I don't know how to say words now. I was a part of those messages.
What else can you tell me? What time did this actually happen? What time did the killing actually happen at?
12. 47.
It didn't happen when you went to go pee, did it?
It happened when I went to go pee.
So like you said earlier, everything was cool, you went to go pee, came back and she had killed her. Just like that. And you were surprised that she did it.
I was just like, what do I do from here?
You hadn't thought that far.
What do I do from here? And she's all, we'll dispose, I'm gonna get Al and me, Al and Kiara, we're gonna get together to dispose of the body. And I was like, oh no.
You thought, oh no.
I thought, oh no.
But you're messaging her throughout the whole night, talking about this happening. Talking about stabbing her and wait till she's asleep, and you're egging her on. But then this happens and you're like, oh no. You haven't seen the garage, right? I've seen what it looks like. I don't think that happened in the 30 seconds to 2 minutes that it took you to go inside and pee. There's a lot of injuries there is what it looks like.
I was not involved with any of it. I was inside the house. To pee. I was inside the house to pee.
What's Kiara gonna tell me? Because you don't gonna talk to her.
I don't know what she's gonna tell you.
Have you been truthful with me this whole time?
I have tried to be truthful.
You tried to be truthful, but you haven't the whole time, right? You've sprinkled some lies in there here and there. Can you at least give me the respect of that?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm an idiot.
What do you mean?
I'm some dumbass.
You're not a dumbass. Don't put yourself down.
It's all that everybody calls me.
Isaac, I'm not calling you that right now. I think you're making a mistake.
I know you don't call me that, but everybody calls me that. Everybody calls me dumbass or idiot.
Is it true? Do you feel you're a dumbass or you're an idiot?
I don't.
Then who cares what people say, man? You know what I think? You know what I think, Isaac? I think you made a mistake. That's all I think. I think you made a mistake last night and today.
Only thing I want to do is go with my mom and dad.
Okay, well, before we get to that point, I would like the truth from you. The full truth. Are you ready to give that to me?
Yes.
Hit it. Say it all, don't censor it, tell me everything that happened.
Those messages were me telling her how to plan it out.
Okay. Keep going.
And when throughout the night, I was getting prodded. We got told to leave. I was told to leave, so was Grace. And I started packing my bags. And when I finished packing, I had to go pee. Came back. There was a dead person in there, Grace. Well, it seemed dead. And from there, all I decided to do was call my mom. Because my mom's my safe spot. My mom's the only person that I really can go to. I did something stupid. I partook in being involved in some stupid text messages, and I'm the dumbass. I'm the idiot. That's me being truthful, sir.
Did you want this to happen to Grace?
I do not want it to happen to Grace.
So then why all the messages last night?
I wanted it to happen to me.
Well, your messages didn't say that.
I wanted it to happen to me. I don't know if you know, but I've been going through a lot lately.
Sergeant V. Hill, before we go to the third clip, when we went through the messages as they've been admitted through Facebook, the emojis don't come through, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you said that for the most part, they're the mushroom emojis that,
Yes.
okay. Do you recall in the message that states, if you can't do it, I'll place a emoji on her for you to watch?
Objection leading.
I need to lay a foundation for my question on evidence that's already been. Okay. Do you recall all of the emojis that were utilized?
Not specifically from memory, their exact layout within the context of the investigation, but I do remember seeing them.
Okay. And on a specific question, or on a specific message that began, if you can't do it, do you recall the specific emoji that was utilized?
Was it the skull and crossbones, I believe?
On the one that stated, if you can't do it, I'll place a blank emoji on her for you to watch. Do you recall offhand what that was?
I do not know.
And did you document the phone as it appeared when you were going through it?
Yes, so after that interview, I took the phone and I used my department work phone and I photographed all of these messages that were just laid out there. And the reason for this was to preserve them just in case something unforeseen would happen, such as the extraction not be successful of the phone, or there not be any other way to recover it, and somehow the phone gets erased, or just out of caution, I wanted to take some physical pictures of those messages to preserve them.
And would looking at a physical picture refresh your recollection as to which emoji was used in the, if you can't do it, I'll place a blank on her for you to watch?
Yes, absolutely.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant V. Hill, I'm going to approach you and hand you a document. I'll ask you to review it, hand it back to me, and then I will re-ask my question. Please don't answer until I re-ask my question.
Thank you. Oh, yes, I remember.
Sergeant V. Hill, would examining that document refresh your recollection as to the specific emoji that was used in the, if you can't do it, I'll place a blank on her for you to watch?
Yes, it was a picture of a target, like a bow and arrow target.
Thank you. Okay. So now at this time, I'll play the third video clip of your interaction with Isaac Apodaca.
Whose number is 971-381-0111?
That is Kiara's.
That's Kiara's. Okay. What do you mean here when you say that? Huggle, I am wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy.
I wanted her to just end it off. And I do mean what it means in that text.
You meant what it says in that text?
Yes.
Why? Come on, man. Help me make sense of all this, dude.
She was bringing great suffering to Kiara and
Who was?
Grace.
Grace was bringing great suffering to Kiara,
Yes.
and that's why you wanted Kiara to kill Grace?
Not just.
What do you mean, not just?
Something that I hate to do this to you all, but Kiara was actually a part of back in 2017. Were you able to close the door so I can tell you this?
Sure.
This is more. Back in 2017, Kiara, as they were going out, Grace decided to decided to sell Kiara.
I saw that in the messages.
Into sex slaves. And that is actually how Kiara lost her virginity. It was by force.
I see.
She had reported the report to Santa Fe Police Department, and they had actually done nothing. And with that text messages, I just meant what I said.
So did you want Grace dead kind of because of all that?
I did.
Okay. It's understandable, man.
I don't like it when people hurt people.
I can tell.
And when I said I hate to bring it down on y'all, it's not you guys, it's the individuals, it's the people at that time.
Yeah.
They did nothing about it, and I had to sit there with a detective that was like, oh, all we can do is just keep an eye out for these people.
You didn't feel like enough. I still don't think all this happened in the time you went to go pee. Did you watch this happen?
I did not watch this happen.
Did you help?
No.
Would you have helped had you had the opportunity?
No.
But you did want Kiara to kill Grace. So had it happen in front of you, would you allow it to happen?
No.
But you wanted it to happen.
I wouldn't have allowed it if it happened in front of me. I would have, if it was started exactly like I thought it, exactly how people thought it would have started, I would have just separated the two. And technically, this is the stupidest thing I say to myself, and I'll probably say it to me that I'm saying something stupid about myself. I'm the human punching bag. I take everybody's hits. I also need the bathroom, but I don't.
I'll have the guy take you now. You feel a little bit better now that we kind of got it all out? It sucks when you kind of keep things in like that, you know? Part of healing is being honest and letting everything out.
Part of healing is being honest, letting everything out. It's just another demon in my closet that I gotta fight.
Well, we all have those, right? They're just in different forms.
I have 3 demons that I don't like. One came in the form of people. Well, I was a dumbass kid. Just put it like that. We were all dumbass kids when we were little. I decided to steal from Walmart, and never again will I do that. Because now a lot of kids look up to me and it's like, no.
Yeah. You don't want to send it back.
Right, just a few more questions, Sergeant Vigil. We heard Mr. Apodaca say that there was a second phone located on the refrigerator bedside table in the garage, and we heard from CST Maria Tena that there was a cell phone that was collected from that location. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and was that cell phone, that secondary cell phone, was an extraction performed on that phone?
Yes, an extraction was performed.
And what, if anything, was recovered from that cell phone that was on the refrigerator next to the bed?
When I went to review the extraction data on it, there wasn't anything on it. It was an empty extraction.
No data at all?
No data.
speaking of extractions, we saw evidence that there was a phone that was recovered from underneath Grace's body. Do you recall that phone?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to utilize a password to determine who that phone belonged to?
Yes, it belonged to Kiara McCauley.
Okay, and were you able to go and obtain an extraction on that phone?
Yes, I was. After I got a search warrant for that phone, I transported the phone to RCFL in Albuquerque, the Regional Communications Forensic Laboratory, and under the guidance and supervision of one of the technicians there, I performed the extraction myself.
Okay, and after you personally performed that extraction, did you review it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and as to the SMS text messages on that phone, were you able to compare those to the SMS text messages extracted off of Isaac Apodaca's phone?
Yes, I was, and they were consistent. They were the same.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant, how long does an investigation last?
It really depends on the investigation. This one, for example, started October 29th, well, technically the 28th of 2022, and there's been follow-up investigation and work that needs to be done on it all the way to today.
And going to late 2025, did you conduct any follow-up interviews?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and were there any individuals that you made contact with that ended up being relevant to your investigation?
Yes, I did. Miss Kiana Aguilar, who gave testimony the other day.
We heard Isaac Apodaca state that there was a 2017, more or less a gang rape against Kiara, essentially orchestrated by Grace. In the course of your investigation, did you go looking for SFPD reports for any such allegation?
Yes, I did, but I didn't find anything like that.
So, Your Honor, for purposes of the record, we'd previously admitted states 7 through 17. We have, pursuant to our discussions outside the presence of the jury, now have 7A through 17A inclusive.
Yes.
So Sergeant Apodaca, have you had the opportunity to listen to recorded phone conversations between Isaac Apodaca and Linda Montoya?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And having listened to those conversations, do you recognize the voice of the male speaker in those conversations?
Yes, it's Mr. Apodaca.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7A through 17A inclusive.
Any other objections?
No objection, yeah.
17A through 17A are admitted. So originally, if you recall, when we talked about these the first time, it was 7 through 17. These are now the portions which the court has ruled are appropriate to be before you for your consideration.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to publish.
We'll do this, and then we'll probably recess for the day, and I'll give some final instructions. It's 4:50.
Okay. Beginning with the one labeled, and on these exhibits, Sergeant Apodaca, are the dates of the conversations listed on the exhibit?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. On the disc containing these actual recorded conversation clips, are the dates of the conversations listed on each exhibit?
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you. So beginning with the one.
Hold on, look at the monitor, what we still have up.
Yes.
You'll need to send the new file.
All right. And when I have it open on my screen, it'll play when I click it. So beginning with 1/8 of 2023, which is actually 11A.
So here's 5 things that you should know about that night. You texted me and I said I was sick, correct?
Right. You know what?
That I was sick.
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't have my phone because it was charging.
Yes.
3, the text messages are not mine. 4, I was handed my phone that after Kiara did whatever she did.
Uh-huh.
And then 5, I was at AC Wireless the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So the detective coercing me into saying something that I didn't even do.
Moving to the clip labeled 11423, labeled as States 12A.
I know I'm innocent. I know I didn't do anything. The text messages aren't mine. Everything that I've been saying is the truth.
Moving to a clip labeled 11823, which is States Exhibit 13A.
That night, I woke up late, asked for a ride, because Kiara gave me a list, a grocery list, to go to Walmart to get some groceries, because she wanted to make a stew or something.
Uh-huh.
So I did that, and came back, had the groceries put in and everything, but left my phone in the garage.
Uh-huh.
And then and then I came back because I cooked some chicken strips. I think I remember telling you about the chicken strips that I like.
Mm-hmm.
You remember them?
Yeah. Well, I don't remember the name, but
then after that, Grace came over. Kiara went into the main house to get prepared for something, and she took her sword with her.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm hearing you, but
yeah. So, and then after she did that, she went to the park and walked. Well, what she told me was she went to the park and walked around with her sword unsheathed. There was going back and forth to that area, and they didn't even do anything. So how does that sound when you have somebody else there walking around with a sword and sheath?
I don't know.
At the park in the middle of the night.
We didn't hear nothing.
I know. But after that, I was trying to go to bed. As I'm trying to go to bed, when Kiara was over there using like a blade and rubbing it against my back. A knife. I did eventually get sleep for an hour, and then I had my phone thrown at me, and my phone was at 14%. I thought it was charged when I gave her the phone after I texted, I'm still sick to you. So I gave her the phone. Thank you.
Wow. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, sir.
I know. Okay. Well, and then after I did that, I called y'all because I was told to leave. Then I went back, after the call, I went back inside the garage to start packing up my stuff. And then that's when she told me that she wanted me back in a few days. I already made my decision that I was going to leave the relationship.
Going now to 120 of 23, which is on disc 14, States Exhibit 14A.
And I was through Isaac Apodaca.
Yeah.
And then the other one, like I told you, I don't remember if I told you, but he had another Facebook account called Null Void. And she's like, who's Null Void? It's just a Marvel character.
He's a villain.
Yeah, but I just said he's a Marvel character. And then she's like, oh, okay. And said, I got text messages at night. So I sent them to her.
Yeah.
I sent them to her. I also sent her the one from Facebook, Isaac Apodaca, because I blocked that account because it was being hacked.
Yeah,
so actually sent it to me.
I'm still trying to figure out who hacked it, because it didn't seem like it was her. It didn't seem like it was Mary Lou.
Going to 122.
I texted Grace that morning telling her, we're in danger, me and you. Let's get out of here as soon as possible.
That was 122.23 on 15A. Sergeant Beale, did you ever see any text messages from either of Isaac Apodaca's accounts or phones to Grace Jennings about being in danger?
No, not that I can recall.
Going to 16A, which is 213.23.
Here's something that I want everybody to know, whoever may be listening. I'm going to say this. Kiara McCulley is a manipulator, a narcissist, and a person who knows how to use words, the same type of words that, there's words that the Russian KGB agents use, sleep rage. There's certain words that trigger me that she used to use, like prove your love to me. That is one word, that is a phrase to me that makes me say things on impulse without thinking of the consequences.
Okay.
That's why I say that confession is a bogus confession, because when the detective said that, I said something stupid, thinking that I was going to go home on the promise that he said I was going to go home.
Oh, okay.
See, I had nothing to do with this whole situation. Nothing, except calling 911 after you called 911.
Yeah.
That's all I did.
Going to 17A, which is dated 4/9/2023 on the disc.
Yeah, this whole situation with what I'm facing is annoying, because she went and did everything alone, on her own,
1 minute left.
willingly and out of her own free will.
Mm-hmm.
And she's trying to play it out like I'm Charles Manson.
Going to 7A, which was 11/30 of 2022.
The date of which everything happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her I didn't know anything was going to happen.
Go to 3 audio clips on 9A, which are all on 12/2/22.
She's trying to switch up the story and say I'm trying to help. I helped her. I did not help her. I wish I could talk to my attorney today, but
Well, so just see her on Monday.
I know. It's just that whole story that the news is portraying. It made me feel horrible.
Because there was text messages.
Yeah.
That's the last time I heard about it.
Yeah, they said
It was on the newspaper.
They said there was text messages, but the text messages weren't even mine. And you can, if you were able to see the text messages, you would be able to tell, like, oh, this is so-and-so, this is Kiara talking. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
It's
That's so much stuff going on.
huh?
I'm trying to look for it.
Okay. It's just messed up that I'm dealing with a situation that she got me involved in. I have hope. Pray to God. I have nightmares about what
What's wrong?
And the third clip for this exhibit on 12/2 of 2022.
that morning, I just felt like something bad was going to happen, and that's why I called y'all, and I called y'all to pick me up.
Mm-hmm.
I know you guys couldn't pick me up because you guys were out delivering, but I don't know what else would have been my other choice to do.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to contact everybody on Facebook to help, but nobody responded.
All right, the final two clips. The first one is on 8A, labeled 12/2/22 as well.
I was going to the police station. She was smiling, singing, laughing, everything in the police station, while I was just there. It's like, why am I here? Why am I involved? I was getting frustrated, and I don't know if the detective talked to you, but the detective got told me that I had to back up, give him some space.
Mm-hmm.
So I was getting upset. So I wasn't the one involved.
And finally, states 10A 12/5 of 2022.
What I was going to say was, they're going to go through the text messages, the thing, with the verbiage and the wordage on how I used it.
Yeah.
I'm going to check everybody to see how I texted. And
Yeah.
Most texts don't match the same way I text theirs. The case
Yeah.
done. But they
I
said that it was a willful act to commit, but they are seriously doubting that I was even a part of it.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the evening. Just looking at where we are, this witness will be on the stand tomorrow morning for cross-examination, and we do have, it looks like a full day tomorrow. So what I mentioned last week looks like it's going to happen. Looks like we probably will go into Wednesday, and just for safety's sake, you should also look at Thursday at your schedules in case you might need to move things. We hope to get all the presentations to you tomorrow, but given what's left to cover, I'm not sure that that's going to happen. So we will go into Wednesday pretty clearly, and maybe into Thursday as well. Give your notes to the bailiff. Again, the same instructions for the evening as every other evening. Don't look up any information. Don't speak to anyone or have any conversations about the hearing. Don't go by the locations that have been described to you. Do any of the jury members have questions for me before we recess? All right, if you'd go with the bailiff, please.
All right.
You may step down. Don't discuss your testimony with any other witnesses over the evening, and you'll be back on the stand tomorrow morning.
Yes, Judge.
Counsel need to make sure you leave 7 through 17A here, and that you have 7 through 17, the originals.
Right here.
Same through with 86.
Yes.
We have the hard copy here, and you should have the disc there.
89. Yes.
89.
Yes, please.
86A. 86A is what you should have back. You should have 86. 86A is what should be up here.
The label is 89A. 86A is the interview.
Okay.
So 86A is here, 89A is here, and I've taken 89 Celebrate back to state table.
Anything else for the state before we recess?
Yes, very briefly, Your Honor. Despite your strong admissions against to the defendant, it appears that Friday after court he made 8 phone call attempts to his mother, Linda Montoya. It does not appear that they connected, but he did utilize phones from his account. We've disclosed that call log, as Your Honor may be aware, the new IC solutions uses voice authentication as well. At this point, he was this was within hours of you strongly admonishing him not to do so. At this point, Your Honor, in order to prevent any other attempts, because it doesn't appear that your order was enough to prevent him from doing so, we're asking that he be placed in segregated housing for the remainder of the trial. It's between the access to the phones that he apparently was trying to utilize, potential access to the tablets of others, and the potential for video visits.
Do you know anything came from any other tablets or anything else?
The tablets have to be pulled separately. Sergeant Vigil is going to work on that. All we have right now are 8 attempts at a phone calls in very close succession, about a little after 7 on Friday night.
And none of them were completed, or what?
None of them were answered, or none of them connected.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca, anything, counsel?
My client is adamant that he didn't make those calls. I don't know if somebody accesses something, what was going on, but I mean, he cannot make calls. But there's an order excluding him from making calls, and he is adamant that he did not make any calls. He did tell me that a lieutenant had told him that if he makes any calls, that he could be transferred to the SAG unit, but my client is adamant that he did not make any phone calls, Your Honor. And I don't see why he would. I mean, he's not allowed to. I don't know if somebody else was accessing tablets or different things. Came through a calling card or what was going on, but my client is adamant that he did not make these calls.
Any follow-up with the detention center as to what devices were used?
If I may.
Everybody have a seat.
So, Your Honor, the spreadsheet of the calls goes to his inmate ID, the last name of Apodaca, and to Linda Montoya's phone number from station C300 left.
What housing unit is he in, do you know?
I do not, but I can find out very quickly.
It's 5 o'clock. Let me go. I can try to.
I would note, Your Honor, while they try and access that information, that the phone calls, and we can play them, require the individual to say their name at the beginning of the call and also say the words United States of America as part of a voice authentication. I do have those calls, which will contain that information at the beginning of the calls.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yes.
My understanding is the procedure is that they can't even access it. And once they, he tried, or not tried, but Lieutenant Gallegos said that if any access is attempted, he can't even go to it. It'll say access restricted when he's trying to access anything. So he can't even attempt a phone call. So if Ms. Murphy is saying that a phone call actually was attempted or someone went through and somebody didn't pick up, he can't even get to the point where he can attempt that phone call because it would say access restricted for him.
Let's hear the first one.
Sure. And I would note that my co-counsel just pulled up the facility roster that was sent out, that gets circulated every day, circulated on July 13th, and it shows Mr. Apodaca's cell as C-304, which would be the C300 block. Okay, I can pull these calls up now. This appears to be the first one. It's dated 7/10/2026, 7:04:41, made to phone number 505-316-4537.
Please enter your PIN number.
Stick the microphone down.
Please say United States of America.
United States of America.
I can't hear that. We can plug it into the PA system. What? No, he's going to plug it in up here.
Can you plug it in? I may restart this call, Your Honor.
Yes.
Charlie 300, general population.
United States of America.
Same problem. We still can't hear it.
Your Honor, can we approach? Can we approach?
For calls within the United States.
Stop it. Come on up, counsel. We're back on the record. The court's going to order that Mr. Apodaca be held in administrative segregation for the remainder of the trial. We'll communicate that to the detention facility.
Does the court need an additional order from the state on that?
I think I will, because my administrative system, I think, is left for the day.
We will work on that immediately, Your Honor.
Okay. You'll need to send it to my email.
Yes, I believe I have
We'll get it
that.
issued. It'll be stamped, approved in open court, because the clerk's office is closed as well. So we'll stamp it and forward that to the detention center.
Your Honor, can I have a few minutes with my client after we recess?
I'll give him a couple minutes, if you can give him 5 minutes.
Can we wait to
Anything else?
Can we just wait to transport him until that order is signed so that we can send an order with him as
Yeah,
well?
we'll send a copy with him as they take him back. Anything else, counsel?
Nothing from the state judge.
Okay. We're in recess and off the record for the day. Again, tomorrow morning, council will be here at, let me look at the calendar, 8:30. 8:30, we'll open the doors. We're off the record.
Your Honor, what time tomorrow morning?
He needs to be dressed up by 8:15.
4:30?
Yep.
All right, so we are. All right, so court is over, and we are going to play the very last bit of the Ezra trial, then play another trial. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
This
Again, it's 8:20 p.m. and we've been advised the jury has reached a verdict, and we'll be having the jury come in shortly. Now, I would ask that, I know there's a lot of emotion in this case on both sides, and since March 22nd of 2018 until now, if there's anybody here that does not believe that they can keep still and hold their emotions in check, now is the time to leave the courtroom. And I ask that anybody in here not show any emotion and there do not be any outbursts. All right? Understood? All right. Are we ready for the jury? Yes, sir. All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, you may be seated. Excuse me. All right, members of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and would you please give the verdict and the instructions to the bailiff? All right. Mr. McCandless, please rise. We, the jury, find the defendant, Ezra J. McCandless, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in the information. And the answer to the special verdict question is yes. Use the dangerous weapon. And you may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, is this your verdict? All right. I'm going to do what's called polling the jury, and I'm going to ask each of you if this is your verdict. And I'm going to ask you by your juror number. All right, I'm going to list off your juror number, and I'd ask that you simply answer yes or no. Okay, juror number 30. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 20, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 67, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 36, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 56, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 73, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 90, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 133, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 135, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 98, is this your verdict?
Yes.
And juror number 64, is this your verdict?
Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's enough gratitude I can express to you for your service in this matter, in the sense that you've devoted 3 weeks of your time and limitations on your liberty and so forth. And we do have a standard closing instruction, which I have momentarily misplaced. As you can see, we use a number of pattern instructions, and occasionally we stray off of that a little bit, improvise, but in any event, now that your service in this case is completed, some of you may have questions about the confidentiality of the proceedings. You are free to discuss the case with any person you choose. However, you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions about it from anyone other than the court. If you do decide to discuss the case with anyone, including the media, keep in mind that your fellow jurors fully and freely stated their opinions and may not want their opinions made public. Please respect the privacy of the views of your fellow jurors. If any of you have questions for the court before leaving today, please let the bailiff know before you leave the jury room. And if you do wish to remain, and I will answer any questions you may have. Again, there are limitations on what the court can and cannot do or say. But we do have some information for you. In a case such as this, often the things that you see or hear throughout the course of the trial can have, I think it was brought up during the trial, secondary trauma. If we have some information for resources, if any of you feel that you're struggling in any way with any of the things that you've seen or heard about or had to deal with in connection with this case. And so we'll provide that to you before you leave tonight. And again, if you have any other questions for us, we can help you with that. But members of the jury, on behalf of Dunn County, the court would like to express its sincerest gratitude and appreciation for your service in this case. The court recognizes that you have devoted significant time and tolerated restrictions on your normal activities during the trial. Your service is a necessary and essential part of the justice system guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States. And I hope you found the experience to be a rewarding one. And I know that, it's not an easy thing to do. So with that, we are going to excuse you. And again, I do wish to express, sometimes a pattern instruction doesn't really fully express, our appreciation for the service and what you put up with while you serve on a jury. But we are going to excuse you. But again, if you do have any questions, you may remain. If not, you're free to be on your way. And I'll just note for the record that we kept the alternate until after I polled the jury, so then you can also notify, we'd like to give the information to Mr. Tyerman as well, and he can be excused if he wishes, and if he has any questions, then he can remain. Okay, so we're going to excuse the jury. All rise. All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right. Any motions?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the verdict, the state has two motions it would wish to make. First off, we would move for a judgment of conviction based upon the verdict. Secondly, we would move to revoke bond at this point in time.
All right. Well, does the defense wish to be heard at this time?
No, Judge.
All right. Court will enter judgment on the verdict of guilty as rendered by the jury, and the court will also revoke the bond at this time, and Ms. McCandless will be remanded to the custody of the Dunn County Sheriff. And we will set a sentencing date. So we need a date. I'll order that a pre-sentence investigation be prepared. It is a mandatory sentence. However, there is a parole eligibility date. So we'll...
February 24th?
How about, we'll off the record for scheduling.
Standard in Dunn County, but in Milwaukee County, I've always asked for a court order that defense counsel be present during the pre-sentence interview. I have never been, no judge has ever declined to order that. I'm aware that the probation department would not let a defense lawyer in, but they will comply with a court order. And that, so I'm asking for that order.
All right, does anybody have any objections?
Oh, I'm sorry. On that issue, no.
Okay, all right, well, I'd ask that you prepare the order for the court's signature.
Usually if you just put it on the order for the pre-sentence, they'll comply, but in case not, we can get something to you next week. That can go to DOC and it'll have Mr. Nelson's office.
Okay, are we on the record for that, Madam Reporter? Okay, so, but off the record for scheduling, kind of ways out there.
Just the 24th.
Yeah.
So February... Friday, February 7th is fine at the state, Your Honor. AAG Hahn is not available, but we should be fine.
Mr. Steen, does that work for you?
Yes.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. Did you want all day or half day?
Oh, Your Honor, it might be better if we have more than a half a day, it sounds like. I think there are quite a few members of the family that may wish to be making statements, so it may take...
Starting at 9 a.m.?
What's that?
Starting at 9 a.m.?
9 a.m. for the rest of the day, maybe, just to be sure.
All right, with that on the record, sentencing this matter will be set for Friday, February 7, 2020, beginning at 9 a.m., and we'll reserve the rest of the day for this matter. All right, anything further, counsel?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
I just have a question. How do you want that ordered that defense counsel may be present for PSI interview?
Shall be present. Yeah, put in there, shall be present.
Okay, thank you.
All right then, with that, we'll be adjourned. Sentencing memorandum, so I'm aware of it, and I'll note your objection, be preserved for the record. Court understands what it should consider and can consider at sentencing. Rules of evidence do not apply, and but this is the state's their sentencing presentation, so note your objection, but just don't know if you may continue.
In her paper about Ted Bundy, she writes, Ted Bundy was considered an animal, knew it, and felt no remorse about it. The defendant, numerous times in her writings on Instagram, in her art, in her letters from the jail, refers to herself as the fox, the tricky one. I'd also ask the court to remember one of the pretrial filings of the defendant's self-reflecting journal, where in that journal she's depicting herself in overalls with a fox face, where she told her friend Brianna Larson as she was drawing this journal that it was a self-depicting journal in which the defendant kills her demons with a box cutter knife. Knowing that shortly after, she intentionally killed Alex by stabbing him 16 times with a knife is terrifying. Also in her letter about Ted Bundy, she writes about the lack of guilt and the ability to distract others with grandiose self-presentation, making it hard to assess a self-report of a psychopath. That psychopaths are skilled at faking emotional expressions, that they are emotionally intelligent individuals despite the fact they are largely devoid of emotion. that they will use manipulation and the disregard for the right of others. It's important to see them as classic predators. We heard this morning from the family the lack of guilt and remorse that they observed during the trial, as well as her actions after she killed Alex, which show the lack of remorse. Not only should the court consider her writings about Ted Bundy, her self-reflecting journal, the defendant is showing a complete and utter lack of remorse for what she has done and the loss of Alex's life. Her true feelings for Alex and the hate she had for him was depicted in her journal, too, that was edited the night before Alex's murder, where she describes, "I never had their name, a name in my contacts. I would look at them and not see beauty, but a red nose too big for a face, where eyes look dead, a brow jutting out of a large bulbous forehead, a smile that make me cringe. Pores and veins stuck out on pasty translucent skin, all felt like." The next statement is from Joan Woodworth, Alex's grandmother, that she would like to have read as well. Ezra McCandless lured my grandson to a remote location with the express intent of murdering him. Alex was our oldest grandson, who we spent every minute with growing up and continues a very close relationship with through college. We took the time once a month to drive the hour and a half to see him, take him out to lunch, shopping, and just spend time with him from the time he started college in Eau Claire. We often picked him up or drove him back after weekend or holiday visits. These were some of our most cherished times with him. Her selfish act has robbed our entire family of any possibilities of seeing him reach his dream of becoming a professor, of spending another birthday, weekend, lunch, or holiday with him, ever see him get married or have children of his own. These were all robbed from us. His loss has been the worst nightmare of our lives. We have suffered great mental anguish, unbearable grief, and loss. We have not been able to have a joyful holiday in 2 years. Robbed each year from joy and only knowing sorrow of the one who will never be with us again. This has also greatly affected his parents and younger siblings. Due to a hearing we attended, my husband Marv had a heart attack and spent 20 days between 3 hospitals last December. The health toll on us can't be measured. Knowing that she intentionally killed him for selfish reasons, stabbed him 16 times, watching the blood and life drain from his body, is a picture that I live with every day. Watching her reactions at the hearing and trial, knowing that she didn't even show an ounce of concern, remorse, or sadness for his loss, was something I believe shows her true character. As a Christian, I know that God has forgiven me much in my life, so I must also forgive her. However, I do know that God expects accountability for our sins and actions. I then feel it is only right that she does suffer the consequences of this brutal, selfish murder by spending many, many years in prison and get mental help. I feel if given the opportunity, she definitely will kill again. And my prayer is that she will never be able to harm another person like she did Alex, or put another family through what we have been through.
Thank you.
And I believe the next will be Scott or Amy Clark, the uncle and aunt to Alex.
You can come right up here and right to the witness stand. All right, because it is sentencing, I don't think it's necessary to place a person under oath. We just thought that would be a good location to make a statement from. You may be seated if you wish. You can stand if you'd like as well. Okay.
You took a life. You took away a son, a brother, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Alex was loved by so many. He did not have one ounce of meanness or anger in him. He indeed was about giving and helping. He was funny. He was kind and respectful. He had such an intelligent and witty mind. He was such a kind and loving man that despite him knowing how unstable you were, he was still willing to give you compassion. He left with you that fateful day believing he was going to help you in some way, and instead you took his life. He definitely is not the monster you attempted to portray him as. Seeing and hearing how you brutally took his life will forever be etched in our minds. Although we try to replace that with fond memories of Alex, there will be a lifetime of emptiness for our family, and especially for Alex's parents, Kim and John, and his younger siblings who looked up to him. But more heartbreaking than the loss of your child, your world is turned upside down, and a piece of your heart will be missing forever. Alex touched so many people's lives in the 24 years he was with us, and now we have been robbed of seeing what his potential could have been. He had great potential of touching many more people's lives. As we would hear it argued in court by this defense team, that Alex could have been up walking and talking for up to 30 minutes with his injuries. We heard that as Alex could minutes. And what more awful to imagine is your child or family member suffering for any period of time. You caused pain and suffering to Alex, and you have caused pain and suffering to our family. You were never the victim, and there will be no forgiveness from us for what you have done. This is our last chance to advocate for Alex and the precious life that you took. We know this won't bring him back, having seen how Alex's life was brutally taken by you. We want the harshest sentence of life in prison. Going through this process, it has felt as though we have had to go through losing him again. You took a life, and we can only hope the rest of your life is misery, as the rest of our life will be misery, missing Alex and wondering where Alex's life would have taken him.
Okay, and when you start, can we just get a spelling of your name, how
Sure.
Krista is spelled?
Krista, last name Hall, Hall.
Thank you.
Sister to Kim Woodworth and Alex's favorite aunt. That's been an ongoing joke amongst the aunts with all of our nieces and nephews from the time they were little enough to bribe with candy. There's a quote that I read not long after Alex's death, and although I don't recall the author, I wanted to share it today because of its simplicity, which rings true in regards to grieving. Mourning is one of the deepest expressions of pure love. As we continue to mourn for Alex, and will continue to honor his life by sharing the memories he left us with over the years. We've all mourned for a loved one in our lives and experienced the heart-aching depth of despair that creates. Even if you didn't know Alex, human nature is to be respectful of the family and show some empathy or compassion. Going into the trial, we weren't sure what to expect, but I knew although it might be awkward, I certainly wouldn't have any hard feelings against Ezra's family. And I thought surely they might feel the same about us, right? There were no words, no idea what to expect. When my sister Kim said good morning to one of the family's members of Ezra as we entered the courtroom one of the first mornings, there was no reply. No eye contact, nothing. I was appalled and angry. My sister lost her son. For those of you that didn't know Alex, to put it simply, he was incredibly smart and witty. We all looked forward to seeing him during the holidays, noticing the changes that take place from a high school graduate who goes off to college, watching him develop into the young man that he was, finding his place in the world, pursuing his interests. Conversation with Alex was never boring or dull. Until this trial, I don't think any of us really understood what an incredible writer he had already become. The brief excerpts that we heard in court were only a fraction of what he was trying to say, and yet it was plain to see that his gift for philosophical studies and theories was apparent. He was a thinker, analyzing, studying, and questioning every aspect of life and love, and submersing himself into philosophical theories of other writers. Anything that gave him inspiration to write. He would have been an incredible philosophical professor, and he had the ambition to pursue his education and earn a doctorate. There's so much to life that he had yet to experience. A lifetime of wonder, exploration, love, friendships, and memories. And you, Ezra, took that away from him. Selfishly. Sadly, he'll never experience what it means to truly love and be loved by another. But perhaps if there's any comfort in knowing, even if for a brief period of time, he thought he was in love and happy with you. It's been 1 year, 10 months, and 16 days. And Ezra, while we continue to mourn Alex's passing, it's hard not to notice that throughout the trial, we never saw any sign of sadness, shame, compassion, or the slightest bit of remorse in what you had done. You're so caught up in your own lies and behavior, consistently taking advantage of those around you. You took somebody's life. It was never a situation of self-defense. Maybe for Alex as he struggled trying to save his own and get away, but never for you. In the years to come, you're going to have ample time to yourself. Rather than continuously thinking about how you've been wronged or what society owes you, I ask that you start reflecting upon your actions. Stop thinking about yourself as the victim. As we've learned throughout the trial, it seems to be an ongoing excuse for all of your poor decisions, lack of accountability, and actions in life. Everyone you see in this courtroom today has suffered some type of traumatic event or been victimized in some way. Life is hard. If you are lucky enough to experience freedom again someday, do something good. Get a job, be responsible, take ownership of your life, and contribute to society in a positive way. And if you're lucky enough to find someone who will look past your faults and accept you for what you've done and the person that you are, just as Alex had done, treat them well, love unconditionally, and expect nothing in return. Beyond the violent wounds that you inflicted on his body, the pictures of which were horrific, lest we forget the unseen emotional wounds that you've created as well. You disregarded his friendship and compassion. He was there for you when you needed a friend, when you needed a place to stay, when you needed comfort and a soft place to fall. He was there for you. You knew he accepted your past and accepted as you were when you were together. Remember the quote, "Come as you are, flaws and all." You made him believe that you actually loved and cared for him because it was convenient for you at the time. When that was no longer the case, and he was more of an obstacle in your grandiose scheme and plan, you discarded his feelings and ultimately his life. Your actions have pierced the heart and soul of those who loved him, our family, our community filled with neighbors, former teachers, classmates, coworkers, and so many friends he's made over the years. Those wounds will never heal. Ezra, you cannot fathom and will likely never know the love that a mother has for her child. For that itself is truly a blessing, and I hope you never have the opportunity to experience it because I don't think you're capable of truly loving another person and nurturing another human. My sister Kim has not only lost a child, I had to endure the trauma of knowing how he died, and then endured a public trial. And then listening to you, Ezra, and the defense team create a fictional story of what happened, painting Alex as a demonic person. It's incomprehensible. I can only imagine the agonizing heartache that tears through her every day and night. As a mother myself, I can't pretend to understand. But my heart aches and my tears flow not only for Alex, but for my sister. Behind her smile and her kind, gentle demeanor is heartache and agony. She's stronger than anyone I've ever known, putting everyone else's needs before hers. Her faith runs deep. She exudes patience, love, and acceptance to everyone she meets, just as Alex did for you.
My name is Dale Hall. I am an uncle-in-law to Alexander Woodworth. I want to apologize up front, as I've been a part of the system in law enforcement for 25 years. I don't want to remember dates of bad things that had happened, because the dates are what come back to haunt us in law enforcement. So I'll give estimates on dates in my statement. In late March of 2018, I was asked by my family to see if I could get information because Alex was missing. When I got a hold of the investigator that day, I was advised that Alex wasn't missing, and that Alex was at the medical examiner's office. Being in law enforcement for as long as I was, I knew why he was at a medical examiner's office, because I knew he was dead. And then offered to do death notification for the family, because this family, the family that Alex was part of, the family that I had been part of for 22 plus years at that time, family is their top priority. And then went and spoke with Kim, Alex's mom. At that time, I destroyed her by giving her the worst information that a mother could get. And then called John, as he's away on business. And then I destroyed him by giving him the worst information that a father could get. After speaking with John, I then went to my mother and father-in-law's house, Alex's grandma and grandpa, and I destroyed their lives as well, giving them the worst information that anybody could have. I had given a lot of death notifications in my 25-year career. And I will say that this has been the most difficult because this destroyed me as well. Over the next several months, I sat idle, which also destroyed me. But that hurt was nothing compared to the pain of the family not being able to lay Alex to rest. As this system, the system that I've been a part of for so many years, jockeyed with Alex's body, labeling him as evidence, keeping him from his family, was beyond any part of reasonable, objectively reasonable, or even humane. Around 4 months after Alex was murdered, we finally got to lay him to rest. Just 2 months after Alex was found murdered, there was a request that the defense be allowed 60 more days to hold on to his body so they could work and do their work with the information given by the state. That's my request for the honor. 60 years. 1 year for every day that Alex was withheld from us, laying there, and with us not being able to touch him. As I looked at the photographs of the injuries that you had suffered, Ezra, I agree that like is like. And what I mean by that is, the marks that you admitted to doing yourself were exactly like the marks that you accused Alex of doing. If you believe that like is like the jury must have, then you can honestly say that the knife was never in Alex's hand. Now that I believe that the knife was never in Alex's hand, why do I believe that? Because of character. We all know people and people's character. I could tell you and tell everybody in this courtroom that Alexander Woodworth never raised a knife to you to hurt you in any way. There was no self-defense. He just didn't have it in his character to hurt anyone. So, if the knife was never in his hand, then Ezra attacked and destroyed one of the most caring people in this world. She took away one of the most beautiful minds that I've ever known. People lose friends, family, cousins, uncles every day, but to lose a child should never happen. To bury our baby, Kim's baby, is not the way that life goes. We watched for 15 days in this trial where Ezra's family was able to speak, hug, and touch her, and we had to sit watch, knowing that we'd never get to touch Alex again until we are not bound to this earth. Watching that was very painful. I ask they give the victims us the same benefit. And we'll never have to sit and watch Ezra laugh, touch, hold her family again until we are unbound by this earth and get to be with Alex. I hope that she stays in prison for as long as we all live, the friends, the cousins, mother and dad. I've always preached that the system has two prongs. First prong, to rehabilitate, to give offenders the tools that to be productive members of society. Second prong, to protect society from offenders that can't be rehabilitated. Ezra shows no remorse for what she's done. There is no AA group or prison program that will be able to give her any caring for human life. I ask the judge to please protect society. Protect future victims from suffering the way that Alexander Woodworth did on that cold March day, where he was driven to an isolated area, attacked and murdered, alone and afraid.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I've been provided with a written statement this morning from Samantha Cobbs that she would like read. Her last name is spelled K-O-B-S. Honorable Judge James Peterson, my name is Samantha Cobbs. I write to you in an attempt to summarize the impact that the loss of my dear friend Alex has had on me and others over the past 23 months. How does one begin to explain what it feels like to lose somebody so suddenly and so senselessly? I can only hope that this letter sheds an ounce of light on the turmoil that I have had in my heart. To my knowledge, I was one of the first, if not the first, friend to find out that Alex had been killed. I did not find out until I picked up my phone and called his parents on Sunday morning, March 25th. I was calling to tell them that his friends were about to hang up missing person posters and that we were sending our love and support. You can imagine my shock and horror as his father stayed silent on the other line, then interrupted me to tell me that Alex was already found, dead and deserted. I will never forget the words that he used or the pain in his trembling voice. To
To say that I felt stupid would be an understatement. Not only because I felt I was invading their privacy as they mourned, but because up until that moment, I had been ignorantly optimistic. I consider myself a very strong person, but March and April of 2018, I was not strong. I slept with my lights on for weeks. Bedroom lights, kitchen lights. I would even prop a chair against my bedroom door before I fell asleep. I was afraid to start my car in the mornings before work. I was afraid to be alone in my own home. If my roommate was gone for a night or weekend, I would stay with friends to feel less anxious. Perhaps it was because I knew the defendant knew where I lived, and I didn't know whether they would meet bail. I may have been thinking a bit irrationally, but this was my reality for a very long time. And to be quite frank, nothing in this case seemed rational. I moved out of my apartment at the end of May 2018, which was about when Alex should have been moving in. I couldn't bring myself to stay there, to try to find somebody to take over his part of the lease. It felt wrong, and I felt unsafe. Imagine how anxious I felt having to call my landlord and explain that the kind young man she'd met just a few weeks prior was now a homicide victim. Imagine how I felt when I asked to break my lease, to move out of a beautiful apartment that I loved, because I didn't have the emotional strength or energy to try to find somebody else to replace him. I spoke at Alex's funeral, his initial funeral, where his family was unable to bury him because of ongoing autopsies. The church was packed, and so many people had stories to share. I was there when his bedroom was cleaned out and his belongings were being removed from his favorite city, a city he truly belonged to. I was there when his remains were finally buried just outside his hometown many months after he was killed. I watched his mother scream in agony as she collapsed over his urn on that beautiful summer day. Last fall, I was there in the courtroom to testify in front of the jury and the cameras. My face was plastered all over the internet and local news stations. I was attacked in the comments of social media posts. In promotional videos from court TV, my face was the first face shown, second only to that of the defendant. Imagine how uncomfortable every time one of my students walked up to me and said, "Hey, Ms. Cobbs, I saw you on TV last night." Or even worse, when complete strangers said the same exact thing. Alex's murder has impacted me beyond measure, and I am only one of the many friends and family members to have experienced these traumas since March 2018. Alex was such a beautiful soul. Again and again, stories have been told of his intellect, compassion, and curiosity. If he were still here, I have no doubt he would be working towards receiving his PhD in philosophy as a McNair Scholar. And knowing Alex, probably getting an additional PhD in something completely different just because he could. He was the smartest and most humble person I knew, and I continue to feel his absence as my life moves away from these difficult times. I was there in the courtroom as the jury announced that it had found the defendant guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt, of first-degree intentional homicide that day late in October. For many of Alex's family members and friends, we simply desire a sense of closure. We trust in our judicial system to appropriately penalize those who are found guilty of crimes, and we trust that the sentences for such crimes are fair and just. I ask that you consider the inconsistencies of the defendant's stories, the lack of remorse, and the continued denial of wrongdoing, in addition to the unanimous guilty verdict when deciding on the sentence for the defendant, Ezra J. McCandless. Sincerely, Samantha Cobbs. I believe the next statement will be from Allison Kexel.
What's the last name?
Kexel,
Allison?
Kexel.
All right, thank you.
Ezra, I looked forward to this because I've been angry and I thought that I would know what to say to you today. But the truth is, I don't. I don't think there's any string of words that can express how deeply you've hurt all of us. There's no statement powerful enough to move you. You've shown no shame, no guilt, or remorse for the crime that you've committed. You severed a single thread in my life, and I watched so many others completely unfold. The morning I found out that you...
Judge, I don't want to be rude to Ms. Kexel or anybody, but...
Everybody else got to read their statements?
Hold on a second.
I think that it would be appropriate. I'm not saying that she shouldn't read her statement. I'm not trying to say that. I did just ask that she address the court. Because I think
this is personal.
Well, I think it's appropriate for you to address the court. You can state what it is you want to say, but I think we just address the court. I think that we'll just leave it at that.
The morning we found out Alex was dead, I knew it was the defendant. I don't know how, I just knew. I sat in a living room full of our old friends, my friends, and cried. For months we held one another, sobbing, struggling, trying to understand the sweetest man that we all loved. He was soft and gentle. He never once made me feel bad. He was receptive to my feelings, understanding, kind, compassionate. And I'm not only heartbroken, but I'm full of rage. I'm sad that so many times Alex told me about his siblings who he loved so much, and to see them at his funeral, was something that I can't grasp. Being the youngest of my family, my brothers pretty much raised me, and that is a pain that I just can't fathom. Alex will never get to go to grad school. He's never going to be a professor to share his passions and his ideas with like-minded individuals. He'll never be loved, to live a full life. He'll never grow old because you took that away from him. You took away from so many of us someone that we loved. And as your friend, defendant of the defendant, you will never get to experience a full life either. You're so talented, and I would have loved to see you flourish and to create great art, but selling it for an appeal will be your highlight as an artist. I'm angry. I've spent so many days trying to get by, so many nights screaming and sobbing, and being held in return by our old friends, and watching them break over and over. You will never know the extent of the irreparable damage you've caused. Not only to all of those that I love and to Alex's family and to all of those that Alex knew, but to sexual assault victims as well. Your numerous and ongoing lies have and continue to discredit those who have suffered, and as a woman and a victim myself, I am disappointed. I don't believe in locking people up like animals or fighting violence with violence. I think prison is just slavery disguised. However, your crime was so heinous, so shameful, and so disgusting that I do believe you should serve a life sentence without parole. I hope in time that you grow enough to at least admit for the first time to tell the truth, just what you've done to all of us in this room and outside of this room and as a community.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to read a impact statement by Sarah Lowe, L-O-W-E. I know this is cliche, but this is what immediately came to mind when I started reflecting on what to say today. Why do bad things happen to good people? Because Alex was genuinely a good person. Good people are people who help unconditionally, respect unconditionally, and love unconditionally. Alex was a good person. Here are some ways that Alex demonstrated these qualities in my life. One way that Alex helped me unconditionally was when I was studying for the GRE. He took the time to come help me almost every day of the week for multiple weeks. I wasn't even paying him. That's a lot to do for someone. Alex didn't think it was that big of a thing to do. Also, Alex showed unconditional respect for me, for my brain, for my dreams, for my beliefs, for my potential, and for myself. When I first met him, we went on a few dates and started seeing each other. When we had our first kiss, he first asked if it was okay to kiss me. Who does that these days? Eventually, I decided that I wasn't in a place to date right then and asked if we could be friends. He was fine with that, and we even ended up being housemates. When I got the results of my GRE test, I hadn't done well. I felt ashamed and felt like a failure. Alex was the first person I thought of because his love was unconditional. I knew he wouldn't judge me. He just held me while I cried and told me that he loved me, which meant a lot. We had multiple conversations about what we believed. With my background in psychology, I believe that people need to love themselves first before they can really love other people. Alex had a different way of thinking, which might not always have been the healthiest for him, but it's what he believed. He said, quote, "As long as I make other people happy, that makes me happiest. As long as I share with other people, that's what makes me content." This philosophy was one that he believed, but also followed, as he often knew I was having a tough day and as a result would give me hugs and say, "I love you." When you lose someone like Alex, when the world loses someone like Alex, it makes a huge difference. This is how losing Alex impacts me. I've had depression, sudden bouts of crying, insomnia, and recurring nightmares. It's affected my work, my relationships, and my overall quality of life. Losing Alex also has effects for the future. That's in the what ifs and the absence of a future. For example, all the times that I can't call him, can't talk to him. Oftentimes, he's the one person that I want to talk to, and it's hard to know I can't. To know that I'll never talk to him again. Then there's the impact that he would have had on other people. Alex planned to be a philosophy professor. He had a great influence on my life through our academic discussions. And that's an impact that he will never have on me going forward, nor on all of the students and colleagues he could have benefited from having him in their lives. Alex was a good person, and he made me a better person. This is the impact that Alex's death has had on me, and I miss him every day. Alex was a forgiving person. I believe that he would want you to be lenient in sentencing, because that's who he was. I, too, am usually forgiving people a second chance. But when a person makes the decision to stab someone 16 times and leave them suffering to die, I don't think they deserve a second chance. For this reason, I recommend that Ezra receive the maximum penalty.
Thank you.
I think the next statement will be from Court Fox.
I remember when I first met Alex, it was in class. He was just this young kid that was brilliant, shocked everyone in the class with his insights, his ability to speak, his ability to understand the concepts. But I didn't know him, I didn't even know his name. And I had another friend who was also in philosophy, but we didn't share the same courses. And this other friend and I would get together and we would talk about, he also had this young kid that was just so freaking impressive. And a short while later we figured out that we were talking about the same incredibly impressive kid. And so we're like, we have to know this guy. So we finagled our way into a reading group with him that he was setting up on his own, just to do more philosophy outside of class. Unfortunately for him, but fortunately for Nick and I, we were the only ones that showed up. But for, I think, all of 2 sessions, we actually did do the reading and do the discussion, but just those short moments with him inside of a coffee cafe, I knew I wanted to be this man's friend, because his kindness, his empathy, his humor, his ungodly intellect just radiated out from him. And becoming his friend was the easiest thing, because he so loved people. He just, as people have spoken, his joy came from other people. His most enjoyable moments in life were just interacting with people, and when you did, his face lit up and all of that incredible intellect and mind was trained right on you. He was so engaged and interested, it could almost be daunting to have such an intellect fully focused on you, but it was out of genuine kindness and interest. And to say that he was my best friend is almost limiting what he was to me. It probably speaks poorly of me, but after his death I have cast about my friends and found them all wanting. No one has been able to understand me, show the amount of concern. Not to say that my other friends and family don't, but he was unique in his ability to just show it and to put in the work, and it wasn't work for him. And that he would have gone on to great things in philosophy and education is undeniable. He did organize and contribute to a lot of extracurricular reading groups and other study groups, and his ability to speak to people, to use his brilliant mind, but still tone it down to explain. He would have been one of the best professors, but when he was in his element, speaking for himself, articulating his own thoughts, he was brilliant. And that's gone. But I don't want to naysay the other people's that have been up here, but I am absolutely certain that Alex would have asked for some sort of leniency, because he did fully believe that every human being is possessed with infinite potential, and to squander that potential is perhaps the greatest sin. But I'm not as kind of man as Alex was, but I still have to agree with him. I would like to see Ezra released from prison at some point in her life, I care not when. Not for a chance of forgiveness or to, find some sort of salvation, but because after decades in prison, she will find inevitably some sort of normalcy, some sort of stability. It will become her life, and she will, if not be happy with it, be acquainted with it. I would like to ruin that for her again and cast her out into the wider world. I would like to see her struggle for friends, employment, housing, knowing that the pall of her actions lay over her. I want her to agonize with each new person that she meets. Is she upfront about what she's done, or does she hide it and have to live with the anxiety of, oh my God, what if they find out? I want more chaos in her life after she's found normalcy. Actions have consequences, and to simply lock her away for the rest of her life will bar her from the full complement of consequences that she could suffer for this. And I would like to see that. I don't care when, but personally, that is what I would like. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next statement, which I will be reading, is from Sarah Woodworth, the sister of Alex. Your Honor, and all those present, hello. You haven't seen my face during the trial, but I have watched it closely. I'm Alex Woodworth's little sister, but this year I will be older than he was. Something I told him I would do as a little girl, but not something I ever wanted to experience when I realized how that was possible. I'll be 24 this coming May, and he should have been 26. Maybe finishing his doctorate, seeing me as I talk about our futures. Maybe I would have had the guts to tell him I love him, even if we fell away the last 2 years of his life. But I'll never know if I would, because he's gone. He's gone, and I'll never get to tell him I love him ever again. I've put off writing this letter because it feels like a goodbye. I don't want a goodbye, but I know if I don't do this, I'll regret it for the rest of the life I'll spend without him. I could never tell him how I felt, because he thought it'd be stupid. Instead, he'd want to talk about me going back to school and ask me about my opinions on humanity. And I'd know, in between the lines of philosophy, he was telling me he loved me. And I'd do my best to tell him, I love you too. Because we were best friends growing up, being only 2 years apart. We started our life together with me being born. And as I lay fresh and still gross on our mother's chest, he managed to get his big toddler head stuck in a rocking chair. I'm often told how I would listen to him for hours as a baby. He'd tuck me into my crib and lay next to me while I fell asleep, kissing my head gently. And when I was in a walker, he'd slowly pat my head while watching TV whenever I stopped by him. He'd tell me stories, and when I was old enough to understand, I took them as gospel. There was, in fact, a volcano under our large black recliner. I cried for hours, scared it'd erupt. He'd tell me about the fish in the ocean. I'd ask, is that really true? And he'd simply say yes. And that was that. When we were a bit older and going to school, I cut my hair short so I could join the boys' club and play with him more in our neighborhood. He taught me how to build forts and do kicks and punches, and we'd race across mud puddles together and get in trouble together. And it was the best child I could have. When I learned I didn't know how to read or do math well, he spent hours helping me, printing off worksheets during the summer, playing me his favorite songs, replaying the ones I liked, and grading my papers so I could catch up with my class. I never got better at math, but thanks to him, I got the highest score on the English portion of the ACT. He was so proud. I hope he remembered it was all because of him. He went to college, and so did I, and we didn't talk much. I got married, he got a degree. And after a year, we realized we hadn't seen each other. That Easter of 2018, I was supposed to go home to catch up. My mom told me he was looking forward to it. But that Easter was an empty seat and an empty grave the day before. I've been dreaming about him since. And whenever I wake up, it feels like the grief is new. Because for a second he's alive. And like a cruel joke, he's taken away from us again. I woke up to my mom's shattered voice that Saturday. They found Alex. He's dead. I couldn't move. It was a scene from a sad movie. It wasn't real. I said, okay, and hung up. And immediately felt my body heave as the reality sank in. I was married then. I got a divorce soon after. I felt like my life crumbled apart, and I was doing everything I could to make a new one that he couldn't have. The constant pressure of needing to have a life he'd want on my shoulders. To this day, it's hard to know if what I'm doing is what I want or if it's me trying to live out his dreams. I don't know what to write besides that. I know my words won't make the one who took him regret it. And I don't think that's what I want. I think what I want, more than anything, is for everyone who doubts this verdict to know that he'd never hurt a fly. I have complex PTSD from sexual abuse and abuse from previous romantic partners. And though I can understand how a flashback feels, I couldn't imagine using it in court. If I hurt my current partner because of my disorder, I'd want to be put away for life. If I took him away from his siblings and families, I'd have deserved time. Because regardless of my hatred and fear for my abusers, they have loved ones. They have people who would feel this anguish, even if they knew they were bad. No one should feel this way. A mother shouldn't outlive her son. And a younger sibling should never avoid the calendar, thinking about the birthdays that will come that should be celebrated differently. And through it all, I should have never felt this unwavering weight of feeling like it should have been me If I could, I would choose me every time. Why would anyone be okay with knowing that's what we all have to live with the rest of our lives? Why do we have to live with the image of hundreds of people we didn't know drive hours to his funeral? Why do I have to live looking through his Facebook page just to feel close to him again? I want to leave you with this because I feel it sums up everything while helping me end this without rambling. The night before I wrote this, I had a dream about him again. But in this dream, I was supposed to go somewhere. I had an appointment. It was important. But he showed up right before I left. And he said he only had that day to see me. In the dream, I told him, sorry, I have to see someone. I have to go. His eyes watered and he looked away, trying not to cry. I don't think I ever remember seeing him cry. I understand, but this is the last time we'll ever be able to talk. And I knew he was right. If I left, it'd be goodbye for good. So I said I'd stay. And we looked at each other with peace. We let a few tears escape, smiled, and then I woke up. And this time, I knew he was gone. That lingering feeling of him wasn't there. And I can't help but cry writing this, knowing we'll never have that in real life. I won't be able to say, I'll stay a while so we can catch up. Because Alex Woodworth was slaughtered. And the only time I'll ever be able to see him ever again is in my dreams. And when I wake, all I'll be able to think is it should have been me. Thank you for your time. I hope this made more sense than his death. And I hope no one here has to experience my words in their own life. And to his murderer, you've not seen me, but I have seen you. And with even all my grief and rage, I mean it when I say, I want no one to feel how I do, not even you. And that should speak more loudly than anything else I've said about how deeply this pain goes. Sarah Woodworth.
Thank you.
Thank you for this time. I'm going to start by changing just a bit on especially the PSI, because the time has passed since I said, the least amount. And every day I wake up without Alex is a day that I start every day talking to him. I end every day talking to him. And since that time, I realize that he'll never come back. The hurt is always there, but I thought it'd get better, and maybe it will. So I'll just read my letter now. Today is not Ezra's day. 3 months ago, she had her day, in fact, 3 weeks. She was convicted of first-degree intentional murder. She killed my grandson, and at this point, I don't understand why, only how. Not even the timeline of the event itself. Was Alex tortured before he died? It is certainly possible, as 3 hours of unexplained time is given. Maybe it's less, but it's a bunch of time. We do not know the fear and the pain, the terror that he felt as he was dying. And looking at those pictures, I can only imagine at times, and that picture, they come back so readily. How he got himself from the ground to the back seat of the car, we certainly don't know the pain he felt as he was being stabbed or his blood was being poured out of his body. We just know that he was alive at noon and gone at 4. I do not believe she deserves mercy from the court due to her age or sex, as Alex died a terrible death. Look at the pictures, blood up and down the front and the back of his jeans, yet not in the car, stabbed in the stomach and the groin. I call that torture. This I do know. We'll never see Alex again, never see his smile, never hear his weird humor, or see the hope that he had and shared with so many others. We will never know where life is leading him. He's gone, and so is a good part of our lives as well. A hole that can never be filled, an action taken by her without reason or remorse. There's not enough years left any place to replace or to pay the price of Alex's death. And thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, that concludes the state's victim impact statements. I would just ask that if the defense has any character witnesses, that they would go first before the attorneys make their arguments.
All right, any objection to proceeding that way, Ms. Bishny?
Judge, we're going to have our witnesses speak when it's our turn for the sentencing presentation, not before the state. The state's not entitled to listen to them in advance. I'd like to proceed the way every other sentencing in my 39 years as a lawyer has gone.
All right, then Ms.
But I will have them speak before I make my remarks.
All right. Well, then that is, I guess, normally the way we do things, that you present your witnesses and make your arguments, and then defense has their opportunity. So why don't you go ahead then with your arguments? Recommendations.
Your Honor, as a prosecutor, you don't get to choose the facts of your case. You don't get to choose your victim. And in a homicide case, the defense is frequently blame the victim. And that was no exception in this case. And as the victim impact statements reveal, Alex wasn't your typical 24-year-old student. In preparation for trial, we met with friend after friend from the Lacy's crowd. And all of them described Alex in a similar way. Kind, considerate, intelligent, and always striving to learn more and understand different schools of thought. A friend who would happily put down his own writings and spend hours to help another friend learn their homework. A friend who would drink cups and cups of coffee to listen to someone who needed to talk. We ended each one of our witness preparation meetings with one question. Was Alex the type of person who was more concerned with himself or more concerned with others? And every single response was a resounding, more concerned with others. Without a doubt, Alex was only 24 years old and was going places. He was pursuing his dreams to become a professor. Some of his writings were getting published. and no doubt he was going to make this world a better place. Pursuant to the Wisconsin Supreme Court decision in Galleon, the courts to identify and rank its objectives in sentencing. In this case, the state ranks the sentencing objectives in the following order. First, and most importantly, protection of the public. Second, punishment. Third, deterrence to others. And fourth, rehabilitation of the defendant. These rankings derive from the facts of this case because the defendant engaged in a brutal and heinous attack on a young man and then left him there to die. When the court considers the seriousness of the offense, there is nothing more serious than the loss of an innocent life. In fact, the court is required to impose a life sentence for the defendant. The only issue is whether the defendant should be given the opportunity for parole. And given the very violent and heinous nature of Alex's murder, the state strongly argues that such an opportunity would be wholly inappropriate in this case. When the court considers the seriousness of the offense, it needs to remember that the defendant deliberately took a knife from her father's home and lured Alex to a remote location to brutally murder him. She violently and brutally stabbed him through the scalp, through the bone into the brain, sliced his neck 3 times, pierced his lungs, stabbed him in the genitals. She stabbed him not once, not twice, but 16 times. The remote location she lured him to, Alex's screams and cries would be heard by no one. And there's no indication that Alex ever even fought back. These were 16 deliberate and separate choices to stab and kill Alex, and so clearly this murder was extremely violent and brutal. When the court considers the character of the defendant, it needs to consider the defendant's actions after she murdered Alex. She staged the crime scene. She didn't run for help. She didn't call for help. She didn't try to stop the bleeding as Alex lay motionless. What did she do? She cut herself, planted blood around the crime scene where Alex lay dead or dying. She then had the apparent presence of mind to carve Boy into her arm. She found Alex's phone. She didn't call for help. She didn't give Alex's phone to Don Sipple. No, she broke the phone, removed the battery, threw it in the ditch so no one could find Alex. She continued her performance and her calculated plan to try to be the victim, to throw law enforcement off of what really happened. She never mentioned Alex lay lifeless down that road. Nope, she asked for Jason Mingle. She tried to manipulate every person she came in contact with after March 22nd, 2018 with her Victim Act. Throughout the trial, the defense tried in vain to utilize smoke and mirrors to hide the actions of the defendant. And the defendant's sentencing memorandum is round two of that attempt to try to distract from the heinous and brutal actions of their client. The defense tries to humanize the defendant by filing photographs of the defendant playing with her siblings and eating pizza. And to the extent the court wishes to rely on those photographs in its sentencing decision, I'd ask the court to remember the photographs up on that screen of Alex laying dead out the back of a car, of photographs of Alex at this autopsy, which depict the violent nature at which Alex lost his life at the hands of the defendant. The defendant's sentencing memorandum is yet another example of a defendant who refuses to accept responsibility and is attempting to retry this case, even though the jury has already found her guilty. Shortly before coming into sentencing, we located a GoFundMe page that I would like to provide the court. The defense has been provided with the same.
It was a GoFundMe page. It's a defunct GoFundMe page, just so its record is clear.
It's a what?
I'm sorry?
Defunct. It's defunct. It may show up on the internet as a GoFundMe page, however, it's defunct. It is not an active GoFundMe page.
Well, I certainly believe it's relevant as it provides the defendant's version of events or another version of events, given she did not provide a separate statement to the PSI writer. However, in her GoFundMe page, which is entitled Support an Artist,
Judge, Ms. McCandless has been in the jail and she doesn't have access to the internet. So somebody else wrote this. And therefore, I would ask that the court not consider it and the state be barred from reading it into the record. Because Ms. McCandless, although this appears to be written in the first person, we know objectively speaking, she doesn't have any access to the internet and can't do this.
Well, it says right on the front of it that it was Rosie Gunnelson is organizing this fundraiser, so.
yes, Your Honor, but it's then signed Ezra McCandless.
It doesn't matter. It's physically impossible for her to have written this and posted it online. So I don't think it should be considered when looking at Ms. McCandless's character or the Galleon factors.
All right, well, I think the court is capable of sorting things out. So I don't know, what is it that you plan to do with this?
Well, Your Honor, I just think it's relevant as it's another version of the defendant's story and her continued refusal to take responsibility for her actions. So I think it's relevant when the court considers the character of the defendant, where she continues to paint herself as a victim in this GoFundMe page.
All right, well, I'm going to allow you to go ahead, Ms. Notoff. I'll note the state's objection.
The defense objection.
I mean, the defense objection, yes.
Okay.
That's noted and preserved for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
In this GoFundMe page, it's written, in the end, this case was not decided on facts, logic, or the law. It was decided on retribution, shock, emotion, and prejudice. She continues to paint herself as a victim as that her sexuality, gender, and intelligence was attacked. It's written 15 days attacked, re-traumatized, re-experiencing traumatic details. How dare you be a young woman with more than one sexual partner? How dare you be LGBTQ? How dare you have a choice when it comes to your body? She continues to write, I did not have to raise my hand to speak. I made a choice to speak, to tell the truth of what has happened to me. I have survived. And now she's facing a mandatory life sentence and basically support her for her appeal. Again, painting herself as the victim, again, refusing to accept responsibility for what she did. The defendant sentencing, as we noted in our sentencing memorandum, the defendant described herself better than I ever could when she wrote her paper about Ted Bundy. The defense notes she wrote this when she was 16, but yet she shared this with Jason Mingle and highlighted certain portions less than 2 weeks before Alex's death. And even in text messages to Alex, she talks about her fascination with psychopaths. She writes, during an interview, Theodore Robert Bundy, also known as Ted Bundy, said, quote, I don't feel guilty for anything. I feel sorry for people who feel guilt. Ted Bundy was considered an animal.
Excuse me, Judge, at this point, honestly, reading of a high school academic paper about Ted Bundy and saying that that's Ezra McCandless's character because she was proud of and shared her writing. I wasn't going to interrupt the state, but I actually find this so outrageous at sentencing that I feel compelled to object. And I've never objected at a sentencing hearing in my life. But to, the state chose to file this with the court. I don't know if this is some kind of playing to television cameras or what's going on here exactly, but I think it's an outrage to talk about Ezra McCandless like she's Ted Bundy. She's guilty of a first-degree intentional homicide. The court's going to sentence her on that. But
this is an attempt, a blatant attempt to elicit some kind of prejudice that's just beyond the pale here. So I would like my objection noted.
All right, well, it was submitted with the state sentencing memorandum, so I'm aware of it, and I'll note your objection, be preserved for the record. Court understands what it should consider and can consider at sentencing, and rules of evidence do not apply. And, but this is the state's, their sentencing presentation, so note your objection, but Ms. Notoff, you may continue.
In her paper about Ted Bundy, she writes, Ted Bundy was considered an animal, knew it, and felt no remorse about it. The defendant, numerous times in her writings on Instagram, in her art, in her letters from the jail, refers to herself as the fox, the tricky one. I'd also ask the court to remember one of the pretrial filings of the defendant's self-reflecting journal, where in that journal she's depicting herself in overalls with a fox face, where she told her friend Brianna Larson as she was drawing this journal that it was a self-depicting journal in which the defendant kills her demons with a box cutter knife. Knowing that shortly after, she intentionally killed Alex by stabbing him 16 times with a knife is terrifying. Also in her letter about Ted Bundy, she writes about the lack of guilt and the ability to distract others with grandiose self-presentation, making it hard to assess a self-report of a psychopath. That psychopaths are skilled at faking emotional expressions, that they are emotionally intelligent individuals despite the fact they are largely devoid of emotion, that they will use manipulation and the disregard for the right of others. It's important to see them as classic predators. We've heard this morning from the family the lack of guilt and remorse that they observed during the trial, as well as her actions after she killed Alex, which show the lack of remorse. Not only should the court consider her writings about Ted Bundy, her self-reflecting journal, the defendant is showing a complete and utter lack of remorse for what she has done and the loss of Alex's life. Her true feelings for Alex and the hate she had for him was depicted in her journal, too, that was edited the night before Alex's murder, where she describes, I never had a name in my contacts. I would look at them and not see beauty, but a red nose too big for a face, where eyes look dead, a brow jutting out of a large bulbous forehead, a smile that make me cringe. Pores and veins stuck out on pasty translucent skin, all felt like bugs under my skin. This is a woman who has blamed everyone else for her actions. This is a defendant whose complete disregard for her actions are also well documented in her jail correspondence, which I have a few I would like to file with the court.
Judge, I'm going to object because the state did not tell us that they were going to do this in advance of the sentencing, and give us an opportunity to review these with Ezra McCandless. They gave us thousands of pages of writings by Ezra McCandless, and they wrote in their sentencing memo that she had talked about wanting to get a tattoo if she was acquitted, but I haven't had a chance to review these to ask what they mean. We're going to take a long break in the middle so I can go back in the jail and review this with Ezra McCandless. I'm somewhat shocked by the way the state has approached the sentencing presentation. So I guess I'm going to ask for a recess to do this. I don't know if these are relevant to sentencing or not because I don't know what the state has chosen to show. I did send the state an email several weeks ago asking to receive all victim witness impact statements and other matters that they wished to use for the court at sentencing in advance so I could review them with Ms. McCandless and not with Ezra McCandless and not disrupt the court at all during the presentation. The state did not respond to my email. I sent it to all three prosecutors. Yesterday, the state advised that they had only received that there were only going to be 4 people that addressed the court. Obviously, there are pre-typed letters that state's had in its possession for quite a while, which is fine. And I feel for everybody who got up here and talked about the loss of Alex, and they certainly have a right to speak. But what the state is engaging in now is not appropriate. So I guess I want to ask for recess.
Your Honor, these were provided in discovery. There is no obligation for the state to let the defense know what exhibits or what we're going to be arguing during a sentencing. It's what is relevant, and these were provided a long time ago, years ago, a year ago. I mean, so there's certainly no reason for a recess. The state should be allowed to continue with this argument.
Well, and what would be the point of going over it with Ms. McCandless? I mean, really the question is, you know, did she author these letters or did she not? I mean, they have DOJ numbers that appear to have been part of the discovery that's provided to the defense. You want to take a few minutes here, and I guess if you have an issue as to whether she actually wrote them, but I'm not going to have a recess right now. We'll probably have a recess before the defense presentation, but go ahead and look through them. And again, the rules of evidence do not apply at sentencing. If these are the letters of Ms. McCandless, I think it's fair game for the state. So,
Judge, I just would like to call attention to the lack of professional courtesy that has existed here.
well, I think you've already done that.
Thank
So.
you.
On DOJ, page number 3916, the defendant writes to her friend Sailor.
Hold on, I'm going to give the defense just a moment. Take a look at them if there's a question as to whether
I'm sorry, what page number?
Ms. McCandless had authored these.
It's the first page. I'm going page by page.
Okay, go ahead for this page. I'll read along one at a time.
All right.
Starting at the top, court date, I'm pretty sure will be the last one that'll be in this lovely orange. I'm more than happy about this. Middle of the page, I also really want to whiten my teeth. Also, when I come home, lots of dark coffee. It will be mocha time when I come home, all day you. I do know what tattoo I really like. I have lots of ideas what will be done. I'm an art book that breathes and can walk around. I have a goal that I will work on a tattoo degree. Next page, 3187. I wish I was home to smile at all of the love and support for you and my family. I really am so lucky to be blessed with the family I have. Most kids are just born into it. I was picked. So this must mean I'm just that much more special, right? I do wish that my summer was spent at home. I really hate to miss that garage sale season. Let's shoot for next year. I will be at your side, seeing things with you. I keep busy most of the time and try to keep my head up and mind sharp. Just think of it as my life is on pause. One thing that does change is my hair. It is so long and will only get longer. You can get haircuts in here, but I promised Jason I would not cut it. I really like the idea of long locks anyways. All my love, Ezra McCandless. DOJ, page 3395. Dad, I love you and pray for you. Something wish you the best in this life. In the middle of the page, I am always your little girl and love you and the things you've taught me. I value all the things I've learned over the years. I keep your words close to my heart. DOJ 3869. I will keep my head up and keep up on making goals. This is scary stuff at times, but I think I can do this. I know I can. I just can't wait until I go back into the real world and start my life up. I miss you and love you all so much. My life is not the same without my family. All my love, as McCandless. DOJ 3777. I'm mega super excited to do my hair in ombre this spring. Also, as a makeup artist, it's so strange for me to be very plain Jane. On the quote out, I have red lipstick on every day. So like this pic, I'm so going to rock this look in April. Whoop, can't wait. God, I might be a dork. DOJ 3671, addressed to Devin. It appears that there was in jail correspondence, numerous individuals in the jail who wrote Ms. Scanless, and she wrote back to them. Well, hello, Devin, middle of 3671. A single cigarette could summon the strength of character to put a good face on this fucked up situation. My bike must miss me so much. Also, I have so much ink to put on my body. What's your spirit animal? Mine is the fox. And then there's a picture of my sass face. DOJ 3180, a letter to Jason. Near the end of the letter, what you will find in this envelope is my self-picture as a, quote, foxy little wife. Do you see what is around my neck? I really do miss you, love you all the same. I can't wait to get your letter sometime soon. Sorry if I'm strange and talk at you so much. Just know you still hold your spot in my chest. Then the next page, I can't sleep. No, really, Jason. So I'll make a list. The stuff that will happen when Ez comes home list. Number 1, nose, nips, left top of ear, all done. Number 2, get my hair color done by a pro, not a cut. Will look so good done right, not by me. Number 3, get my nails done. Number 4, get my ink done on my arm. Also a word on my chest below my collarbone in small print. Number 5, bike stuff, ride all over town. Number 6, coffee shop stuff, drink a mocha. Number 7, photo shoot. Number 8, kiss, hug, hold my, I think it might be Ellie. I love that kiddo. 9, swim, and 10, open and close a real door. Each and every one of these references were about me or I. Not once was there any sorrow or remorse for the loss of Alex's life. Additionally, several of these letters demonstrate the defendant's continued manipulation of the truth for her own self-benefit. As despite the defendant's sentencing memorandum, her letters clearly demonstrate a love and healthy relationship with her father. Despite the fact that she's alleging that her lack of emotion is a result of her father's abuse. The defendant's actions throughout the trial demonstrate her complete lack of human decency and empathy. While Alex's family was forced to relive his violent death and see photographs of his lifeless, bloody body, the defendant was basking in the glow of all the attention she was receiving. And finally, when the court considers the defendant's character, plain and simple, this defendant is a liar. The jury saw through her lies and explicitly in their verdict did not believe a word she said. They found beyond a reasonable doubt that she lied, and if they believed any part of her version of what happened, they wouldn't have found her guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. She tried to conceal Alex's body. She tried to conceal his phone. She tried to conceal the murder weapon. She tried to conceal the truth. And in each one of these attempts, she failed. The third factor for the court to consider is the rehabilitation of the defendant. You need to ask yourself, how can any system or programming fix a cold-blooded killer? But not only is she a cold-blooded killer, she refuses to acknowledge her guilt in this matter. How do you rehabilitate someone who doesn't think they did anything wrong and doesn't show any remorse? The defendant alleges she has been trained not to cry, but as the evidence has shown, she cries when it's beneficial to her, when she cried at Don Sippel's house. The defense spends substantial amounts of time in their memorandum discussing brain development and cites 2 juvenile cases on brain development, not adult cases. but left entirely out of this analysis is that the defendant is convicted of knowingly and intentionally murdering Alexander Woodworth. She planned the crime. She brought the knife. She picked the location. She committed the crime. She attempted to stage a crime scene. She attempted to conceal the body, conceal the knife, conceal his phone. These actions alone demonstrate the defendant's complete rational, systematic thought process. This wasn't a reactive juvenile act. This was a detailed plan that she continued for days after the murder, throughout the trial and to this day. At the end of the day, the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, far outweigh her rehabilitative needs. The fourth factor for the court to consider is the protection of the public. And lengthy incarceration in this case is necessary to send a direct message to both the defendant and the members of this community that there is a zero tolerance for this behavior. That if you intentionally take the life of another, you will lose your freedom for the rest of your life. This was an utterly senseless homicide, which makes this case so disturbing. How does another human being do this to another person? Stab them 16 times and leave them in the middle of nowhere in the cold to try to cover up what they did. There's such a lack of human decency, such a lack of remorse. And without remorse and accountability, there's no hope for rehabilitation. The violent nature of this crime, combined with the defendant luring the victim to his death, the cover-up, the lies, demonstrate that she's a direct and substantial threat to any member of this public, and that the community and Dunn County at large need to be protected from Ezra McCandless. Now, I understand that our justice system is moving towards uniformity, but a computer chart system containing the defendant's risk levels based on her own self-serving statements cannot be the way we determine how severe a crime is and when a person should be eligible for parole. There are some cases that you can't look at a risk level and a compass assessment to tell you how much time a person should spend in prison. And given the facts in this case, this is one of those cases. This jury sent a message when it delivered its verdict that our justice system is not broken, that you can't lie your way out of your actions. That a community needs to be protected from the defendant. It needs to know that there are consequences for your actions. And in this case, the consequence must be life without parole. The pre-sentence investigation report is recommending 50 years eligibility for parole. And although the state understands the reasoning utilized by the writer, it does not agree that a 50-year prison sentence is sufficient in this instance due to the extremely brutal nature of the crime and the need to protect the public. This is one of those cases where our justice system caught the defendant before she did this to more than one person. We cannot allow her to do this to another family. The defense has also argued in its memorandum that the family has forgiven the defendant, and that should play a factor in Your Honor's sentencing today. And while I've gotten to know the Woodworth family, and they are certainly very religious and forgiving people, Joan Woodworth's victim impact statements, the grandma, provides that while she must forgive the defendant, she feels, and I quote, if given the opportunity, she will definitely kill again. And my prayer is that she will never be able to harm another person like she did Alex, or put another family through what we have been through. Her husband Marv ends his victim impact statement with, there are not enough years left, any place to replace or to pay the price of Alex's death. But despite the fact this family is working towards forgiveness, being forgiven doesn't excuse your actions. True forgiveness requires the defendant acknowledge what she has done and accept responsibility, and she has certainly not done that. In essence, the defendant believes she's entitled to a life of her own outside of confinement, despite her actions in this case. Allowing such an action would be wholly contrary to the term justice in its truest form, as her deliberate and intentional acts have deprived Alex of that same opportunity. The defendant took something away from this family that they could never get back. And not only did she take away Alex, she took away their ability for closure, for grandkids to find peace, because she refuses still to accept responsibility. So when I was going through Alex's Facebook account for the trial, I noticed a number of Facebook messages that were after Alex's death. And so I spoke to Alex's sister, Sarah, and she gave me permission to share some of these entries with the court. I think they're relevant to show just the seriousness of the offense. These are from pages 105 and 106 in DOJ U. On May 3rd of 2018, Sarah Woodworth writes to Alex, despite being deceased, "I love you. I love you so fucking much. I thought I'd have a lifetime to tell you, but now you're gone and it's not fair. I miss you, which should have been me. And a small part is hoping you'll see this, but I know you're dead and you never will. Oh God, Alex, I just wish you'd know it all, how you were my inspiration. You got me to look harder, try more, and embrace life. I love you. I love you. I miss you." 2 months later, 4 months after his death on July 20th, she writes to Alex again, "Hey, I'm going back to college soon. I wish you were here to see it. I keep thinking you're just away, somewhere without phones, but you'll be back. Anywho, I'm gonna be a marine biologist. I know, not a great job rate, but I think I can fight hard enough for it. Hey, if you ever see this, wherever you are, can you give me some advice? Don't know if I should invest in a big university, or nah, I love you, I miss you." On October 31st, 2018, "Well, I don't believe in an afterlife anymore, so I know there's no way you're reading this, that this is all vain. I'm shouting into a place that is empty, a void that'll never answer. So I have to say goodbye now. I have to, because I haven't, and I have to. I love you. I wish there was a God and you were alive in some sense out there, but you're gone forever. I wish we had been closer at the end. I wish it had been me. Goodbye, Alex." These messages weren't meant for the court. They weren't meant for the prosecution. They weren't meant for the defense. Sarah never got the chance to say goodbye to her brother as a result of the heinous, brutal actions of the defendant. And these messages only show a fraction of the pain her actions have caused and continue to cause. The defense attempts to argue that she will not have a life until she is paroled. But unlike Alex, she will have a life. It'll just be different from the one she knows. The defendant still gets to talk, write to her loved ones. Her family can still go visit her in prison, send her gifts. But the only thing Alex's family gets to visit is his grave. In this case, we are dealing with a motive that is so irrational, which makes this case so disturbing. Not only the brutal nature, this leaving someone there to die and the attempted cover-up, but there's just no reason the defendant needed to murder Alex that day. And on top of that, her not willing to accept what she did makes her even more dangerous, that the public needs to be protected from the defendant for the maximum amount possible. The integrity of our justice system, the seriousness of the offense, and the need to protect the public require that this defendant actually serve a life sentence. The state requests that the defendant be sentenced to life without the eligibility for parole. The state is further requesting no contact with the victim's immediate or extended family, no possession of firearms or weapons, a DNA sample, restitution in the amount of $6,944.51, with an order that restitution be taken out of the defendant's prison wages, and she has 683 days credit for time already served. And we'd also ask that any money that's deposited into her accounts also be applied towards restitution.
All right, and the state submitted a restitution order, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the extent? I know in your sentencing memorandum, you're asking for what, 60 days after sentencing, but that is the request?
I believe so, yes.
Judge, we're going to stipulate to the restitution, so there's no issue there. I think that the legal standard is 50% of the prisoner's prison funds are to pay restitution. That's the legal standard, and I'd ask the court to apply the correct legal standard.
All right. And I'll just note, it's not a parole case. It's that's prior to 1999. It's a extended supervision case. But I assume the state is asking is life without the possibility of petitioning for extended supervision.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And that concludes the state's presentation. There you go. Thank you.
Before I make my sentencing remarks, as I had advised the court, I am going to ask the various loved ones of Ezra McCandless to address the court, and I have informed them, because I didn't know when I talked to them previously that they're to come and speak from the witness stand. I also just want to state for the record that the reason we had a sidebar is because I have uncontrollable asthma, and that fortunately I haven't gone into a coughing fit yet, but I might while speaking, and therefore I have water and an inhaler at my table. But it is, if I do cough, it is not out of disrespect for anybody in this courtroom, for the court, for the prosecutor, for the loved ones of Alex Woodworth or Ms. McCandless or anybody else. Thank you. The first person who has, I'm going to ask to speak was a witness in the case, Don Sipple. Mr. Sipple?
You'll have to excuse me, my walk is a little slow. First off, I want to tell you I'm not here to take sides. I've been an observer of this whole situation going on 2 years now. Pretty close by. Ezra came to my door at 4:15 on March 22nd, 1918. She asked me to, when I answered the door, she asked me to take her to the hospital. And caught me off guard, and I didn't know quite what to say. A few minutes later, why, she said I was assaulted. Then I knew what to do. I brought her into the house, got a chair out of the living room. This was a utility room where the door was, and got her into the utility room, got a chair out of the dining area, and put her in a chair and called 911. I think some of you have already seen that, but I thought I'd just remind you again. 911 people came there in probably 10, 12 minutes, and they took care of it after that. But one thing I did hear late November, I didn't know what prompted me to do it, but I wrote Ezra a letter at the jail. And 3 weeks later, the 6th of December, she responded with a big brown envelope and a letter and 2 different pieces of art like I've never seen before. she drew them herself. That was the nicest art I've ever seen and one of the nicest letters I've ever seen. And after I read them all, I wish you guys could see them, the letters, I still have them. We continued on and now there's 5 total letters back and forth. I sure wish you could see them. But that first letter I got don't happen too easy for me, but it brought me to tears, that letter I got from her. We all make mistakes in this world. If you haven't done much. But hopefully we learn by the mistakes. I'm sure you all can think of something, maybe some more than one, but we've all made some mistakes. All I can hope for Ezra is that someday she can come out of this and be a beautiful, wonderful citizen in our area. I'm sure hoping that might happen. I've had some other contact with some of her people just recently and learned some new things about this whole deal, and I won't bring that up now, but it would surprise you. I pray for her often, every day. I hope down the road that we'll still be friends, no matter what happens here today. I hope that we'll still be friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sibley.
Thank you very much. Judge, the next person who I'm going to ask to speak is Sharita Shakinsey. She also wrote a letter to the court. She's not going to read her full letter to the court because it's been filed, but she'd like to say a few words.
All right, and please state your name and spell it once you're, before you begin, okay? Yes, well,
Sharita Shakinsey Davis, SHERYDA, SHOCKENCY-Davis, DAVIS. Okay, I guess the best place for me to start, I met Ezra when I was incarcerated here in Dunn County. I was incarcerated for a 3rd DUI that I had received after a very long, painful divorce I went through. It's not something I normally talk about, so I apologize. I went into jail thinking that was it. I had no friends, no family I really felt connected with, no real reason to kind of, have a positive outlook on life and try and find a new door to open that, I could put myself through. I also had the intentions of serving my time without making any friends in jail because of all of these common misconceptions that we get, with society and being incarcerated. And that wasn't the case. It didn't happen like that. I tried. Prior to even serving my sentence, I bore this mentality that I would shut everybody out and I would do myself and I would get by just fine if I believed that in my heart. And it didn't work out that way. I shut a lot of people out. And when I met Ezra, she kind of shined this light on me that I didn't want to see. I had thrown myself so far into the darkness, and she was just this positive light that showed me there was more than one door I could go through, and that there were positive things on the other side of these doors. And if I shut out the world, then I'm shutting out all of the things in the world that are great. Love and life and friendship, family, true meanings that I'm sure everybody has found at one point or another in their lives. My background, other than that, really wasn't terrible. It was difficult to get through, sure, with the divorce. You know, it was a loss of a partner and children, and it was something that like I said, I don't talk much about it because it really kind of still bears with me. But over the last year itself, with just knowing her and seeing this light and seeing this person that, you know, went through this thing in their lives that by my book is far worse than what I've gone through. And, you know, she was still able to cast light, cast positivity, you know, show me reasons why I myself can continue going forward. It's really helped me a lot, especially this last year. I was drinking a lot and I was suicidal, and I've come away from that a lot now. I have a lot of different reasons now on why I believe that I can go forward. And, you know, Ezra still to this day does that. She's helped me a lot. She saved me. She saved everything good about me. She helped me see the bad things that I didn't think I could change, that I now know I can. And I don't know where I'd be today having not spent that time with her, having not gotten to know her so that I could relearn who I was myself. And I'm forever grateful. And I don't really know what else to say, but I can tell you for sure that my life is forever changed, and I don't think I could ever repay her for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next thing we're going to do is read a letter from Jolee Carlin. He is Ezra's father. He testified in the trial, and in order to save my voice, Judge, I have asked Mr. Nelson if he could please read it for me.
Again, this is a letter from Jolee Carlin. Ladies and gentlemen, I've worked in corrections for 20 plus years now, and I've seen and dealt with people you never want to meet on the street or any other walk of life. These people are cold, violent, and sometimes brutal. No matter what picture Ms. Nodolf has painted for you, Ezra is not one of these. She is not like any of these people. In fact, hundreds of people could tell you that she's just the opposite. She loves to a fault and sees the good in everyone she meets. When I say that she loves to a fault, I mean that literally, isn't that she trusts people, even those she's vulnerable to, without even knowing she's being used, abused, or mistreated. She sometimes stays in relationships longer than she should, and at some point, things reach the tipping point. Another thing to note is that in these 20 plus years in corrections, I've worked side by side with offenders in my custody. Some of these people have been in prison longer than they were alive before getting locked up. Many have matured greatly, some unfortunately have not. Ezra has never once denied she did this or said, I didn't do it. In fact, she accepted her role in this all and has faced it all head on while enduring comments on her character. One common denominator in all those that I've worked with over the years is that no matter how long you keep them incarcerated, you can't teach those any more in 20 years than you can in 5 or 10. All you do after 5 or 10 years is turn a person bitter, angry, and never wanting to change for the better or strive for success. Ezra is bearing the burden of the horrific memories of that day, and she will continue to do so each and every day of her life. She will bear that burden on every single birthday, Christmas, holidays, family events, and every waking moment she's away, we, her family, bear it too. Sentencing a young person like this to life without parole is not only a mistake, but a huge loss for everyone who loves her. By offering Ezra an eligibility date, you offer her a chance to be a productive contributor to society, which ultimately is our goal in the Department of Corrections. Don't Don't make her just a name and number tag on a door for the rest of her life. Remember, she is a beautiful human being that is loved by many, and give her another opportunity at this chaotic ride we all call life. Please give her a chance to benefit all of us who love her, and to let her come home to be a big sister, daughter, niece, granddaughter that we all want and need in our lives, because with her we are all blessed. To all of you here today in support of Alex, I am so sorry to all of you who've lost your son, grandson, nephew, or friend. I want you all to know that a great many nights I've prayed for you all and wish that I could shake your hand or hug you and tell you that I'm sorry for your loss. Know that all of you, that I really am sorry for your loss. Today and every day I pray that you somehow find peace. I also pray that you find a way to find forgiveness. I'm not asking you to forget Alex by any means, but I'm asking you to find a way to find some peace. You deserve peace. Although my family hasn't experienced the same loss you have, we too are experiencing a huge loss in all of this. Ezra has parents like myself, family, siblings, and many friends that really want to see her come home someday. May you all find peace, and I sincerely hope the court hears my words and takes them into consideration upon making the decision about Ezra's sentence today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Debbie Carlin, who is Ezra McCandless's grandmother and Joe Shane's mother, wanted to address the court.
I'm Ezra's grandmother, and this dear child came into my life when she was 4 years old. She asked me to be her grandma, but I was already in love with her by then. You, Alex's family, have loved Alex with all your heart and have made beautiful memories. And I love my Ezra with all my heart, with all my being. And I've made some beautiful memories. This child, who the court has addressed as a mean, vicious person, this child in 2nd grade saved some birds in a nest, put them in her pocket because the nest had fallen on the ground, and she took them to school in her pocket. I got a call from school. The teacher said, "We've got baby birds in the pocket." And Ezra had all her friends gathering worms at recess so she could feed those baby birds. Then my dear granddaughter rescued a poor, starving, stinky billy goat from a farmer. She rescued that stinky old animal on the verge of death. She brought him home as a pet and groomed him, and she'd give him baths and let him around. And then she'd come and give me a hug, and she'd stink just like that billy goat. But she thought it was the best thing in the world because she saved him. On the playground, there was never a child left behind when Ezra was there. Never. She always made friends, and if she seen somebody alone, guess who she went to sit with at lunch? That child sitting alone. This beautiful child always thought of everybody else before herself. And she became a young lady, and she could never see wrong in anyone. She always found good. The children at school, the kids that were picked on, she found good in all of them. And she sat with them, walked through the halls with them. As a young lady, she loved unconditionally. She loved everybody. Absolutely everybody. She could never say anything bad. And I just want you to know that is the Ezra That is my granddaughter. She loves life. And I love her.
Thank you.
I've been told that Tara Carlin, who is one of Joshane's sisters and Ezra's aunt, would like to briefly address the court.
All right, would you please just state your name and spell it for the court reporter before you begin?
Sure, it's Tara, T-A-R-A, Kodal, K-O-D-L.
Thank you. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I'm Ezra's aunt. I met her when she was 4 years old. We went out to dinner when my brother introduced her to me. And the first thing she says to me is, I'm 4 years old and I don't need to ride in a car seat anymore. Granted, laws have changed now and she'd still be in a car seat. But that was the joy for life and the zest, and she was always smiling and she loved nature. Fast forward now to first grade. My brother adopts her. I already thought of her as my niece, but I was the one who was picked to pick her up from school that day. So I went to the school, went to the door with the balloon. I don't even know if she remembers this, but the balloon said, "It's a girl." They didn't say happy adoption. They didn't have that for balloons, but she was my niece, loved her, and it was official. A few years later, she was in school a little further, and I was living down the road from my mom and my dad, and down the road from my brother and her mom. And Ezra would come stay at my house. After school, we'd hang out while I was teaching piano lessons. Never had to worry about her. She took care of my cat, whatever. And then she gets to high school. By now I'm married, have 2 children. And I gave her the biggest job ever. She was my nanny for 2 whole summers. The kids are 20 months apart and can be a handful. She kept them on the go. They would go to the library, they would go for walks, go to the pool. She'd get them to summer school, get them to their swimming lessons, ride bike, explore nature, everything. Draw, oh my gosh, the pictures they would draw and color and paint, every art imaginable. The main thing she did not do is plop them in front of a TV. That was not an option. Electronics, TV, they weren't turned on when Ezra was around. You were outside, you were drawing, you were doing art, you were experiencing life. I would not let anybody just watch my children. I'm actually pretty picky when it comes to that. And I trusted Ezra for 2 whole summers. She only had to call and cancel on me twice, which when you're in high school and freshman in college, that's pretty amazing, I think. She was sick, but right away the next day, she was there, always on time, very reliable. And then when she was in college, we stayed in touch, we talked. She was really good to my girls, always had a smile for them. I knew I could count on Ezra if something would come up, if she was in the area. Ezra would never intentionally harm anyone. And to this day, I still trust her with my children. And I love you. Thank you.
Trinity, does Trinity Carlin want to address the court? No. Trinity Smith, I'm sorry. I'm using maiden names. Does Trinity Smith want to address the court?
Sure.
Okay. Trinity Smith is also another one of Ezra McCandless's aunts, and Joe Carlin's.
Okay, you can come forward.
I was just told this morning she wanted, huh? Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. She's her aunt on her maternal side.
Okay, if
Rose
you would,
Lena Dellison's sister.
all right, just please state your name and spell it for the court reporter before you begin.
Sure, it's Trinity, Trinity, last name Smith, Smith.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
My name is Trinity, and I became an aunt to Ezra when I was 7 years old. I had no idea what it meant to be an aunt. I was just excited that there was a baby to play with. Ezra has always been and has had an infectious smile, and you'd see her and you'd feel love and joy. I'm sorry. She always loved playing outside and bringing in all that nature has to offer. It could be worms, frogs, a grass snake, which is terrifying, or pretty flowers, and no matter what, she just loved it all. I moved away when I was 11 to live with my dad, so I didn't get to see her that much. But when I did, she used to follow me everywhere. I used to complain to Rosie that she would never leave me alone, and I regret that. I would give anything to have her as my shadow. Ezra used to tell me that I should never have kids because then she wouldn't be my favorite. And she was very wrong because my love for her has only grown. Have you ever loved something so much you're afraid to look away because it might not be there? Every time I would see her, I would just scream her name because I was so happy, and I would squeeze her so tight. And she would just let me, and she would just tell me, I love you too. And she would be like, I love you too, Antrin, and she would just keep telling me until I was ready to let her go. She's one of the most thoughtful, caring, generous, and kind-hearted people I know. She often said to me that she just wishes people could just be kind and love each other. I can't remember her ever saying an unkind word or passing judgment on a person. I've only seen acceptance, kindness, love, and compassion towards others. Ezra is a good person, and she brings joy to others through her artwork and her personality and her acts of kindness. And I'm very proud to be her aunt. Thank you.
Thank you. James Gunnelson, who is married to Ezra's mother, would like to address the court. I should have said Dr. James Gunnelson.
Well, I'm James Gunnelson. I'm Ezra's stepfather.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes. I'd like to start by giving my deepest, sincere sympathy to Alex and his family and loved ones. The last couple of years have been a nightmare, and what I would like to talk about is Ezra. Ezra was 12 years old when I met her, when I started dating her mother. And I moved in and I lived with her when she was 13, and I lived with her every day from then on, basically until she went to college. I was at most of the pre-trial court appearances and as much of the trial as I could make. The characterization of Ezra has been that she's deceitful and a liar and just a bad person, but the person that I've got to know through all my years with her it couldn't be farther from the truth from how she's been characterized throughout this. She's a kind, a loving, a very helpful person. She has a huge, huge heart. She has 2 younger siblings, and who she loves very much and who love her very much. And one example of her love for her siblings, when she was in Marionette, she would still drive back to watch her little brother play elementary sports, which, if you guys watch that, it's not overly exciting, but kind of the funny thing about that is that one thing is Ezra hated driving, and so she'd usually have someone else drive for her just because she really didn't like it. She was terrified of getting into a car accident every time she was in a car. And she doesn't even like sports. I mean, she'd just do it to make sure that her brother could see her there and show that bond and try to keep that bond going even though she had moved away. She'd also, throughout middle school, throughout high school, she always would help her little brother, help her little sister. When her brother would be doing homework, sitting down at the table, she'd sit down, unprovoked, unasked, just see if she could help. Just, you know, what are you working on? Can I help? And just whatever she could do, she would do it. With her little sister, she taught her the joy of music and of art. And I would come home from work some days and my littlest girl would just come running up to me beaming with a smile and say, Ezra showed me these coolest songs, and they were listening to Baby Einstein music and dancing and singing for hours all day. And as soon as I got home, they had to play the music for me to, you know, let me enjoy, get a part of the joy that they've been having. And they'd spend hours coloring chalk on the sidewalk just in front, and Ezra would be making these masterpieces that we would take pictures of because they were so beautiful. And our youngest one would just have little scribbles all over, and it was just fun. And Ezra would help her, and she'd turn her little scribbles into something a little more, you know, a little more fun that she could be proud of and say, Daddy, look at what I made, look what I made. And it is just so helpful with our youngest. And she's also fostered a love of books and of learning with our littlest girl. Even over these last couple of years, Ezra has put in the effort to purchase books, write notes in them, and get them to our youngest daughter so she can still keep that bond going. And she'll have videos of her reading the books so they can still try to continue that. And it's really hard on our youngest because she doesn't understand what's going on. But Ezra's still trying, she's still making that effort. While Ezra was in middle school and high school, she was amazing. She was incredibly helpful around the house. Her mother and I both worked full time. She had two younger siblings that needed a lot of attention and care. We didn't have to worry about cleaning the house. Ezra would do it without us even asking. To the point she'd get the kitchen so clean that she would get upset when I'd come home to start cooking because I'd have to take the pots out and make them clean again. But she also helped us with our office and with our work. She'd come over, she'd keep the lawn mowed, she'd shovel for us. She'd just a lot of just little jobs that she knew that she could help and she wasn't getting compensated for, and she would just do it just to make our lives easier. She would see times when her mother and I would be feeling a little worn down from work, and she would offer, say, hey, do you guys want to go out tonight and have a date, and I'll watch the kids? And you know, that was amazing to me because it's not something I typically would expect, you know, a teenager to give up their Fridays and Saturday nights to volunteer. And it was always important to me. I mean, she's always been very, very important. Personality-wise, Ezra's a very optimistic person. She always sees the good in life, and it seems like a lot of that has been misconstrued, but that's kind of the person she is. When she's nervous or she's feeling stressed, she likes to smile and she giggles and laughs, and that's her way that she copes with stress. And that's another thing. If you don't know her well, you can take that a wrong direction, but she's the years that I've known her, I've never seen her. I've never seen her violent. I've never seen her act out of anger. I've seen her angry, and when she would usually retreat to her room and just calm down, and we'd see her later, and she'd be fine again. She's not the type of person that is looking for vengeance or that's not the character that I have seen through my 10 years of knowing Ezra. I do know, looking to the future, that Ezra will continue to improve herself. That's the kind of person that Ezra is. She always wants to make herself better. She wants to make the people around her better, and she wants to make wherever she is a better place for everyone involved. And I know that if she is given a chance, she will do that same thing within society to make society a better place, because that's who she is as a person.
Thank you.
Dr. Gunnelson's father, David Gunnelson, wants to address the court. And then I have only one more person after that.
All right.
I'm David Gunnelson, and I just want to talk about the Ezra I know. But before that, I'd like to say, Ezra, I love you, and we love you. The Ezra I know, she's a nice person. She's a very nice person. When she had come to visit us, she's a nature lover too. If you know Ezra, she just loves nature. When she'd come to visit us, she'd be walking in the woods, she'd be looking at the woods, she'd be seeing like, sometimes I'd wonder, where is she? But she'd be out exploring. I think that's who Ezra is. The Ezra I know is kind. She's very kind. She's, the animals, the birds, the ducks, when we were at the lakes, it's amazing. I've seen her carry bugs out of the house where she wouldn't have to squash them. When we're fishing, when we were fishing, it didn't matter if we caught any fish. She'd just be out there enjoying every minute. She would not use a minnow. She would not use a worm. Just a plug, just a little plastic thing, or a plug, or a rapala. In our writing, she once told me how she got the name Ezra. And I want to read this too. From a trip up north on a weekend spent with her family. The day was perfect, with her family on the water and the people I love. I saw the name Ezra in a book, and I thought to myself, how that name is the wonderful feeling I had that day. The Ezra I know is a listener. She's hearing what people have to say. She's not bringing the conversation back to, well, it's all about me. She's interested. She's asking questions. The Ezra I know loves her family. And our family gatherings, she loves the people. She wants to, all of this family, she just wants to get to know better. She loves being a part of everything. It's lifting and sharing. I think it's all about family. She loves old things. They may not be valuable, but, for example, my deceased brother had a painting where you put a paint, much like this one, and she was overjoyed to get it. Not so much just to have that, but just to be a family. She loves Grandma's old hats, old hurricane lamps. I think Ezra has a sense of family. Since Since her arrest, we have written many letters. You know, and the letters have become, you know, what do we talk about? We talk about nature, of course. And we talk about the things we've seen and done. We've talked about the books we've read, some of the authors we like, some of the authors we share we like. And we talk about our faith in God. We talk about our faith. Almost every letter, the majority of letters, we talk about Bible verses. Ezra says how they've touched her, how they've touched her heart. Every day I pray for Ezra. Every day I pray for Alex's family. Because the prayers are the same. I pray that we can receive a sense and understanding of God's perfect justice, of God's perfect mercy. And then we can receive this into our hearts. And we will all be filled with God's comfort, filled with His kindness, and filled with God's healing. And that we can be returned to a wholeness that we had before.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last person who's going to make a statement is Rosalina Gonelson, Ezra's mother.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gonelson, how do you spell your first name?
Roselena.
Thank you.
I would like to start today with, I am truly sorry for the loss of a son, a grandson, a brother, a nephew, and a friend. Multiple times a day, I wish that Alex and Ezra never met each other. I truly feel no one wins in this case. I am Ezra's mother, but Ezra has always had a more evolved soul than I. Ezra taught me so many things, so many lessons on love and acceptance. At a very young age, about 5 years old, I learned a hard lesson about telling the truth. My mother was on her second marriage, and her husband was an alcoholic. My mother had decided that she wanted to visit some family in Chicago. And at the time, we only had one vehicle, so my mother had asked a friend to take us. I think it was an overnight trip, but I was 5, so I don't recall much. What I do remember is that we came home that night, and my stepfather was waiting. And he asked me, "Where did you guys go? Who took you there?" As a 5-year-old, you tell the truth no matter what. So I told my stepfather we went with Mom's friend to Grandpa's house. My stepfather told me and my sister to go to our room. And I went to my room, and I stood at the door and I watched my mother get physically assaulted. And all I could do was stand there and know I was next. The next day, I was told by my mother I was the reason my stepfather hurt us. I got her in trouble because I told where we went and with whom. And after that day, I knew the truth would not protect me or my family, and I loved the family I loved. And I built a wall to protect myself from harm. I shut off feelings to survive an unloving and abusive childhood. The day I gave birth to Ezra, my wall came crashing down. I felt love for the first time. Even though Ezra was just born, I felt Ezra loved me more than I could love her. Growing up, Ezra was so sensitive and caring to others, I couldn't wrap my head around it.
Ezra would accept anyone for who they are and get to know them before passing judgment. I was guarded. I wanted so much for Ezra to share that untrusting sense that I had with everyone I came to be around. Ezra would engage in conversation with anyone and give them the benefit of the doubt when all I had was doubt. I was 14 years old when I gave birth to Ezra. And at 17, I moved out of my third stepfather's house. I spent most of the time at school and then work, where Ezra spent most of her time at daycare and at a babysitter. Where years later, I found out about the sexual abuse Ezra had endured. I had no idea how to be a mom. And a good mom is what every child deserves. I feel no one should be a parent at 14 years old. Parenting is so hard. And at 36, I make it a full-time job on learning how to be a better mom. I was truly given a blessing when I had Ezra. I have a child who cares more about making someone else feel loved, valued, and accepted before loved, valued, and accepted themselves. When I got married to Joe, Ezra's adopted father, we had completely different views on parenting. And we would both verbally abuse each other every day. I know now I was not a good wife and not a good mother for staying in a very unhealthy environment. I put myself and my child in the same situation my mother put me in as a child without the physical abuse. But there was verbal abuse. And for some people, it is the same. Ezra had to live in a home where two people were not happy. I got pregnant because I thought at the time it would be better for our marriage. I almost died carrying my son. My body was shutting down. I was in and out of the hospital frequently and even had a nurse come to our house to change IVs. All of this was really hard on Ezra. I was not well enough to give her the attention she deserved. And as soon as I was able, I was back to work because we needed the money. Not once did Ezra complain about having to stay at Grandma and Grandpa's. My son was born, and Ezra was so excited, first, to not have me sick anymore, but second, because she had someone to hold and play with. Ezra and my son were many years apart, and she was so very patient with a very rambunctious little boy. When my son was school age, Ezra would be willing, more than willing, to help with homework and especially art projects because Ezra was a natural artist. I remember the day my son had to make a rocket for school, and Ezra volunteered to help almost immediately. I never had to force Ezra to help her siblings, but I also never made it a point to force Ezra to help with at the time because I remembered how much I disliked having to entertain my siblings at the time. Joe and I went through a messy divorce. Ezra chose to stay with me full time, and we shared custody of our son. As a parent, to only see your child half-time is extremely difficult. And it makes you question if you had made the right decision. Divorce is extremely hard on kids, having to go back and forth, living two different worlds because both households are completely different. I remarried when Ezra was 15. I had my child about a year or so after. My last child about a year or so after. Ezra was so attentive to my youngest. Hardly left her side some days. Ezra bonded very quickly with our youngest. It was so beautiful to experience the love they have. I feel they helped each other on hard days. High school was not easy for Ezra. Ezra did not want to draw attention to herself, so she dressed more masculine, which was thought to be the solution, and it was more difficult because the small town we live in is not accepting of gender fluidity. I remember the day Ezra came home sobbing and scared to tell me how she was feeling about gender. I made sure Ezra knew I would stand beside you, whatever you decide. I love my children and I am accepting of whatever makes them comfortable. I admire Ezra's strength. I preach a lot about you only having one life to live. Live how you want and not for anyone else. I feel things were a little easier after our discussion happened, and even though we had tough times during high school, we had some really good times. Listening to alternative music, and we would just sit in the kitchen and talk. We talked about new and old music, different movies, and that were coming out, and watch YouTube videos and just belly laugh. Ezra has the most infectious laugh and smile. Ezra's laugh always made my day better. I remember the day we did Ezra's senior pictures. It was just Ezra and I, and we spent all day in the woods taking hundreds of pictures. It was one of my most favorite memories. Ezra is the kind of person who's in tune with energy. If someone gives off negative energy, Ezra is the kind of person that will try their best to make them feel better. Before March of 2018, Ezra was working as a teacher's assistant, and the counselor at that school requested Ezra work with a child who was having trouble with their gender identity. Ezra was great at making you feel okay to be who you are on the inside. I literally count my blessings every day. And when your child is going through the worst times of their life, and you can't hold them and tell them it's going to be okay, I feel like I failed as a parent because it is my job to protect my children. Being within arm's length and you can't even hold hands was one of many hard parts of this for me. Ezra is not the kind of person to intentionally kill. And I am not the kind of person to sit here and to support someone who could. I am asking Your Honor to give the gift of a minimum of 20 years parole. And I understand that that does not mean parole will ever even happen, and that Ezra will ever come home. Thank you for allowing me and my family to speak today.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Vishnu, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Judge, we come to this court to ask mercy, but not to ask leniency, because in fact, leniency is not this court's to give. The sentence before the court must be one of life. The only decision that this court has to make is whether or not in the future somebody will look at the facts, the circumstances, and have the wisdom to take a look at things at a future moment, at who Ezra McCandless is at a future moment, at what happened at a future moment. And that is why I asked the court for Ezra McCandless to have the opportunity to petition at the first possible chance. And one might call that merciful, but it is certainly not lenient, because in fact, it is unknowable what will ever happen in this case. In the year 2000, the state legislature changed the sentencing paradigm for all sentences, not just homicide. And at that time, the state legislature made a decision that when it came to a first-degree intentional homicide, that the minimum required sentence was one of 20 years. It did not lay down a mandatory time for which, after 20 years, one could not necessarily be released from the imprisonment portion of a bifurcated sentence. A first-degree intentional homicide with the opportunity to petition at 20 years, this is the first time
that those petitions will come before a court. In all likelihood, they will not come before the judges who sentenced the person. They will not see the young person, whether a teenager or a young adult, who committed the offense. The prosecutor will not be the same prosecutor. The defense lawyer won't be the same defense lawyer. And all of this is true in Ezra McCandless's case as well. Because there's nothing that I'm going to say that is going to denigrate the verdict that this jury handed down. This jury listened to 3 weeks of testimony, and they made a decision. They made a decision based on the jury instructions of the great state of Wisconsin that intent is formed not an hour, not a day, but just can be formed in the moment before an act. That it need not be brooded upon or reflected upon, but can occur immediately before what happened. And when I take a look at this offense, I ask this court to sentence appropriately under the law. As the case of United States v. Klubal, K-L-U-B-A-L-L, 843 F. 3rd, 719, a Seventh Circuit case says, the court is not to sentence on speculation, but on the facts. I have spoken with several of the jurors in this particular case, and while I have promised confidentiality and not to mention their names, I am satisfied through my discussions with the jurors, and I say this with one of the jurors' consent, that what the jury arrived at in their verdict was they found the intent to kill existed. They rejected Ezra McCandless's testimony. They found there was an intent to kill from the scene and the evidence presented of the scene. The jury did not make findings as to whether this was premeditated, regarding the relationship. One of the jurors said there was a lot of other noise in the case. They focused their attention on what they could from the scene, what happened in the car, and from the number of stab wounds, and therefore they found intent. They did reject Ezra McCandless's testimony. I understand that. That's why Ezra McCandless, at a minimum, will spend as much time in the Wisconsin state prison system as she has lived since her mother birthed her. And that's what this court is to sentence on. I don't know exactly what set this chain of events into motion. What I can tell, and what the court allowed in for the limited purpose of understanding Ezra McCandless's state of mind at the time of the stabbing, were the memorandums that she had written that she was sharing with her friends, or her diaries, if somebody wants to say that. Ezra McCandless said, I recognize the actions that were in my control and the ones out of my control. I've been on a path of self-destruction for a long time. Ezra McCandless talked about betraying the one she loved. Ezra McCandless talked about the fact that Ezra McCandless had been suicidal, had been in the depths, had wanted to make a change in Ezra McCandless's life. McCandless wrote in Ezra McCandless's journal, I don't accept the past actions, but recognize them and only want to work to finding who I truly am. I cannot hurt myself anymore. I cannot hurt the ones I love. I can become Ezra McCandless again. That's what Ezra McCandless wrote. In the journal that the state took a slight excerpt out of, where Ezra McCandless talked about that Ezra McCandless would consider suicide daily, that Ezra McCandless's mind, I recognize the actions that were in my control and the ones out of my control. I've been on a path of self-destruction for a long time. Ezra McCandless talked about betraying the one she loved. Ezra McCandless talked about the fact that Ezra McCandless had been suicidal, had been in the depths, had wanted to make a change in Ezra McCandless's life. McCandless wrote in Ezra McCandless's journal, I don't accept the past actions, but recognize them and only want to work to finding who I truly am. I cannot hurt myself anymore. I cannot hurt the ones I love. I can become Ezra McCandless again. That's what Ezra McCandless wrote. In the journal that the state took a slight excerpt out of, where Ezra McCandless talked about that Ezra McCandless would consider suicide daily, that Ezra McCandless's mind, as Ezra wrote, my mind would tell me I'm a failure and a monster, become one of them. It sickens me to recall the words I would say so often. I know I can love. I know I can only strive to never do this again. Ezra McCandless and Alex Woodworth were both broken people in many ways. And I'm not saying this to equate the position they're in. Because Alex has lost his life, and his family has suffered the greatest loss and the greatest tragedy of them all. What I'm saying is that, you'll have to excuse me for drinking water, but I need it. What I'm saying, and what these letters show that the state has produced, to recall the words I would say so often, I know I can love, I know I can only strive to never do this again. Ezra McCandless and Alex Woodworth were both broken people in many ways. And I'm not saying this to equate the position they're in, because Alex has lost his life, and his family has suffered the greatest loss and the greatest tragedy of them all. What I'm saying is that, you'll have to excuse me for drinking water, but I need it. What I'm saying, and what these letters show that the state has produced, is that Ezra McCandless was in some kind of state of mind that was driven by her past. And this isn't a matter of blaming everybody. I'm sure Ezra's parents did the best they could, but she was raised in a very hectic environment. She was told when she was young that if she cried when she was being dressed down or being told she was stupid or doing something she shouldn't be doing, that I'll give you something to cry about. So Ezra McCandless did not show very much emotion when on the witness stand in court. That's not the basis of judging what the sentence should be. It's not the basis of judging what the sentence, what she looked at, how she looked at a person who she had at one point in her life been deeply in love with, even though that person, her boyfriend, Jason Mingle, had been extremely abusive to her, as we had seen from the testimony of Jenna Van Zant and through Ezra McCandless's own writings as to how he treated her. She perceived her relationships in a certain way with her relationship in particular with Alex Woodworth. And the one thing I want to say about Alex and Ezra was it's remarkable how much Ezra in her life has been like Alex. I was going to read lines here and there from the letters I filed with the court. I'm not going to do that because I'm confident, Your Honor, that you've read them already. And we've certainly had plenty of time for people from Ezra's family, people who know her, to address this court. From people who've known her whole life to people who've more recently met her, such as the young woman who she helped while she was in jail, Sharita. But they were very much both broken people, and they found each other. And the fact is that they were in love with each other. I'm not saying it was good. I don't know how it ended, but the one thing that is clear to me is it makes absolutely no sense to say that Ezra McCandless lured Alex into a deserted place in order to murder him, that she murdered his reputation, that she went there to force him into a confession that their relationship was an accident. That is the stuff of fantasy. That may be good fodder for a closing argument, but the jury found Ezra McCandless guilty because they rejected her testimony, looked at the stab wounds, and said this death was done intentionally, and they did not believe that it was self-defense, and they did not believe her testimony. So the question is, where do you go from here? With these two people They had a feeling of being on the outside of their communities that they both grew up in for various reasons. They both were non-mainstream in terms of sexuality and gender certain feelings. They had the same circle of friends. They had artistic endeavors. Alex's artistry was his writing, his philosophy. Ezra's artistry was and is the visual arts and photographer. It's interesting to me, and what attracted Ezra to Alex was his kindness to other people. In their first conversation, he talked about his love of spiders. And Ezra, as you can see, had a love of even the humble spider or a bird that had fallen from a nest. They had thoughts, both of them, of self-harm and self-destruction. So as far as the gravity of the offense, every homicide is extremely grave, but not every homicide leads to a life without the possibility of supervision. And by the way, the pre-sentence writer is, in my opinion, my humble opinion, really asking for life without supervision when you look at life expectancy statistics for people in prison, which I have provided the court in our memo, which was amply footnoted if the court wished to peruse further. I want to talk about what, and I don't want to do a statistical comparison of other sentences, but I do want to talk about two other cases. But I have sat through this process, and I have supervised other people on their homicide cases, and was the statewide homicide practice group coordinator, or one might say mentor, for other lawyers with their homicide cases. I have watched hundreds of people walk into a courtroom and share their pain. A person who lists as a parent, a brother, a sister, a friend, a gang member. That pain is all equivalent. But the court's job is not equivalent. The court's job is to look at the facts and the circumstances of each particular homicide and to make a decision, understanding and knowing that our legislature in its wisdom has said there is a price to pay, and that's 20 years of your life. And 20 years is